Hello, hello, hello. Well, we're back. Now, we've got a huge storm here in Central Florida right now that's coming across the state. So, if we have to get out of here, we lose power or what have you, I'm just letting everybody know if I disappear, that's going to be why. But we are kind of going to cover old Harshy Boy again today. You know how I love to cover old Harshy Boy because he's just a tool. Out of all of them, Harsh is he's surpassed Lana, I think. Now I'm gonna have to change my list. I'm gonna have to put Harsh right on top over Lana. Sorry, Lana. You're welcome, Harsh. Because Harsh he's just got no conscience. And if you go in and listen, I know a lot of you have gone to these shows, and I'm going to say this because this is how we're going to make an impact. And we already are, because the last show we got several responses. And I want you to put in chat when you have unsubscribed from somebody, just so we can kind of, show it. And they can feel it. They can feel it. They can feel you unsubscribing. Some of them think they have thousands and it's not going to bother them. But you know what? You build up one by one and you lose one by one, sometimes 20, 30 at a time. A lot of these subscribers have, a lot of these creators have some of their subscribers that actually buy them. I heard on Dago, somebody bought 30 subscriptions for people and memberships and all this stuff, or bought 30 memberships. It's kind of fraudulent in a way, because all these subscribers, all these dirt bags, they're all kind of this little cult, and they all mingle together, and they all steal each other's. They don't steal them. They actually, oh yeah, go ahead. Hey, you can have all my subs. I'll get your subs, and hey, they'll get their subs, and we'll get these subs, and that's and so all these subs. When you go to these channels, you'll have a brand new show. All of a sudden, he'll have the next day he'll have 1,200 subs, because all these dirt bags network with each other, and then they jump up and down on each other and love on each other and patronize each other. It's pretty disgusting, but it's hilarious at the same time. And a lot of you know me by now. I'm going to tell you like it is. That's what they do. This channel, every sub we have, we've earned. We don't have that many friends on the other side over there. You've heard me say before, it's us, the good side, against them, the bad side. There really is no in between. You get some people that like to play both sides. We know who a lot of those people are. But it's us against them. And I've got no problem with it. So we had a show, our last show, and I added this couple, Chlamydia Adi. What's her name? Chlamydia Adi or something like that? Because I'm sure she's got that. She was the most foul-mouthed, disgusting female I think I've ever heard. And they came into chat. I mean, they came into chat first, didn't announce anything. And then all of a sudden, StreamYard was posted, and they came up, and I let them come in. Now, old AR, somebody was impersonating AR. See, I want to clear this up. So someone was impersonating AR on another name. So AR sent me, I think he sent an email. I can't remember how it came across, but I got a message from him. He says, "Hey, John, that's not me." So we all know that it was probably, an educated guess would be Stevie Irwin, because that's what he does. He impersonates everybody and goes out there and, creates new channels under other people's names and uses their names and adds a number to it or changes a letter. So you just don't notice. It'll actually use their pictures too. He's done it to me multiple times. But my 15-year-old handled him. So anyway, so I get a message from AR and he says, he's telling me that's not me. That's somebody impersonating me. So I'm like, come up. So under the other name, he was being a jerk, right? And I thought that it was AR. So of course, I start going off on AR. I call him a few choice words, not curse words, just kind of go tear into him a little bit. He sends me that message and tells me that's not him. And we had just had dialogue in an email, and it was a good conversation. And I felt good about it. It was a couple days before, and I felt good about our conversation because he's like, look, man, I'm not buying into what these people are saying. Don't think I am. And he's explaining it to me, and I've got the email. I could show you all. But it was a nice one. He said, I wish your show the best of luck. And, it was a good conversation. So when I was I was shocked to see that he was in our chat being a jerk. So when I got the message, I told him to come up, hit the StreamYard, and he comes up. And I said, "Hey, buddy, how's it going?" And I was nice to him because I realized it wasn't him. So these other creators apparently weren't watching, so they didn't realize what was going on. So what do they call that guy? What does she call her man? Something like, was it Beyonce or something? Who calls her man Beyonce? What man allows that anyway? Beyonce. That's like saying he's her bitch or something. Like, pretty disgusting. But I could see it from her because I'm sure she runs that roost with an iron fist. And he's just like, okay. Does whatever she says. But anyway, so they apparently aren't too bright. They didn't realize what happened. So he comes into, I allow them to come on panel. I'm like, hey, here's Chlamydia, or Clue, whatever her name was, but I'm going to call her Chlamydiati. And she comes in, immediately makes a smart aleck comment, which I ignore. And he's starting to ask, I want you to define what a coward is. I'm like, what are you talking about? So anyway, it goes off on that, and unbelievable. The team and I, pretty much let them talk. They've established A, that they're homophobes, and B, that they're racist. Watch the last show, and if you not a are, and they actually have, according to her, lesbians and gays on their show, and the way that she called one of our teammates a lesbian with a hate and disdain, who, by the way, has a boyfriend, and I pointed that out. And then she uses the C word, C. I mean, over and over and over again. This lady has absolutely the lowest class, and I've seen some pretty low lives in my life, especially working in law enforcement, having to work in the areas that I've worked in. And this lady, absolutely horrible. And I'm going to say that if any of you accidentally went to the show, or you're just curious, and to get into show, you had to subscribe, and you feel the way that I feel about them, and maybe even became a member. And that goes with any of these shows we're talking about. That goes with Harsh. That goes with Dago. That goes with all of these other low lifes that exist that are tragedy pimps. What I am asking you to do, if you feel the way that I feel and my team feels, what I'm asking you to do is go in there, click the unsubscribe button, and get your membership off so you don't get billed every month. That's the best way to hit them. Just 1-2 uppercut and just a haymaker. That's what you do. And go into my chat and tell me and the team, hey, I just unsubscribed from so-and-so. You know what? I went in, I watched. You don't have to say all that, but if you went in and you watched and you had to subscribe to get into chat, because that's what they do, go in and unsubscribe. You're probably subscribed to people that you don't even know you're subscribed to, because some of them give you 24 hours before you can get into chat. That's how they get you, because you subscribe and you're like, all right, I'll come back next time. You don't come back. If you don't come back, you're a sub for them. And it's all about numbers, y'all. It's all about numbers. So that's what you do. You want to hurt them? That's what I suggest. Tori Montoya says, oh yes, Illuminati. It sure does sound stinky and diseased. Oh yeah. I'm sorry to get that. But I mean, go watch the last show if you guys haven't. It's like 3/4 of the way through. You'll see it on my screen when they come on. And it was entertaining, to say the least. And we enjoyed destroying them. And I just let them run their mouth and, let them make fools out of themselves. And they did a good job. But you know what? They went in and created a show and edited parts of our show and left out all kinds of stuff to make it look like they owned me. Now, and they even say it. So, like, I'm going to let these people come in on my panel and stay for nearly an hour and own me and my team? I don't think so. Now, one of our moderators got a little heated because they attacked Ethan's mother, who wrote the Boy in Blue. It's a nonprofit organization that she's got set up for that book, and the proceeds go to it. And this lady, chlamydia idiot, actually accused her of basically extorting money from a nonprofit. It's all about the money. And I said, these people have money. They don't care about the money. They're setting up something nice for the family and for the organization. Now, she wasn't having it. Rich people, last I checked, rich people always care about money. You're talking about Miss Chapin, Mr. Chapin, who would probably give up everything they have to just spend another day with their son. Yet this woman, this nasty, repulsive individual, had the audacity to spew that hate on not only this show, but her own show. And then they tried to say, well, we're not like the rest. Well, if you go look at the titles, again, don't go subscribe, but I challenge you, go look at the titles. And we're not going to do it tonight. But we'll bring up every show and every title. And if you tell me that they are pro prosecution by just the titles of their shows, which is in the hundreds of just this case, if you opine after watching that or what, just looking at the titles that they're pro prosecution, yeah, you're not too bright. You don't even have to watch the shows. So I don't know what their point was. They were butthurt because Detective John put them on a list. Well, I put them on a list because I was getting, if you saw my emails every day, everyone, people are sending me leads. I'll call them leads every day. Today I got 39. Yesterday I had 40 something. And they're all sending timestamps of certain creators, some I've never even heard of. And I try to take the time at night instead of laying around watching TV. I go through my stuff at night, and you can see on our community page. And if you go to our chat, you'll see I try to answer everyone. I even let some people come on and insult me and make all these accusations. And then I tell them, I'm going to leave you up here just so everyone can see what an idiot you are. And I want you all to see that stuff because these people exist. These people are so terrified that someone is actually finally calling them out. This is their life. This is most of them, it's their sole source of income. And Illuminati had to say, basically insult my intelligence and make a comment, well, in a YouTube world, let me tell you something about making money. I'm like, I'm monetized. I don't really, I'm not that excited about it. I would like for the show to pay for itself. It does, it costs money to run this show. We have to pay for all kinds of stuff monthly. But it's not my life. It's not my ambition to become a rich YouTuber. I'm doing it for fun, everyone. So for me to come out here based on what I have a career, I have a business, it's around Christmas time. I provide a service and product for people and they want their stuff done before Christmas. And I'm behind. I'm behind the 8 ball, big time. I'm working 16 hours a day. I'm down a guy from work. But, I get all these because I've taken like a week to kind of sit back a little bit and take a breather. And I'm getting these people making accusations that Illuminati scared me away. So I did a community page post. I put the link in with the time they came on, and I said, everybody watch this. And if you actually think that lady and her whatever he is owned me or owned this panel, you're not very bright. Because I can tell you right now, oh, we got ectoplasm. Okay, we're not going to do the phone ecto, but we'll post the StreamYard and I'll bring you up. Sorry, guys. Not right now, but we'll post it in a little bit. So anyway, I wanted to cover that because I feel like it's important because it's not that I didn't want to do a show. It's just that I'm busy and I want to do a show. Don't get me wrong, but I'm busy. So if I take a week off around this time of the year, which would happen every year, it's because I have a life. I don't get to sit at home and suck on a government tit and double and triple dip and get money from YouTube like most of these other losers do. I don't get to sit at home and decide, what am I going to do today? Let's see what we can make up today to get people just riled up. I don't get to do that. But what I do is I watch and I count on my subscribers and my mods to go out there, and you guys call them out all the time. I mean, they call them out all the time, and they're watching. Oh, so-and-so's with Detective John. We don't want nothing to do with her, blah, 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 or him or anybody else. So that's my team. And you know what? My subscribers are my team. And my subscribers, I've referred to them as an army. I had somebody actually send me some fool send me a message. I resent you saying that's your army. My husband was a retired and fought in, the Vietnam War, blah, 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 blah. I resent that. Well, too bad. My subscribers, a lot of them are as passionate, and they're on this show. They're watching this show because they care about people spewing lies and disgracing law enforcement in our entire justice system, period. They're over it, but they've had to endure it. And it's like watching the Jerry Springer show. So some of these people actually don't believe, no matter what you other creators believe, you've got all these subscribers because these people are actually watching you because they actually agree with you. A lot do, but a lot don't. It's like when the Jerry Springer show was on and I'm flipping through the channels and it was for whatever reason I'm catching it, I'd flip on it and just sit there and laugh because it's so ridiculous. And you know what? Chlamydiati, I could see you on the Jerry Springer show, most definitely. Multiple times I could see you. And your Beyonce. Yep. So you other creators out there that spew this garbage, know that people, you're probably 50-50 of people that actually buy your garbage. And the other 50 just watch you because you're so ridiculous and repulsive that they're kind of addicted to it. Harsh. The man over across the pond that thinks that he knows it all. Doesn't know a damn thing about our justice system. Doesn't really know diddly. But you're lovely. You're beautiful. If anyone goes to that channel just to hear that little turd say you're lovely and beautiful with that face, then I can't help you. Because if you need to have that man tell you you're lovely and beautiful, then you got bigger problems than you can't be helped. You need to seek, psychiatric help because you got big problems. If you're that down on yourself that you need him to pump you, then I see and work on yourself. So we're going to talk about Mr. Harsh today. We're done with Chlamydiati, idiot. We're done with you for now. But since you decided to spew some more garbage, we got a lot more coming for you. It's going to be fun. It's going to be entertaining. And for all you other people across the pond, and you know who you are, like one, I'm CLICKBAIT, everyone. Detective John is CLICKBAIT. So these people are actually creating shows, and the titles of their shows are, "Come on, come talk to us, Detective John." Somebody sent me that. I got it like 4 o'clock in the morning. I get up and went to the bathroom and checked my email, and they're like, I go on and look at it, and their whole show is begging me to come on panel with them, with all of their 35 subscribers. And I'm just, what the hell? Another one. I'm not going to say their names because I don't want to plug them, but y'all probably know who they are. Another one. He's a little fella, got some mental problems. He's got a huge, extensive criminal history that's pretty bad. He's had some pretty bad incidents where he's got battery on law enforcement officers. He's got all kinds of stuff. And you know what? Just found out, because I got some connections, may not even be able to be around children. So wait till I drop that bomb, little fella. So we'll just have to see what your next move is going to be. So that guy who thinks that I'm a bully, he goes off on this whole excursion where he's trying to get YouTube to believe that I'm a bully. I'm outspoken and I go after these irresponsible, crazy creators, and I'm a bully. Said one didn't have a neck. Well, of course he's got a neck, everyone. His head sits on it. So, come on. I mean, if I'm saying something like he doesn't have a neck and he's obviously got a neck, I would call that just kind of a joke. I mean, didn't have teeth. Okay. So what? I mean, he's begging for money on his show all the time. So beg for money for your teeth, not to pay your bills. You know, not to go into Discord and say, oh, the show's going to go down because I've got those. I've got those actual chats in Discord. I've got them sent to me, you know. Oh, thank you. You didn't have to do that. He gets an electric bill paid for like 4 times. That's gross profit, everyone. Anyway, so this other guy and over across the pond does these little short videos. He's taking my videos and he's doing these little shorts, and they're actually, I mean, I don't find them offensive at all. I think they're great. It's kind of like he's doing tributes. Did one the other day where, you know, I pull my shirt over and I do this dance and I'm, you know, we're having fun and it just shows my mods sitting there laughing, and what's the big deal? But he makes fun of one of my mods because of the, you know, because she's not afraid to show her face. Super sweet person. But he's doing exactly what he's accusing me of on a much higher scale, because he's done like 20 of these videos. And he keeps focusing on one of my mods. The hypocrisy is just thick. But we're going to get off of that jerk and his female jerk. That, by the way, is an alcoholic, I believe, because every time she gets on the show and she's got her little boy there, she's drunk. So she's offended that I called her out for that and I accused her of being a horrible mother. Well, you are. My opinion. That's my opinion. I think you're a horrible mom if you're sitting there getting shit-faced in front of your 8-year-old kid. And he's coughing at the lung, by the way. Yeah, I'm in her head. She keeps saying, I'm never going to talk about him again. I'm not going to give him the satisfaction. Within an hour, she leaves that show and then comes and creates her own show and calls me out and uses my name as clickbait in her title. I can't make this up, people. We are in their heads. They are freaking out because they've had free reign on nothing but BS lies for years, especially with the past year. They get to say and spew what they want to say with zero consequence because they hide behind the old First Amendment. You know, in America, it's called free speech. But here's the problem with that. And you've heard me say it before. You heard some of my mods say it before. When is it no longer a First Amendment speech? Because the First Amendment, if you read it, and I'm not going to read it verbatim, but it basically says that we have the right to speak out against our government. Okay? Doesn't necessarily say we have the right to go harass people. We have the right to go get in their face, and we have the right to make up lies. That's not what the First Amendment said. That's why we have libel and slander in civil court. So when you say something and it's got a negative effect on someone and it has consequence and people are hurt by what you say, that's not under the First Amendment, everyone, in case you didn't know. Now, you can still say it. You can't be arrested for it. But when it's slanderous and libel, someone has some smarts and gets an attorney, and they can sue your butt for your free speech. And that is what I predict when this is all over, the Idaho 4 is over, and it's proven that Brian Kohlberger is the sole perpetrator, and all these lies spewed by all these arrogant punks about these families and these victims, when it all comes out that he's guilty and he gets the DP, then guess what? The floodgates are going to open. And the litigious people that were victimized by these horrible, so-called terrible creators who think that they fall behind the umbrella of, we're just trying to find the truth. Really? No, you're not. You're not trying to find the truth. You're trying to piss people off. You're trying to solicit people that don't have much common sense and hate anything to do with the legal system, especially law enforcement. So anything that you can plant, if you can plant those seeds in weak-minded people's heads, because that's what they are. I'm going to tell you right now. If you're a sub on this channel, you've got common sense. You've got a moral compass. You believe in the law. You believe in this nation, which is a nation of laws. You believe in that stuff. You believe in law enforcement. You believe in the fact that they have a job to do. Are we to believe that there's not some bad cops out there? Absolutely not, because there are. But I'll go back to what I've said multiple times. Oh, they're corrupt. That whole department's corrupt. Or Dago saying that they're all inbreds. He said that. He said that the entire city, I've got it, I've got the clip, said that the entire city of Moscow is a bunch of inbreds. You have another guy, Sergeant Friday, who's saying that he hopes, and I quote, that if Brian Kohlberger is found to be guilty, if they know that he did this, they have the evidence to prove that he did it. Old Sergeant Friday says he hopes he gets off on a technicality to teach Americans a lesson. I'm not making this up, people. Sergeant Friday's on Rory's show all the time. Oh, Rory, he's another winner that just disappeared for a month after I called him out, and now he's back all of a sudden with a vengeance. Oh, Rory, I'm going to own your ass. I promise you. You will be a mission for this entire team. We are going to watch every single moment you spew stuff from your mouth, and I'm going to destroy you. I promise you. And Sergeant Friday, you too. And you're welcome to come up on panel and spew your nonsense anytime. You think you know anything? You're a career criminal. But just because you're a bad crook makes you a great analyst. That means you can opine on cases, because to your own admission, you know, your entire family, you made it sound like you're part of organized crime or something, and they were all part of a racketeering or search warrant and all of this stuff. You brag about it. You're an idiot. Sorry. That's my opinion. Everything you say pisses me off because you are full of garbage. So everyone on here, everyone that's watching this, the 200 people we have up almost right now, you're all here. Most of you, there's some trolls in here. And some of these alleged creator, fabricator, fiction creators, they're watching right now. You all suck, you fiction creators. But the people that are in here because they want to actually hear someone talk about truth and call you idiots out, we appreciate you. And again, if you've gone into any of their shows and couldn't get into chat because you had to wait to subscribe, and then you get out of chat and you forget that you subscribed and you meant to unsubscribe, and you feel the way that I feel and this team feels and a lot of the subs in here feel that are talking about it in chat, go right now to those channels and unsubscribe if you feel that way. I'm not telling you to because I want you to. I'm telling you to if you feel the way that I feel and what everybody else feels and what you really know in your heart. Go over there, unsubscribe, and take that membership back. That's how we're going to hurt them, because they're forming a coalition. They're forming a, just a bond. Now, I've got my feelers out for some other creators that I appreciate. And we're going to get together. And we're going to build a coalition of intelligent, like-minded people that care about this country and want these people to pay for what they're saying. Now, YouTube, I've got some contacts with YouTube, and they appreciate what we're doing because you know what? There's a lot of them out there. So they have a little internal policing, but it's done by bot. You have to get past the bot. Unless you know how to get past the bot, you can't get things done. And I know how to get past the bot on some of this stuff. But like everything else today, when you send in a complaint or you send in something, you're not dealing with a person. You're dealing with a bot. Just so you know. A lot of people don't know that. It's working off of keywords. Got to know what you're doing. So I hope you all understand the reason why I used the tactics that I used to draw attention to the problem. Now, the one time I got suspended from school was actually because I went after a bully that was bullying people. I got suspended because I whooped up on him pretty good. I foot swept him, bounced his head off the ground, gave him a couple little haymakers and elbows, and I was done. He never came back to school. Problem solved. I often go after bullies. I hate bullies. I'm not a bully. But I'll tell you what, if I'd have said, hey, Dago, hey, buddy, can you, we're just kind of getting a little offended at what you're saying. And, me and my friends, I've got some people that, I'm starting to show and we just really would like for you to stop, kind of making up these lies. And, it's just not appropriate for, anyone. It's counterproductive. And, it just kind of seems like you're anti law enforcement and you're anti anything to do with the justice system. I just really, can you just kind of cut back a little bit and stop? Where would that have got me? Sometimes you have to do things you normally wouldn't do and say things you normally wouldn't say to bring attention to your cause. I had no problem bringing attention to the cause that I believe in. And if I got to call you a no neck, no tooth, ugly MFer, I'm going to do it. Because guess what? By me doing the things that I did and saying the things that I said, got under his skin. Couldn't take it. Had to do a show to even talk about it. And then he tried to turn it and make me look like, who does that? Who talks about somebody who doesn't have teeth? Or I got no neck. I got no neck. He literally says, I have no neck because I did steroids. He's saying that he did steroids. That's why he doesn't have a neck. Can't make this up. He said it. And he accuses me of being on steroids because I have a chest and I have some muscles. I'm 55 years old. I happen to take care of myself, Don't do steroids, never have done steroids. If I did steroids, I'd probably be pretty jacked up. But don't do it. But that little weasel gets away with saying that, but I can't say he's got no neck and then he says he has no neck because he did steroids and he knows how to do steroids. Yeah. Then he backstripped on that one too. And Mr. Harsh. Mr. Harsh, you see what he doesn't do? Here's a definition of a coward to me. Illuminati said, we don't do that. Because when I went on to her show, I'm in chat. I'm like, hey, bring me up on panel and let's talk about what you're saying. I would really like to have a discussion with you and kind of let's have a debate. We don't do that. When she came on the show, I said, I was calling you a coward because you were not bringing me up on panel. We don't do that. Why not? Why don't you do what I do? If you're going to spew stuff, you're going to tell lies, but you think they're true, obviously, then you should be able to be subjected to some debate. You shouldn't be able to just say what you want to say. Like some of these creators, they do these pre-recorded shows like Mr. Shrek and the Chlamydiatis do, or they do live shows, but they don't have the opportunity for anyone to come in and debate them. That's a coward. I mean, I could pre-record a show or do a show and say whatever the hell I want to say all day long and not have any consequence because I'm just saying what I want to say because I can. That's my First Amendment right. Right? I'm confused. But you know what? Go look at my community page, look at my chats. I let people say what they want to say. I rarely would kick them out. Now, when they start getting abusive and saying nasty things about me or my teammates or something like that, I'll warn them. Then I snapshot it And I tell them, you do it again and you're gone. I had to do that today to somebody. They're not gone yet, but they shut up because I'm just letting them make asses out of themselves. And I think it's great comedy for all of us to, I mean, some people do read. I don't think like Clemidiotti, I don't think she reads. And I know her boyfriend doesn't read because he can barely even articulate a sentence. Sorry. Just an observation, my opinion. But I tell you what, to be able to go on, oh, I work a full-time job doing this. That's what she says. And just spew garbage and not have anybody debate you. That is a coward. 100,000% a coward. It's like standing on your stoop, pounding your chest to nobody. That's what a lot of these creators do. That's what Harsh does. He does it like 3 or 4 times a day. Does these little shorts. I'll be back to see you in a couple hours. Be back to see you. We're going to do this as part 1 of 3. Gets to say whatever he wants to say. With no feedback. Really. Come on onto my show, Harsh. Love to have you. I'll change my time slot just to have you come onto my show. Love to have you. Not going to tear you apart. Just going to ask you hard questions. I'm going to see how smart you really are. Not. We're going to prove how smart you're not. I would love that. Not for the clicks. Just because I'm smarter than you. My subscribers are smarter than you. Your lies are nothing but that. Lies. And these people that are watching this show right now and that are supporting this show are over it. But what can we do? What we're doing right now. That's what we can do. Steve Goncalves, who's a grieving father, has a page on Facebook. It's the Goncalves family page. I have never reached out to them out of respect. But I'm going to now. Because I got some messages that they actually have been watching the show. And they love the term tragedy pimps. They love it. It's not my term. Heard it somewhere and I thought it was great. So that's what I'm terming these people. They're all tragedy pimps because they're pimping off of tragic events, homicides, loss, grief, devastation. They're profiting off of it. Now, I'll submit that I'm doing a show that's pro-prosecution. I believe 100,000% Brian Kohlberger committed these crimes. I would bet everything I have. Everything. I'd put it all on that number, that name. Guilty. I bring a different perspective. I did this for a long time. I know what it takes to put a case together. I know how hard it is. I know how to write a PCA. I know how to write the follow-up incident report. I know how the system works. I know what you can say and can't say. You have one of these creators saying, why aren't the girls in jail right now. Why? Because they lived. Dylan and Bethany lived. So, according to this guy, they should have immediately put handcuffs on them and threw them in the back of the patrol car and taken them down and interrogated them. For what? For what? Because they went to sleep. They were up all night partying, just like any of us probably did multiple times. You know, I've said, you know, if I'm Ethan, I'm there with my girlfriend Saturday night. I'm out partying at with the frat boys and girls. Come back, order me a little takeout or delivery, and we're getting it on. Why is that so unbelievable? Then Bethany and Dylan came home late as well. They were up. They were probably drinking. Can't say that for sure, but, you know, using my common sense. Who knows? Who knows how inebriated both of them were? That's a party house. Got people running up and downstairs all the time. Boom, 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 boom. Got a dog upstairs running around. Peeks out, says, "Hey, y'all be quiet. I'm trying to sleep." She's trying to go to sleep, right? Around 4 a.m. She's trying to go to sleep. So at 4 a.m., she's still awake. So, you know, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. I mean, that's 8 hours of sleep. Don't most of us shoot for 8 hours of sleep? Why is that so unbelievable to everyone that she heard some noise, she came out, she might have been a little drunk. There's a guy going toward the back. You know, hey, we don't even know if she wore contacts. Maybe she didn't have her contacts in. Maybe she wore glasses when she didn't have her contacts. Maybe she just opened the door and if she's like me, she's blind as a bat. She just saw a figure in black walking toward the back sliders. No one's even discussed that. Or maybe she was just inebriated and it's like, I don't know what I'm seeing, but damn it, get out of here. She sees them go out toward the back door and they're gone. I mean, got two girls upstairs. One of them was broke up with her boyfriend. Who knows? Maybe they went out and met somebody that night. Do you really think that she thought somebody was in there with a 7-inch K-bar knife to unalive her friends? I mean, do you really think that? Do you really think that she should have even thought that? This guy Harsh and the rest of these creators have a problem with that. Jules has a problem with the 8 hours. Her daughter, she says, my daughter, I have a teenage daughter, and I can guarantee you she wouldn't have acted that way, or she wouldn't have reacted that way. Really? Your daughter's living in basically a frat house. Parties all the time. You've seen all these parties going on there. I think if your daughter was probably there and hanging out with that crowd and having a good time, being a college student, living it up before they have to go into the real world and make sacrifices, I think your daughter might have handled it the same way. But no, it's your daughter. You know that she would have reacted totally different. I would submit that if your daughter would have acted totally different, she probably wouldn't have been in a house like that with a bunch of people that like to have fun. Probably a prude. I live in the real world. It's blowing by me, but I'm old. I live in the real world. So to Harsh. So Harsh uses old Steve Goncalves as clickbait. That's what you did, Harsh. You used him as clickbait. You made it seem like you were going to have a conversation, and you did. You kind of a roundabout way had a conversation via email with Steve Goncalves. But the way that you presented it was not that. It was like, oh, Steve's going to be on the show with old Harsh. That's what you did. You can fool these idiots on your show and your idiot subscribers. You're not going to fool me. You wouldn't fool these subscribers. They call you out. You used a grieving father as clickbait because you're a disgusting piece of garbage. For clicks. Because that's what your little butt does. You sit in that chair all day and figure out ways how to get clicks with your 70-something thousand subs. It's a beautiful thing. So, Steve decided to respond because he said, hey, you're getting death threats? What do you mean you're getting death threats? I'm paraphrasing, of course. Huh. Yeah, let's see your death threats, Harsh. Let's see your death threats. These other subs that are saying they've been threatened. Let's see them. I want to see them. I mean, I think you ought to take them to law enforcement if you truly got death threats, because the whole IP addresses can reveal a lot. Let's see them. I'm calling you out. I want to see them. Where's the receipts? Pretty disgusting, people. Pretty disgusting. So Steve responds. His initial response was, I don't know. Basically, I don't know why you got these death threats. We had some threats early on. They get into this little conversation, and Steve figures out, this guy's nothing more. And you saw the title. He's nothing more than basically just a POS troll. And this is what he says. He says, I wanted to address a YouTube video brought to my attention today by a foreign creator, Harsh, who claimed to have received death threats due to his content. While I initially tried to be helpful, it seems his claims may have been a ploy for attention. You nailed it, Steve. But I call it clickbait. We support all victims associated with the 1122 King Road residents. We have been threatened, but not by any of our girls' college friends. Individuals like this Grifter, Shrek, tarnish the reputation of honest YouTubers like myself, and their manipulative attempts to exploit the victims' families should be condemned. Let me repeat that. The father of Kaylee is writing this. Sounds to me like he's over it. He's trying to be tactful here. Despite our family's stance against baseless content, Harsh, Dago, Lana, I could go on, Rory. I'm leaving out so many. But go to my community page, you'll see the list. Oh, by the way, that Illuminati, Chlamydiati's husband said that I deleted as a result of their show. No, it's where it's always been. It's never been anywhere else. It's on my community page, and a chat on my community page is where I posted the list. They said that they insinuated that I had a show with the list on. Never happened. They also said that I lost 100 subscribers that night. No, I actually gained 277 subscribers that night, the next two days after the show, post the show. So there's that lie debunked. So I'm going to read this again. Individuals like this grifter tarnish the reputation of honest YouTubers, and their manipulative attempts to exploit victims and their families should be condemned. I've said that multiple times. That's what this show's all about. Preach it, Steve. Despite our family's stance against baseless content, who are we talking about here? Shrek, turned vague words around to create controversy. What's he saying there? He spun it to follow his narrative. And he used the father of a beautiful young lady who was brutally red-rummed by a monster with a 7-inch K-bar knife, she was just about to embark. Her childhood was over. She was going to embark on the world, go to Texas, start her career, go on a little cruise with her family first. And then Steve, it's like, I've done my job. My daughter's done well. She's going to go out. I'm so proud. But this little troll exploits everything that he can exploit about this case and the victims and their families, tells lies every single day. So despite our family's stance against this baseless content, he turned vague words around to create controversy, to create clicks, to get views. Twisting victims against themselves is unacceptable. And we want to be clear, we stand united with all victims of this case. Well said, Steve. Bravo. Bravo.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
Ecto would like to come up.
Hold on a second. Sorry, Ecto.
I guess they got to go soon. They have to go to work or something.
All right, I just posted the StreamYard link. So click on that, Ecto. Sorry, man. You all know me. I get off on these rants and I just can't stop.
You
Y'all gotta reel me in. Reel me in.
You were doing great, John. It's unusual that Jules, Tommy, and Harsh all got death threats at the same time.
Oh, really? And then
Yeah.
You know what I heard? That
Did
I
they all
was
do the
actually
video
being
at the same
accused.
time?
What's that?
Did they all manage to do a video about the same talking about their death threats? And they're all in total.
Yeah, and one of them actually implied. Oh, you dropped again. That dang phone you got. Come back. I'll pick you back up. But anyway, I got accused of being the one that actually did it. Yeah. Yep. Did you guys see the StreamYard up? Ecto, click on that StreamYard link and it'll bring you up here, and I'll click and bring you up on panel. Sorry, buddy. So anyway, come on back. Sportsy, are you there? Are you muted?
Hi, John. Yep, I'm here. Hi, everybody.
Hey. So Sportsy Girl's in here with me. And I just want to say, I didn't do it because I wouldn't make threats. If you said that kind of stuff about my daughter, I've lived my life. I'd hunt you down. Sorry. So wouldn't be no threats from old Johnny Boy. I'd make you pay big time. J-Lord, are you back?
Yep.
Hello? All right.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Did Echo get the link?
I posted it.
Yeah, it's in chat.
So anyway, y'all, I want to give props to Steve because he's the only parent, and I understand, don't take this the wrong way. I understand why other parents aren't engaging with these YouTube sleuths. I get it. Steve's kind of like the spokesperson for all of them. Now, I don't think he represents all of them because I believe, and this is just my opinion, I think that the Chapins are wonderful, wonderful Christian people. And I think if any of the parents were to probably be opposed to the death penalty, it would probably be them because they believe in forgiveness and they don't want any negative karma coming their way. So I'm not saying that I know that for a fact. That's just my feeling. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know if all the parents are on the same page about the house. I know that Ethan's parents are like, tear it down. Personally, me, and I know Steve wants to keep it up, but let's talk about that. Here's the problem. And I know Steve knows this. He knows the technology, the 4D, the 3D, everything that they're doing. Here's the problem. Everything was removed from the house. The house was, for all intents and purposes, the furniture, everything was removed and given back to the parents very quick, which I disagreed with from the start. There's no point in that. That house is a crime scene. Well, that's evidence. Now, you know, the techs went in there. They did their job. They brought imaging in there. They did a whole scan of the house. They can lay that house out and we can watch a movie on it with an Oculus on our face and be there. That's what people are forgetting. That's what people don't realize. Again, I didn't agree with them taking everything out of the house as quickly as they did. It's a crime scene, but I also understand the other side of the investigation where technology today, if you have a teenager or even if you're an adult, I bought my son I think it's called the Oculus. It's where they wear that big mask and you are like there. I'm doing a Mike Tyson boxing game and I'm all over the place. I knocked the lamp off the table, broke the lamp. It was a matching lamp, rare, you know, can't ever get another lamp. I broke it because I'm playing that damn game. I'm all over the place. I couldn't handle it. Freaked me out. Probably again. But kids and even young adults, they're all into that. They can handle that stuff. It was freaky for me. I'm sure I could get used to it, but I'm not a video game guy. I don't care about that crap. Anyway, imagine if you've had one of those on being on the jury pool and being able to put those on and look at that house in any direction, from any point that you wanted as a juror. Because maybe juror number 5 doesn't want to look at what juror number 11 wants to look at. But if you have to go to the crime scene and you have to walk through the house, you're only going to catch so much. But when they do these 3D and 4D scans, it's amazing, people. You are there. You are in that house, and that crime scene was documented. Every square millimeter of that house was documented. Then they just recently came back because it's the same time of the year, and the foliage from the trees are going to be about the same. That view from that bird's eye little parking area behind, that I believe he probably sat and surveilled them. And here's the thing. People use the word stalked. And people are going to go, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I do. You're not being stalked until you know you're being stalked. So you may think you're being stalked because somebody said that they were watching like this. But if you don't know you're being stalked, you're not being stalked. Spirit Box. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Oh, love to hear your voice again. It's been a long time.
Yeah, bro. Hey, guys, this is Spirit Box. He's one of the first people that jumped on my first show, and we had a great time. And then he disappeared. I don't know where you weren't locked up or nothing, were you, bro?
I always go my different ways. You know, I'm here and there. But I got a couple things to say. First
Go
is
ahead.
a certain T-Rev is still talking crap about you. He
Of course.
about a week ago, maybe less than that, people in this chat were like saying, "Where's Detective John? Where's Detective John?" He's like, T-Rev's like, "Do not bring him up. Do not say his name. If you say his name, I don't care who you are. I will block you. You were done." He said that. That's it. It's like people in the chat. It's like you're living rent free in T-Rev's mind. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, he knows that the impending doom is just around the corner for him. He's on borrowed time.
He was calling you fake detective and all that stuff, which is slander. He said all that stuff like within a week.
Well, he's hidden now because we can't find him to serve him. I've already served one with a cease and desist, and he's MIA. I'm hearing all kinds of stuff. So I just heard something today that's, old JLR invites him to come meet him somewhere. Hey, JLR, T-Rev ain't going to show up. You know why?
How comfortable are you feeling though on YouTube? You got it now. It's like man, you like when I first called in, you were great. You're always great. Like you're the reason why I found you. I found you off T-Rev, I'll admit. Man, but like you had that, you knew you could call like crap out. Like you were like a no BS kind of guy, and then like you had that voice, firm voice, and like people like listen to this voice, they're gonna follow you because I guarantee you that if you started a channel, they're gonna follow you. And then here you are now. It's like I love the
funny
channel.
About that little weasel is when I was totally accidentally got on his show because they were saying this car. You remember that picture when Jack was standing out on the roof and he's looking down on these cars and there's this white sedan sitting there, swearing that that's the Elantra, and I'm like, that's not Elantra. I actually got onto that show because I was following Adventures with Purpose because I dug that stuff, and Adventures with Purpose went to, I don't know what happened, but a link came up and he came in there and I'm like, who's this guy? And I clicked on it and I went over and he had a show and it was showing that they were looking down from the roof and he's swearing that's an Elantra. Everybody is swearing that's an Elantra. I'm like, that's not an Elantra. I know what an Elantra looks like. Well, I actually knew I think it was an Altima. And I said, I know what that car is, and I know it's not an Elantra. I said, just take a picture of an Elantra, bring it up on the screen, and put it next to that one, and look at the eyebrow, the shape of the window, where it comes down like your eyes.
Of course.
On the side. It's like, if you're Asian, it's going to slope one way. If you're Anglo, it's going to slope the other way. That's how you kind of ID a car on video. You look at that, and there's actually software that probably the FBI had, not ISB, that actually saw the video from the convenience store and started looking at it, and had some other surveillance video from around the house, and they probably started using that. And a 2011 to a 2015 Elantra look almost identical. The only remarkable changes are going to be wheels, maybe taillights, and a little bit of headlights, but the body lines are going to stay the same. So I got on the show and I started talking about that. And I told them, hey, I happen to know about this. I was a THI investigator, which is traffic homicide investigator. And their software, we had hit and runs. So we would use this stuff to identify cars. You're a detective? Oh, he loved that. He ate it up. Next thing you know, he's blowing my phone up. In fact, one of my mods is saying today, I can remember being on the show and listening to him trying to get a hold of you, and everybody's asking for you to be on the show, and you got on. He called you. He's blowing your phone up. He called you, and I said, look, man, I'm working. I can't come on right now, but I'll be home in a couple hours if you're still on. Okay. The guy was crazy stalking me. So
that's nuts. Seriously,
yeah. So anyway, he gets on the show. He's not wearing a shirt. He's stoned out of his mind, in my opinion, and he admits it. He's smoking weed.
You gotta wear a shirt for one thing.
Yeah, he's not wearing a shirt.
Please wear a shirt.
So I'm like, I call him up. I'm like, bro, you want to be taken seriously?
He won't be with no shirt on.
Start using words like integrity and
he doesn't know those. He doesn't know those words.
He does now. He uses them all the time. Oh. He does. I'm telling you. I was like his dictionary. and I said, if you want to get to the next level, man, he says, I said, you gotta kind of lose this stuff. I know.
But he's making documentaries. He's doing all that stuff. He's gonna be on Netflix. Come on, man.
Hey, he jumps on JLR and rides his coattails. JLR does that escaped convict thing, and next thing you know, hey, where's T-Rev been for over a month? All of a sudden, bam, he's covering that. He's riding his coattails all over the place.
But anyway, you're the hot topic. It's you. A lot of people.
These people are like, I'm not saying I'm the hot topic, but
you are though.
All these creators are like, they can't stop talking about this show.
You made the biggest swerve from them all. Like you said you were gonna do true crime. I'm like, all right, there's a ton of true crime shows. Like, yeah, they're good. I love true crime. But you said I'm doing on the YouTube streets. It's like all these people. It's like it's such a different thing. It's like it was like unique. I'm like, wow, I didn't expect that. Like, yes, you do. You talk about true crime. You talk about this stuff, but you also, talk about the people who are bad in this YouTube world, and you're calling their ass out. And that's the thing.
Here's
I like.
The thing. Those people, like one said the other day, he doesn't do anything with true crime. Well, really? So when you make these outlandish comments and you make these allegations, I take what you say and I dissect it. I break it down.
And then
I tell you why that can't be. And then I tell you why the other theory, which is what law enforcement says, probably is true. Now, if that's not covering true crime and educating people about processes and how things work and why you can't just walk in and say, okay, you were awake, cuff them up, throw them in the back of the car and run to the station and interrogate them. That's not how it works.
But you do it with a swag. You have confidence in yourself. You know it. You know that it's like I know this stuff. It's like, really? these people on YouTube who don't know anything about crime, they never had any experience. They're talking about it. It's like, I can do this better. And you do it, and you do it, and you deliver. And that's the thing. And that's what's making people mad on these other communities, because you deliver. You're getting the attention. If you want live more, you're going to get more viewers. You're going to get more subscribers. And that's going to take off people. And
Well,
you're good.
Like I said earlier, we earn our subs. I'm not out there jumping up and down on any other creators.
Or you're not painting yourself up like a clown
shows.
and doing the circus thing, like a drip drop. Seriously, that guy's like his thumbnail was it 2 shows ago. Him and he's like winking over to like someone who died. She died, and now you're putting yourself in a thumbnail dressed as a clown.
Yeah.
No, to me that really angry me.
He's a tool, and you wouldn't believe, man. You wouldn't believe the email requests I get. Drip drop. I know you heard me the last time.
Oh, he hears you.
Believe the hate that is out there for you, man. If you only knew. You know what? I don't take you seriously. I think you're a clown. Honestly.
Matches his makeup.
Like, I think you are a total clown. You are nothing but pure BS, Jerry Springer like. I mean,
but it goes
twist,
boom. Oh, hey John, look, I see something behind you. There's a little piece of hair, and the hair just dropped to your carpet, and that carpet there's something there.
Right.
Boom.
Let's see what I have to say about myself today.
No, he's such a joke. He's really like that picture of that thumbnail, like really irritated me.
He lost his mind when one of my mods took his makeup off, and you could actually see what his face looked like.
Oh, you want to see my face? That's gonna be a big boom.
He lost his mind, I heard. So
you want to see my face? If you see my face, it's gonna be a boom.
Anyway, he's a tool, in my opinion. I mean, I can say that because I can.
That girl, I couldn't imagine being the parents of that girl, and then to see this clown right next to her. It's like you're using her to get views. You want money. That's what she's trying. That's what he's trying to do, and he's using her and him dressed up like this clown makeup.
There's another creator that's a female.
Don't do that.
Now she's dressing up as a clown. I don't know. I can't think of her name, but somebody sent it to me the other day. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So now we got 2 clowns out there.
Well, at least you're calling them out, and that's why they all hate you. You're calling them out.
Don't say the name. I don't want. No, we're not going to endorse. We're not going to endorse clowns.
It's a clown
I know
show.
J-Lord knows because she knows everyone. If I want to know who somebody is, I just say, Stacy, who's this person that's dressed up like a clown? She's a female. Bam! She's on it. Those are the people that I want on my team. Sportsy Girl, Rachel, Diane. Mindy.
And you have a great team who support you, and you call it out. You call these people out. Patty. That's the thing. You knew it from the beginning with. It's like you had this in you. It's like to see you grow and to keep on watching you. It's like, man, you're just gonna get bigger. You're gonna get bigger and bigger. And you're gonna call all these people out, which you should.
I'm loving it because they you know what, they create content. Because I mean, if I don't have anything to talk about, which I always do, but I just look at what they say and I'm like, oh, that guy's full of crap. She's full of crap. Let's just take what she says and what he says and twist it up into my narrative, which is true.
Yeah, the real narrative. That's what you speak.
Debunk what they say.
You do it so well too, like in the style of like, man, I was like, I wish he had his own show. I was like, boom, you had your own show, and now you're just doing it.
Bro, I thank you, man. But I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot more people, way more savvy and qualified out there. And sometimes enforcement. There's people out there that, you know, they're way more qualified to talk about DNA than I am. I mean, I know I've got somebody that worked with me in Daytona that was our crime scene tech, and he's retired now, and he actually worked on, you know, many cases. And
I don't think it's about you like proving like, oh, like this is the DNA, I'm this DNA guy. No, it's your voice. It's like people when you talk, people listen. I listen.
AJ Wentworth.
I think that's like more above anything is like you're taking these crime streets on YouTube and you're calling these people out and you're like, you have a background, you did this, you had that badge. It's like,
oh no, I didn't. I stole my badges. And this,
yeah.
This is a, what did somebody say? This is a
no, it's all these
guards traffic. That's not actually a
you're blocked. You're blocked at T-Rep. You cannot even say your name. You can't even, if I say John and T-Rep chat, I'm gone. You can't even say John. Not even Detective John, just John. Gone. Gone.
Well, I heard at the end of his show the other day he was taking shots at me again. You
yes.
know, you shouldn't have done that, little weasel. Shouldn't have done that, because you know what? You were like the furthest thing from my mind.
But you're,
you know what?
Yes,
I promised,
you're in his mind.
Promised
like,
your kids and your wife that we were going, and just so you know, y'all, the little Napoleon, his children that he, said that weren't his kids, and he called his wife on the show a prostitute, and he owes over $50,000 now in back child support, and he said that the children were not his, and he demanded a DNA test. Now, let me tell you something. I don't mean to get off topic here, but if I had 2 teenage kids and I owed over 50 grand now on back child support, I'd get a damn DNA test right away if I thought those weren't my kids. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And the sad thing is, here's the saddest thing. He's got women that are single moms that I know for a fact on his show that support him. I kid you not. They just want to be a part of something.
Because I love you, the fam. John, fam. Are you my fam? I love you. John, I love you. Are you my fam?
In my opinion, that's a cult. But, now he's, he's living on borrowed time, in my opinion, y'all.
But I love you. I love you. John, I love you. You wouldn't like this if I said this to you. I love you. I love you. You're my fam. I love you. I love you.
Yeah, right. Oh, where's old what's his face? What's that guy's name? The New York gangsta? Papa Sal.
Where'd he go?
Papa Sal was trying to get in the pants of one of my mods.
Seriously?
So yeah, oh yeah, we exposed him. I had all the text and everything.
No.
And it was pretty nasty stuff. And he was saying some pretty outlandish things, offering to buy her things, wanting to get her a ticket and all this stuff. And
I'm sorry, John, I don't believe you. He was part of the fam. He was part of the fam.
I called him out, and poof, old Papa Sal's disappeared.
Nobody from that family would do that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. Pretty funny. But anyway, let's get off of old T-Rev. So he's going to get his karma. And I'll tell you what.
And you're going to keep on growing. Keep on going live. I already went longer than I thought I was supposed to even be on call for.
The day that happens, which is going to be relatively soon, because he can't run from the state of New Jersey forever. He gets a check. It's
1 through 10. Drip drop. 1 through 10.
So.
That drip drop guy. What do you think of him? 10. He's like he knows what he's talking about. 1, he doesn't.
Who's that? What'd you say now?
Drip drop. 1 through 10. 10. He knows what he's talking about. 1. He's a loser.
I think he's highly intelligent.
What do you think? What do you think of his thumbnails?
He's highly intelligent, and I think he knows what to do, what to say, how to manipulate.
Yes.
How to raise eyebrows, how to be an entertainer, because that's what he is. So
He's an entertainer, but I just don't like his.
YouTube should do. I think YouTube should have, if you're going to spew fiction, you're going to be over here on YouTube. If you want to talk about facts, or even discuss possibilities, not outlandish garbage, you're over here. Kind of lean in middle to the right, a little bit of truth. But if you're going to spew absolute fiction and want to be the Jerry Springer show, you should have to have an asterisk with a warning on your channel, scrolling across 24/7. This is all BS.
Because what would you think? Like, your daughter got murdered, and then this dude in clown makeup is making a thumbnail, and he's talking about conspiracies, about going inside tunnels and all this stuff. It's like, that's, to me, that's.
I'd come straight out of the Stephen King It novel, and I would take care of business if that was my daughter. Just hearing. Same here. So yeah.
But thanks for taking my call. And
hey, man, you reach out to me, and would you be interested in coming on more and stuff? I would love to have you. If you're interested.
I'll do it on camera more. This is the first time I've ever done on like StreamYard. Like, I was kind of scared because like, is this gonna be confusing to me? Because I'm not really good at technology and like stuff like that. But I figured out. I'm talking to you. I'm glad.
Don't be. How old are you?
I'm actually 39 years old.
39. Well, you're cool as hell, man. I really enjoyed you the first time you came on. You were MIA, and we actually were on the show calling you out. Where are you at, Ecto?
I missed you. I can't believe I was like, this is gonna be hard. It's like, they're like, it's easy. Just click on the link. Like, to me, like, to a lot of people, it might be easy to click on a link and do something like this, but to me, it was actually hard. But I actually got a hold of you. I'd rather just call you. I think last time I just called you my phone number.
You got my email. So email me anytime and let me know. Hey, John, when you're up next, let me know. And
John,
look for me.
Look yourself in the mirror. You're doing good on YouTube. It's like in a YouTube world, which is filled with trolls and toxic people and people want to bring down. You are actually calling out the people who are not good, who are people who are, you shouldn't be doing this stuff anymore, and they don't like to be called out. And you started your channel, and you have the voice. You're like, I remember you saying like, oh, my daughters do my makeup, and that's just, to me, it's like, that's a nice guy right there. Any person,
oh yeah, we had fun with it. My daughter, and I'm not kidding y'all, my daughter did my makeup for my first few shows.
Good for you.
She had my hair pulled back. We had fun with it. That's what we do here.
But that's exactly
I create memories for my kids,
and that's a character who you are. You're a great person. I'm not gonna.
I appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Keep on doing what you're doing. Thank you for taking my call. Hopefully we talk again. I'm not gonna say love you because that's the T-Rev thing.
No, I always say I like you. I like you, man. I don't do that. I don't do that love thing.
Let's end the love and say I like you, John. All right.
I like you, bro.
Good night.
I like all my subs. Can't say that I love you. I don't play that game.
I don't blame you. I like you a lot.
Love is something special.
Like you a lot. Good night.
All right, man. I like you, bro. Take care, man.
All right. Bye.
All right. Hey, Tanner, give Bella Italia a wrench, please. That's Kim. If you see her. Anyway, if you're in here, Bella Italia, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry about that. I tried to reach out to you today. I know you've been busy, but
yes, welcome to the team. Happy to
have Bella. You.
She's in Tennessee, and her husband's a cop.
I love Tennessee.
Yep. So if she's still in here. Anyway, we'll get back. Man, I love that guy. I like that guy.
He seemed awesome. He seemed very nice.
Oh, if you go back and listen to, like, I don't know if it was like the first or second show, but him and another guy, I can't remember. They came on and it was so funny. We did this improv thing, and it was just a blast. I have to go back and listen to it because I can't remember exactly what we said, but I was dying. That's the kind of content I want to have. Everybody's having fun. You know, I can be serious,
Right.
and I can cut up at the same time.
I would rather keep it light.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
Willie, if you're listening, why don't you call Willie?
Yeah, who is Willie?
He's a really nice person.
Don't say his show name, but this guy Willie gets on a.
He's a really nice guy. I think he might have been misled a lot.
Yeah.
And he has. I've listened to quite a few people tell him things that aren't true, and for some reason, I guess he believes he's on that list. And Willie, you're not on that list, buddy.
Willie, I mean, I'm not trying to insult you, man, but you're kind of delusional. I don't even know who you are.
It's a compliment, Willie, not to be on that list.
Yeah, I didn't.
Every time I've seen him on the show, he's always been respectful, even though he debates everybody that's pro-Kober. Sorry. Yeah, pro-Kober.
Well, he's kind of making these accusations like, wait till he talks to me.
I think in a lot of ways he's
Willie,
kind of
up, bro.
Yeah, I think he's overthought things way too much. If that makes any sense.
You know what I think? I think he's just like the rest of them, wants to make money. So by making money, what sells, y'all? What sells?
Yeah.
Outlandish garbage sells. So instead of jumping toward the good side, he's jumped toward the other side. And
he was with a bunch of us at the beginning, and I think it's because he just started overthinking it too much.
Right, and that could be. Who knows? Who knows?
He has a lot.
I mean, if you could question things 12 different ways, it doesn't mean you should.
Yeah.
Did we get Yellow Canary a wrench?
I can't see it.
Tanner, did you get her a wrench? I hope. Anyway, I can't see it for some reason.
I can't either.
So anyway, back to Harsh real quick. Sorry, y'all. When's it gonna end? What's gonna happen?
When he gets sued?
What's gonna happen?
When he gets sued?
You know, he floats. You'd have to float a long way across the pond to sue him. It's not that easy to sue somebody in another country.
People are doing it. Look at the Watts case. Look what they're doing to that Allen guy.
They're doing it, but it's hard pressed to find an attorney that's going to do it.
It is difficult. It is. But I would think listen, that guy has made almost over 1,000 videos since November 18th of last year to November 18th of this year. Almost all include Dylan Mortensen. If there's anybody that'd be willing to go across the ocean to sue that guy, I guarantee it's Dylan Mortensen.
Absolutely, and they should.
Yeah, and now it's almost December 18th, okay? She's got a whole nother month of his videos.
Yep. So you guys heard that. J-Lord just laid it out for you. I was going to say the same thing in our last show. Over 1,000 videos this guy has done.
One creator bashing the girl. There are dozens more.
This particular case. Do you realize how much 1,000 videos is? 1,000. There's only 365 days in a year.
Mm-hmm. He's currently probably trying to hide them.
So that's probably pushing close to 4 videos a day.
He puts out about 2 to 3.
I know what he puts out, but I'm saying the numbers.
Yeah.
It's over 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Probably going to be pushing closer to 4, 3.5 or something. And I'm doing math in my head. Somebody will probably
started making videos about the Idaho tragedy on November 18th of last year.
And then he has the audacity. And somebody sent me a message in chat today. What are you, a jokester? You're wearing a wig? How am I going to take you seriously? Well, obviously, I looked at her channel and I went in and I saw who Juana, Dago, all the usual players. That's who she subscribed to, right? So I entertained her for a while, and if you watch the show, you'd realize I wore a wig because, hey, our judges don't wear wigs.
Right.
So,
how did she take Lana seriously wearing her hoodie and her shades, sitting in the dark?
With her Sharpie.
Right.
And
with Hector the projector.
Hector projector. So anyway, I entertained her for a little bit today, and she finally realized she's fighting a losing battle. But she tells me, "You don't know who you're messing with. I'm not some chump or something. I don't know, something like that." I'm like, "Yeah, you're a chump. Bring it." And she goes,
Don't
"Are you a felon?" I'm like, "Yeah, and I bought my badges, and
Yeah.
you know, I'm a felon."
Down here in Florida, we like our cops with felons.
Now
Okay.
I'm a felon. You know, I carry this thing around, you know, with my CCF. I'm a felon.
It's like, have you ever been to the state of Florida? Have you met our law enforcement? They're definitely not felons.
Black Austin says, "Where are my white Nubian queens?" Kelly D, Lavender Girls, Daddy's home. Lavender Girls is she's very ill. So everyone shout out to Patty. She has to do chemo and stuff, and she's been, you know, battling, you know, her disease. So we're praying for her. She'll be okay. She's just a little under the weather. And Kelly's,
Patty, we love you, Patty.
Kelly's battling, just taking care of some stuff as well.
Yeah.
So I'll tell him you said, "Hey, Black Austin." The white Nubian queens. Anybody know what the Nubians are? Lost in your trip. Anyway. So what neat 09. I wish Lana, who acts so tough and knows everything, would have a discussion with Detective John. Oh no, she won't. Neat 09. She won't. I've challenged her multiple times, but she says she'll entertain anyone.
No.
Yeah, but Lana, you know what? No, you won't. And you'll come to this show if you want to entertain, but you won't.
Just like Dago, Harsh, all of them, they all block you. Tommy, all of them.
Your ass, wannabe attorney. I will hand you your ass, Lana. I promise you. I've been saying that for a year now. Since I first saw you. You make me sick. She goes out there.
If anybody watch her in court, it's on YouTube.
She's networking for a job.
She's on YouTube in court. The judge just slamming her.
Paralegal or whatever she was saying. She was implying she's a paralegal. I'm the greatest researcher ever. I was just dying. I was actually in tears. I was laughing so hard. Bam, she says. Bam, bam. Lana, you're a joke. All right. So what we're talking about, we're back to old Shrek Harsh.
Speaking of Harsh.
Hold on a second. I'm going to bring old Rachel up real quick. Rachel,
yes, please.
I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get ready. I'm bringing you up. And I want y'all to see what Rachel's avatar is. Oh, look at Rachel's avatar.
What's up?
That happens. Now, if y'all remember when I was having a little fun with old Harsh, and I said he looked just like Shrek, and I said, no, you know what? He really looks like, you know, Weird Science, the movie, when they turned old Chet, the brother, and she turned him into the pile of crap on the upstairs. He looks just like this guy, actually. So tonight, I promise you, everybody, this lady is just unbelievably funny. So she comes in, she says, I'm running a little late, but she comes on and I pull it up, and it's that. I about lost my mind. So this is her tribute to Harsh. You're welcome. So, Harsh, bottom line, you're an asshole.
Has anybody ever looked in his comments? Do those seem generated?
What now?
In his comments, they all kind of just seem generated, almost fake.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they're
really do.
kind of repetitious.
Yes, very.
Yeah, it's like
Even the wording, the exact same words, it just seems so generated. I mean, I could be way off base, and there's just a bunch of idiots out there that want to blow sunshine up his skirt and not say anything very provocative.
That would be way off base that that he hasn't said or
True,
implied.
but, I mean, if you go through his comments, they all just sound like the same person saying the same crap. Just different names.
I have sent Harsh emails. I've sent him. He banned me from his chat, of course.
Oh, I'm banned too.
I get into his chat. All these people have banned me. I'm banned from every show. There's not a single show I can get into.
I always comment under his highlighted comment.
You always what?
I always comment under his highlighted comment.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Me too.
And I give it to him with both barrels because, I mean, you can't sit there and say Kathy Butt knows the same thing as the medical examiner.
No.
Yeah,
you can't even pretend she does. I mean, she did the interview on the 16th. The autopsies wasn't even done till the 17th.
Correct.
Right. So here's the thing about Harsh that I want to touch on. And Stacy.
Yeah.
What happened to the video that he put up?
The one about Mr. Goncalves?
Yeah, what happened to that video?
He yanked it. He yanked it because so many.
Why did he yank
got
that video? Why?
He got caught lying.
Oh no!
Lying. Or I'm sorry, stretching the truth, embellishing.
No. He didn't get handed his ass. He didn't get
yanked it down.
he didn't. Oh, you know what? He didn't actually do a little damage control when he saw this was going out on a public forum.
I think he took the live down too.
Put it out there where everyone can see it, and everyone can see what a tool Harsh is and what a liar Harsh is.
Oh, and today calling Mr. Goncalves alpha dog twice, all smart alecky. Oh, yeah,
he does another show and he starts attacking Steve and calling him the alpha dog, like he's a bully. Yeah. No, he's an alpha man in the room because he's got way more integrity and intelligence than you, Harsh. You make me sick, bro. Absolutely want to.
Well, you guys do know that Rory has pulled the interview from June 1st off, and now Tommy has reversed his stance that that's not him.
Yeah, right. So we don't mean to bounce back and forth, but old Rory, he does some clickbait. He's in a hotel room, and this is before old Tommy Jude. If anybody knows who Tommy Jude is, OMG. In my opinion, absolutely insane in the membrane.
Cocaine psychosis.
He allegedly, he did this whole stabbing 54 times. I thought he was going to have a heart stroke. Man's off the chains. So, anyway, Rory, to get clicks, gets in a hotel room and he sets his, I got this guy, basically he's got this information. Breaking news. Drugs were involved.
3 weeks into his channel now. 3 weeks into Rory having a channel.
So it's so obvious that it's Tommy Jude. You can even hear his lighter. Ching! He's got a metal lighter. Ching!
Well, we didn't know who Tommy was at that time.
Firing up a cigarette every minute and a half. Ching! You can even hear him. I mean, it's obviously him. Rory gets called out. I'm part of the ones that called him out. And he deletes the video, right? Because he's getting his ass handed to him, and he goes MIA for like over a month. Now he's back, but he's denying that any of this happened. And what does Tommy Jude do? What did he do?
He says it's not him.
Stacy, Tommy Jude actually says it's not him.
Yeah, and that he's going to do a big show about it, which I have to go back and see if he did something the past couple days.
Oh,
yeah.
We're gonna have fun with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
even the interview when they got caught, and they go, "Well, didn't everybody know it was you, Tommy?" They're like admitting it. Sergeant Friday, everybody's on this live, this panel, and they're going, "Didn't everybody just know that was you?" Admitting it. First time, like when they got called out on it, right? And then they're going, "Well, God, we never said it wasn't you," and all this crap.
Hey,
now both of them, both are gone.
Hopefully the mods have been saying it. Please like and subscribe. Helps get the algorithm out there. Really helps the show out. If you hit like and subscribe, that would be wonderful. And I'm sorry, guys, if anybody has donated anything and I didn't thank you. I'm an idiot. My bad. I just I don't look at chat all the time, and I need to get better at that. And so please accept my apologies if you did, donate to the show. I'm not all about asking for money, so it's like if you donate, you donate. It's awesome, and we appreciate it.
Can I ask the room a question right quick?
Go ahead.
So who do you think's going to win the fight, Leon or Kobe?
I don't know. Who do you think's going to win it?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
Who's the bigger one?
Hey,
it's not always the bigger one that wins.
That's true. That's true. Who's got the longer arms?
It's all
Who's got the longer arms?
It's all about tact. No, you're not.
It's tact, it's skill.
Yep.
And it's gas tank.
Yep, that's true right there. Gas tank, exactly.
I've seen real good fighters gas out and let a weaker, less skilled fighter whoop their ass.
True.
I'll tell you what, if you can get in the octagon and go nonstop for 2 minutes, I promise you, you're in phenomenal shape. If you can stand in front of a heavy bag and hit a heavy bag and keep the heavy bag suspended, because when you hit a heavy bag, the object's not to hit the heavy bag and hit the heavy bag. The object's to hit the heavy bag and get the heavy bag suspended and keep it like this, not let it come back down. If you can do that for 2 minutes, you're in great shape. But I digress on that. I don't know who's going to win that fight. That's I don't know. I'll have to wrap my head around it. But who's going to win this fight? Who's going to win the fight between good versus evil in the end?
Shit, you give them enough rope, they hang themselves.
I promise you, this is what's going to happen. When those opening statements are read, it's going to be epic, people. That's when they're going to lay the foundation for what happened. And all of you idiots out there that have been spewing this garbage because, the PCA's all they got. We can, and then the ones that are saying, well, we don't have anything else but the PCA, so we have to, we just want to know the truth.
Why do they act like they've never been in this system before? Like they've never watched court before, and all the information's out. It's never been that way. Never.
They didn't call 911 for 8 hours.
Oh,
so
my
goodness. They had to be co-conspirators. They had to do something.
And here's the biggest one.
Insanity.
Here's the biggest one.
And here's one.
They staged the crime. They cleaned up the crime scene.
Yeah.
So let me tell you something, everyone.
Dead weight. Sure.
At the point that
because they
the
didn't know
first
what
responders
latent
got
meant.
there, and then they left, or they secured the scene, and they waited for the crime scene, the crime scene investigators get there. Once those guys walked in and they lit that place up, and they saw smudge marks from up of or blood, I can say that, they would know. And guess what?
Absolutely.
You would
They
have
would
got
be
your
able to
wish.
tell.
You would have got your wish, and the two survivors would have probably been hooked up and interrogated.
Yes.
Because it's pretty obvious when you try to clean up a
Absolutely.
crime scene with those fluids all over the place.
Absolutely.
Because
And why does everybody act like it has to be a totally destroyed crime scene? We don't know that.
who said that?
Oh, they're all saying it. We know it's
but what I'm saying-
destroyed.
No, I'm talking about people. Did it say that in the PCA?
No,
Have we heard that from any law enforcement?
no.
Then guess what? It's bullshit.
Probably bullshit.
So all these people that have been riding this dumb train and manipulating these people that really aren't very bright, they're kind of like TV evangelists.
It's
That's what I
predictive
compare them to,
programming.
because they manipulate the weak minded, and they go after people that have bad histories with law enforcement, so they hate cops anyway, because they believe in their minds that cops just plant evidence, and that's just what they do. That's what they seek out. Okay, so they seek these people out. They get them aboard. They fill them full of BS. They ask for money all the time, and these people, they'll do shows like at the end of the month, great shows, because they know that they're getting their checks at the end of the month. That's what some TV evangelists do. It's a big thing. We've got this big, and I'm a Christian, so don't think that I don't know this stuff happens, but we've got this big event we're going to donate, so at the end of the month they get all this money. Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to go there.
Right.
But that's the same thing. It's no different. And these people, when this trial happens and that opening statement is read, they're going to say, I just didn't see enough, and I knew he was guilty. I'm calling it now. I knew he was guilty. I just, we just didn't have enough. So, I had to kind of question stuff in the backstroke. But you know what? It doesn't matter, because they've got that cash now.
Yeah. Well, see, there's going to be a whole lot of people picking up the pieces of their lives for years after this is over, and these people are long gone. What are they going to say to those people?
Well,
are they going to care about them then? No, I don't think so.
A little birdie told me that one of these alleged creators, she's a female, she's got a world of hurt coming her way. I'm sure you guys can all opine who that would be, but she messed with the wrong person. Somebody's got a lot of money, and when this is all over, based on her history already, she's gonna be paying for a long time.
Did you see who's going to the Idaho demolition?
Nuh-uh, who?
AR.
Good for AR. Good for AR. Well,
oh yeah.
We know who won't be going. T-Rev.
True.
T-Rev won't be telling anybody where he's going. I promise you. So JLR, you invite him to go to all these places. I don't think you're too smart either.
Well, he's driving around in a monsoon around here in Tampa Bay right now. He's not that bright.
Yeah, or you are smart because you really don't want him to show up, but you just want to make it look like you're being friendly and you're inviting him to all this stuff to be your buddy. He ain't gonna tell you. He ain't gonna go. I promise you. Well, anyway, so back to Harsh. We keep getting off of Harsh because there's just so many people like Harsh out there.
There are.
But,
I've got 3 new ones.
Oh yeah, I know. And hey, we're not gonna stop. It's just gonna get better and better and better and better. The more versed I get with all this stuff, you know, the more.
I just find it hard to believe mathematically that many people can just keep coming out in little spurts, all singing the same songs. It's just too neat.
Well, here's the thing: if you can come out like this Willie cat, and you can go on all these shows and you can start patronizing them, telling them how great they are, and then jump on and say just a lie, an absolute lie. I'm on his list too.
I think somebody might have told him that.
Well, he better do.
You think he would look for himself? I mean, but I think somebody told him that.
I don't know who you are. You've got a relationship with him, but I don't know.
No, I know who he is. I listen to him.
So if he's trying to jump on the clickbait train for Detective John too, like everyone else, which is what I think is happening.
Yeah. And it's sad because Willie's been told I just sat and listened to 3 people lie their faces off to him the other day about you. Dinky, or that guy over there, that other no-neck dude, and that crazy drunk lady.
Well,
that's Dinky Dingleberry Dog Balls.
You know what's funny is the Nelly chick. She freaking, I'm doing a show. She does a show about me. I don't even know who she is.
Mm-hmm.
She's doing a show about me, about doing a show about one of her friends. And it's like I forget how long it was. I've got the whole show. But they just go on this whole thing about me. I don't even know who they are. And I'm getting these messages after we end these shows. John, you got to check this out. It's comical. They're doing a show on you because you did a show. Was it Dago or something? I don't remember who it was.
Yeah.
It was Dago. So
yeah.
She starts talking and we're recording it because I know what she's going to do because some of the stuff she was saying was pretty bad. Yeah. And she goes, you guys say what you want to say because I'm going to delete this show. I can't do a British accent very well. I'm going to delete the show after this. So say what you want to say. I don't really care because he's watching. I know he's watching, which I wasn't at the time. But I started back and rewound it a little bit. And she goes, and we're going to delete it so it doesn't really matter. Guess what? My team. That's why they're on my team. They started recording that stuff without me even asking. So she deletes it. I watch it because we recorded it. And I'm like, oh, hell no. So I'm going to have to handle this lady and her little weasel friend. So we do a show.
Well, it's so bizarre because she was on Doggo's live earlier that day, yesterday. And she's going, I'm never going to talk about him again. And then later on, I guess sometime, who knows what time it was, later on that day, she's having a live going, come on out, Detective John.
Yeah, she does a whole live. And in the title, it says, come talk to me, Detective John. I think she's in love with me. I think she's in love with me.
Hey, what happened to Rock Chalk?
She's talked about my breast, my flabby chest. I mean, I got gyno because you can see my nipples through my shirt. That means I must have gyno. But this is a pretty firm chest, y'all. I'm not gonna lift it up because I didn't shave this month, so it's a hairy mess. So all right.
What did you say?
But I know
what did you say, Truth? Rock Chalk?
Rock Chalk. I lost train of thought as soon as John started.
Rock Chalk had a war with J-Rod, and now I guess she's been kicked back to Doc.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Rock Chalk. Whatever that guy's name is. What a tool. Oh, Rock Chalk. Now we got all the information on her. I got her vehicle. I got her houses. And I don't dox people, but I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna drop a serious bomb if that chick mentions me again.
that other one, Doodlebug Fart, that J-Rod got in a fight with, is now all over the UK ones. You know, the drunk lady.
Fart. This is I can't make this up, people. Doodlebug Fart.
Right. Yep.
Rock chalk.
Yep. And now they all said now they're all members of like the drunk lady over there, all of them.
Well, what's
it's
funny,
weird.
We were talking about it earlier. So imagine, okay, I want to start a show because I think I can make some money on YouTube. Now I can go over here, the good side, where there's not many people on that side, you know, or I can go over here and I can look at these people that got all these subs and listen to this. I don't really believe in this stuff. It's kind of crazy, but you know what? I'm a good talker. Let's jump on that side and let's go patronize them, tell them how great they are. And then you got this guy on the good side that's calling them out. And then I'm going to introduce, you know, that he called me out. So now I'm in their good graces. And he says, and wait till he hears about me. You think they're bad? Wait till he hears me. Yep. Bring it, bro. I think I've heard the worst, but if you can be worse, we're ready. But I hear that you're not really, you're not really sure where you want to be. If I can reel you in and bring you to the good side.
Yeah. Because he was pretty cool until he started like swimming around in the cesspool.
Because he wants to make money.
I think he just started that channel like just recently.
Right, but what's he want? He got 100 and something subs today, 150 right away from Dago.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Right away. He said, there you go, you got 150 subs.
Right.
Well, very cool. You know how hard it is to get 150 subs, people?
Yep.
The right way?
The right way.
Let's
exactly.
talk about that. Oh,
exactly.
Let's talk about that. A lot of these creators are buying views.
Well, look at Rory. He had almost 10,000 subs, almost 9,800 subs 3 weeks after his channel started.
Mm-hmm. And
he's now at 10,000. He's just a grand more 6 months later, whatever.
Well, now in his defense, he probably got the majority of those subs from the 4 or 5 shows we're talking about. Because again, if I go over to this show,
he had 9,000 subs by the time Tommy was on his show.
Yeah, right. So, but he had been on other shows too.
A little bit.
Yeah, he was on Dago's show. He was on
here and there. That really came afterwards.
Right. Well,
yeah. I'm talking the first 3 weeks.
It's a big mystery.
Yeah.
Because truly, hey, Rory, you suck. I wouldn't watch you for 2 seconds. But I guess if you can just spew garbage and it's outlandish and it's Jerry Springer like, people want to hear that garbage. I want to hear about why Brian Kohlberger did this. I want to know, and we can all speculate on that. Nothing wrong with that.
I think he's just crazy.
I think
it was the house.
I think Brian Kohlberger has been fighting this since he was about 11 or 12 years old.
Yep.
Till he was old enough to realize that, hey, something's not right with me.
Yep.
He wrote that. We saw what he wrote, where he said basically he had no empathy. He was numb to everything.
And just for the record, everybody, that drug crap about Brian Kohlberger is not true. Brian Kohlberger did drugs for about a year in 2013, and he never did them again, just as I had suspected. And he lost the weight in high school.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so a lot of the things that people have been saying about that guy just are straight, not even remotely true.
Right.
I mean, so they have some kernel of truth to them, but they're not true at all.
And, you know, a lie is a lie, no matter what side, you know, whether
exactly.
it's, you know, if it's a lie, it's a lie. I don't support
Exactly.
lies.
Exactly. Exactly. So the year 2013 would probably be when he was 19, correct? No, maybe a little bit before. Because he's 27, correct? 28 now?
Yeah. Yeah.
He supposedly stole the phone when he was 19. I don't know how true that is either that year.
Hi, this, just so everybody knows, AR Hayes just sent me a message. I've made it as best for me to never get up on panel or any channel moving forward. It's sad when people who have zero clue think that they know it all. I've been bashed like you for actually speaking with respect with those who maybe disagree on certain things. YouTube is teaching me many lessons that every prison didn't teach me. I respect everyone. I'm learning how to carry myself with honesty, integrity, and respect. Many turn their back to me due to me being disrespectful towards you while on your panel. My eyes are getting bad, guys. I am my own man. I will walk on my own through the YouTube streets. I respect your efforts with your channel. I will not be drawn into others' drama or negativity. Good luck on your goals and enjoy your holidays, AR Hayes. And by the way, what a great show. Thank you, AR. And the reason why I brought you up was not to bash you, you know that, was to straighten out what those other creators were saying, that I was a coward because I was not mean to you when you came up on panel, because I had showed you respect. Because prior to that, somebody was impersonating you, and we know who that it was, and being a total jerk and attacking me, and I thought it was you, which why would I think not? Right? And then you let me know, just like you did right there, John, that's not me. Somebody just said that I was on your show, and I'm not there. I promise you. And I'm like, come in. So Clueless Non-Me or whatever her name is, and her whatever he is.
Clueless Anomaly.
Chlamydiotomy. Oh, they said, why do you have Anami? You know, what is it? What is the
Anal oral on me?
yeah. Illuminati. The Illuminati, you see the pyramid everywhere. That's another thing. Look at these shows and look at some of the subs. What do you see?
Yep.
Bam,
Yep.
with the eye in there, all this stuff.
Clueless Anomaly.
What's going on here, people? Do we got a little cult forming within the YouTube communities? I'm telling you. And then you have the Anon, you've got that name with that on the end. And I said, so why'd you put that on the end of the name? Because we thought it was funny. You sound like Forrest Gump. Because we thought it was funny. I'm like, this guy is like, oh my gosh. It was, you guys, if you didn't watch that show, you got to go watch it, because it was we had a lot of fun with that show. And just let this person just get on and just totally put herself and her man at the armpit of society, as far as I'm concerned. That's the shit you scrape off the bottom of your shoe and you wish never got stepped in. Honest to goodness. I'm sorry I cursed. I try not to curse, but the defecation.
Clueless Anomaly. clueless.
Clueless anomaly.
Yeah, clueless anomalies. What I said. I knew I would get it tongue tied in a minute.
Leave it up to Rachel. She always comes up with the perfect ending. So, Sportsy girl, where you at? You've been quiet. Where you at?
She is quiet.
She's
probably
muted
reading
right
chat.
now. She's probably she's in chat.
She's probably
Hey,
reading
y'all,
chat.
thank you very much for being mods and being on panel. This team is so much fun. I mean, we were on over an hour just on StreamYard before we were on StreamYard the other day with a meeting talking about some stuff. And, we don't talk about politics here. And I'm going to talk about that for a minute because, gun violence, hey, people kill people. Guns don't kill people. You go over to Europe and go to Britain. Guess what they kill people with in Britain?
Yep.
Can we hear it? Somebody say it. They stab people with knives. Edged weapons are the number one weapon used in Britain.
Machetes.
Yep. So, I mean, if you want to make it happen, you can make it happen. Just so happens,
Oh, and there
are guns out there.
bombs.
Well,
They're doing a lot of bombs.
Bombs, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't discuss I've made a rule that we don't discuss politics. We're a diverse crowd here, but we're all on the same page when it comes to true crime.
Absolutely.
And the difference between what's right and what's wrong. We don't talk about politics because people are divided over certain things. People are divided about guns. There are people on this panel right now and on my team that have different feelings about guns than I do, or Rachel does, or J-Lord does, or Sportsy Girl. They all have different opinions based on experience. Rachel has been shot. Truth Exposed has been shot. She's not only been shot, but she was shot by a man who killed 5 people.
And then a home invasion, execution, robbery.
God.
Right.
Tell them how much time he got, Truth, and for what reason.
And then when he was running from the cops, he committed a vehicular homicide. Killed a lady that was in the car with all of her kids.
Ugh.
And since he was 16 years old and a few months shy of his 17th birthday, they only gave him 25 years.
Yep, he should have been tried as an adult.
And that wasn't even including the attempted murder on my life.
And then it got even less, didn't it?
Right. So, but anyway, we don't talk about politics for the, things get heated.
Just for the record, though, bullets burn like hell when they're point blank range. I'm just saying, you can't even describe. You can't even describe the heat that is.
Yeah.
I told my mom it was like the deepest pit in hell. That's all I could come up with. It's like you get ran through with a hot piece of rebar, and it don't do anything but get hotter.
Oh, and y'all, in case you're thinking that Rachel's not being truthful, I've got pictures, I've got everything, I've got the news articles of what happened to her. So I vetted her.
She's telling the truth.
Because when I started this channel, I had a vision of creating a team, and we were not just going to cover true crime, but we were going to cover different aspects of true crime, and we're still going to do that. But I feel like something pulled me to address the lies and the BS that is being spewed by these irresponsible, pathetic, disgusting, horrible people we call creators. They're not creators. They're
They're
entertainers.
exploiters.
They're exploiters. Something, and I think, and I can't say for sure. Was it the fact that I did the job for a long time and it was pissing me off that people were saying these things that were absolutely impossible, for one, and totally untruthful, and they were a black eye on the entire process? Or was it the fact that I'm a father of 5 and I couldn't imagine someone saying these horrible things about any of my children, especially my daughter? And that's just because she's my daughter. I've got 4 sons and 1 daughter, but a father and daughter relationship is, it's different. I don't love my daughter any more or any less than any of my other kids, but she's my daughter. She's my little girl. And for someone to spew things like she was a prostitute and she made all that money, on what was that whatever they said that Kaylee was involved with.
Yeah.
And what was the name of that site? Anyway.
You're talking about Chronicles of Olivia?
No, I'm talking about the site that they were, alleging that the girl.
OF. OnlyFans?
Yes, OnlyFans.
That stuff's nasty.
If someone said that about my daughter, and you heard me said it, I
Yeah.
say it before, after she was unalived, I'm telling you right now, y'all, God is my witness, it would be over for that person if it was a man.
Mm-hmm.
So
they were entertaining it yesterday on a live.
I was do what? Oh,
they were talking about that yesterday on a live on YouTube.
Yeah, thank you, WSU Kimber.
Mm-hmm. She even said she saw her son's friend came over on Thanksgiving last year and had a picture of one of the girls from OnlyFans. It was just darling. It was lovely. Very, very respectfully done. And he asked her what he should do with that. And she said, you erase that and never speak of it again. A 20-something-year-old guy goes and tells his buddy's mom that, huh?
What's funny is she even said, I watched a show the other day and they were attacking me and she came in and said that I was part of the Brady list.
Yeah.
And a Brady list for y'all is a cop that's no longer a cop because he was a bad cop. Hey, guess what? Newsflash. Wrong one.
All right.
Middle initial was D, and it's from, I think it was Seminole County. Same last name. There's a lot of us. So, yeah, I got that. And my attorney, I've got 3 attorneys. I just don't have time right now. So when I get done, I know all about you, Kim. I know your family had some money. You inherited your house. I know all kinds of stuff.
Dylan, if you're listening, I have every single thing about Kim for you.
Could be my house when I'm done with you. Just saying. What's the middle last name start with? A S something? Kind of like a. I mean, what's a dot? I mean, I know a lot, but I don't dox here. I save it. And then I pounce like that eagle I had coming right for your eyes with my talons. I'm going to pick them out when I have time. But right now, you're a small fish in a big pond. So moving right along. Sportsy girl, where you at? I know you're in chat. Come on to panel. I want you to come into panel because I want to hear from you. I'm going to post the link in here for StreamYard. And I would like for anyone that would like to come into StreamYard and just talk. We would love to have you. Now, if you come in here and you you say something really, really outlandish and stupid and you insult, I'm pretty quick. And my son, who's modding from his mother's house right now, he's pretty quick. You'll be gone real quick. Good Lord, we got a lot of conversation here. So I just posted the StreamYard link. And how that works, y'all, is you just click on the link and then it'll bring you into StreamYard and you'll come up on my screen and I will click on you and I'll bring you up. And you can talk if you have something to say. I don't really care if it's anti what we talk about. Bring it.
I wonder. I'm just wondering what Steve.
Talk a little loud. Hey, Rach, your volume's down a little bit.
Okay.
So bring it up. I know you can be loud.
Is this better?
That's much better.
I wonder what the look on Steve's face was when he scanned through Harsh's videos.
Something tells me that's probably not the first time he's scanned through Harsh's videos. I think, and this is purely my opinion, y'all, I think that Steve's got his hands in a lot of stuff. I don't think he's totally oblivious to what's going on out here, because I've got 2 messages and I'm not going to post them. I'm not going to show the receipts because I can't confirm them. But 2 people that are close to the family have said that he watches this show and he loves some of the things we said. He really liked, the fact that I was calling them tragedy pimps, and the family truly appreciated it, and the other families did. So they like what we're doing. And I mean, again, I can't prove it. This is just someone telling me. They showed me some conversations in their chat with them, and I can't prove it, so I'm not going to show it. But I told my team about it, and I can't help but get excited about hearing stuff like that, because I haven't reached out to the family, not once.
Because that's why we're here.
Okay, I got Daniel K wants to come on. Let's see, Daniel K. Hello, Daniel K.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, it's Danielle. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Danielle. Yep. So okay. So I just wanted to talk quick about the whole demolition of the Idaho 4 house.
Yep.
So I know that I can see both sides. My big thing is that I've heard no talking heads or anyone talk about is that, okay, so I've heard all the experts weigh in on both sides, and I see both sides. However, my big thing is like, okay, so if there's no more evidence that could be, gained from this, if there's no evidentiary value in this house staying up, then why do the both sides keep going in?
Well, what they did was, and I'll answer that, is they're going to create a 3D model of the house. So I think this probably came up late, and now that the house is empty, you can get much better, more accurate scans of the house. And then what they want to do, and I'm just this is my opinion, but I've done this. I've been out of the game for a while. They didn't have this technology when I was a cop, but knowing what I do know and talking to some of my buddies that are very versed in this, I think what they're doing is they're trying to give a external dimensional scan of the house, so that you can put yourself wherever you want to be. If you believe that the perpetrator, allegedly Brian Kohlberger, was in fact back in that lot, like I think he was, where he had a bird's eye view of Kaylee and Maddie's rooms, especially Maddie's, because she had the sliders, and the video that you saw, you didn't see any curtains or blinds or anything. You could see right into her room, but you could actually put yourself there with the Oculus, with the 3D stuff, and you could look at it. So that's what they were scanning all around. And they picked this time of the year, a year later, because I don't know if you were on the show earlier. I talked about this a little bit, because the foliage, the conditions were almost exactly the same on the
makes
night of.
sense. Oh, that
So
makes sense.
Yeah. So the foliage of the trees would actually give you the view that he would have had during around that time. Now, if you look at it in August, guess what? The trees are full of leaves. So you're not gonna, you're probably, okay, well, he couldn't have been here because he couldn't have seen through the room through the leaves. But in the wintertime, the trees are going to be, you know, they've dropped a significant amount of leaves.
And they did it. They did it the first time when there was furniture all in the house.
Right. So
and then they redid it when they had all of the furniture out of the house.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
So they can overlay those.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they can take those pieces of furniture and put them back in via technology, and you know they've got a 4D scan of the internal and the external part of the house, and they can put each in. So imagine if you're a juror, you're one of the 12 jurors, and you want to, and let's say we did it old school, so we didn't have this technology, and I've been there, I've done this, I've as an investigator, I've watched the jurors walk through a crime scene. We've held a crime scene for almost 2 years. So you walk through the crime scene and they look around. They might come back. If they request to come back, they're allowed to come back again because they wanted to look at a certain portion of the crime scene. But guess what? That's it. But if you have the opportunity to look at this crime scene that's videotaped, you know, right after, you know, with the body still there, it's all videotaped. You have your 3D dimensions, your 4D scans, everything that's done is, I mean, to the millimeter. You get oblique lighting, you shine it, you light it up with amino black, you see where all the BLOOD was. You see foot tracks. Now we're going to talk about that too, because people are saying, how come? Well, listen, imagine you're laying on your bed and you got somebody with you, and I jump on top of your bed. Okay. I ambush you. I plunge a knife into you. I incapacitate you. Your friend wakes up. I plunge a knife into your friend. I incapacitate her, but not enough to stop her from fighting. She's pinned up against the wall in the corner of the headboard in the wall, and I've got you trapped, or your friend's trapped. You're bleeding out. You're dying. You're gurgling. You're done. But I got to handle her. So she's putting her hands up, trying to fight, trying to get away. I'm swiping at you because remember, Kaylee had a lot, according to testimony from Steve, she had a lot more damage. Okay, because she fought. And I believe, and this is just me, I believe she was pinned up in the corner and she had nowhere to go. And they're moving side to side. She's trying to get away. She's doing her defensive. She's putting her hands out, and he got her. Now, do you think that his shoes got involved at any point on a bed? Do you think
across the bed?
Do you think that
it would have been across the bed?
Right. But do you think that the bottom of his shoes
probably
had blood
not
all over them? No, they probably didn't.
No, because the spray was probably going all over the wall, all
right.
over everywhere else.
So your blood spatter, and I've been to 3 schools, IACP, IPTM schools, which are, you know, they're blood spatter schools.
And I'm actually a registered nurse, so I've seen how people bleed out before actually in the ER. So
I don't think Kaylee fought as much as everybody thinks she did.
Well, you know what? I don't think she did.
I believe the very position. I believe the very position that she was laying in. If they were laying on their sides, their arms would have automatically been in the way of strikes to the torso.
But when you look at like photos of crime scenes, even just on like documentaries. Like it's just like a small, it's not that much. It's like what, like it's like a couple, what, Detective John, it's like less than 2 milk jugs full of blood that you would need to bleed out. I mean, it's not that much.
Right. No, it's not. So Ethan, I did the calculations with his height and weight, and I think it was 2.2 gallons based on what his height and weight was, and
6.5 liters.
And she had like 1.4. So the average is like a gallon and a half.
Yeah, so it's not that much.
No, it's not a lot. But when it's so what doesn't happen is your heart doesn't stop automatically. So when you perf an artery, you've got a pump.
Yep.
And it's pumping that blood out. And when you've got a knife that you're wielding, a 7-inch K-bar military knife, which is designed to kill you, plunging in and out of your body, the blood spatter is going to go everywhere.
Whoever did this though knew how to kill, because I'm like, now being an ER nurse, I'm like, I've seen people come in with chainsaw, like they like had a chainsaw, like chainsaw injury, and I'm thinking, okay, like initially I'm thinking, okay, this person's just walking and talking like everybody else. No pain,
exactly.
no, not moving. And I'm like, I need to stop standing, stop moving, stop doing that. And they're like, nope, I'm not going to do that. Like, but it's like, they must've just barely missed apparently a major artery or something. But it's like, yeah. So whoever did this knew where to go.
Well, listen, I don't know what size you are, but think about Kaylee and Maddie. They're very petite young ladies.
Yeah, I'm about the same size, like about
so
125.
You're talking about a 7-inch long K-bar knife that would nearly go completely through you. Okay, so if you wield that knife, which I believe it was Brian Kohlberger, and I believe he knew how to wield a knife. He's had martial arts training. So he probably, in my opinion, when he bought that knife, and we've proven that he bought the knife. How are they going to overcome that? He bought a K-bar knife. How are we going to overcome that? How are we going to overcome the DNA on the snap? How are we going to overcome the Amazon purchase? Period. So
I totally believe it's him.
Led up to that knife being purchased.
Yeah.
The thing about it is what people don't understand is how explosive this happened. This wasn't I'm going to barely poke somebody. He went in there to slaughter those kids.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
And if you go to UFC, look up Hammer Fist highlights. When you watch that video of UFC Hammer Fist highlights, imagine a 7-inch K-bar in those guys' hands.
I'll be right back, y'all. I gotta pee.
Hey, I gotta. Is that J Lord speaking?
No.
Oh, can you put that in the chat? Because I want to watch that. I'm just recovering from COVID, so I'm running out of things to watch. So, I want to take note of that.
Truth?
Oh, Truth Exposed. Was that you?
Yeah,
that's true.
I just put it in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm like, I need more things to watch. But yes, I'm all about this. This has been very educational for me. I like this.
That's what it's about. Learning from each other.
Great. Sorry, guys. We still up?
Yeah.
All right. Danielle, are you still here?
Yep, I'm still here.
All right. So I'm sorry. I wanted to finish what I was saying. So imagine you laying in bed. People are forgetting a lot of stuff here. These girls, there's a word called ambushed. That's the element of surprise.
Yep.
They weren't expecting someone to walk in with a 7-inch K-bar knife into the room and attack them.
It's a blitz attack.
And Maddie, and I'm not saying anything bad about Maddie, but if you look at the food truck video, Maddie was clearly way more inebriated than Kaylee. Now they were both pretty lit, but Maddie was a little more lit.
Maddie was hammered.
She was hammered. So I bet you, I'm just speculating, when they got home, they often slept together. This was her last night. This was Kaylee's last night there.
She was leaving the following Tuesday, John.
Yep, but she was going with her parents on a cruise or something, if I remember.
No, she was leaving for Europe in
in
January to hike around Europe.
Yeah, and I think this BK, I think he planned all this. He did this, like you said in it. Yeah, he did it on purpose.
Well, he planned it, but here's the thing, and I've said this from the very beginning of this case, because he made so many mistakes. I don't think that he planned on doing it that night. I think something happened within the social media, the conversations that the girls were having that night.
Oh, absolutely.
That he was following, that set him off. And it could have been because Maddie posted that this was Kaylee's last night there.
Totally makes sense.
Okay, so, and this, again, I could be wrong. And it's all come out because they've got the digital footprint, everything.
Yeah, we'll see all those text messages. We'll see all that digital stuff. And there's 51 terabytes.
51 terabytes. That was like 250,000 books or 250,000 videos is what 51 terabytes is. Movies.
People think it's all still footage of the roads. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
And I've testified in a trial recently, and with it that got a conviction, and the person's getting multiple life sentences. And I could just say a prosecutor is not going to bring a case without. I mean, they have a case. They're not going to bring this with.
Was it a homicide trial?
Nope. It's a California serial rapist.
So did you do the rape kit?
Nope, I didn't do the rape kit. I was a testifying witness.
Okay.
Especially with the death penalty, they have to have a higher evidence to even get the death penalty.
Well, he's still getting a sentence. He's gonna get a sentence, but
they don't have a death penalty in California.
Right.
Yeah, but he was a former NBA player, and yeah.
Well, you can say who it is. Who was it?
Rashi Bird.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Rashi Bird.
Yeah.
What did he get? How much time did he get?
He's looking at multiple. Well, he's not sentenced yet. Multiple life sentences.
So he was a serial rapist?
He's convicted serial rapist.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Horrible guy.
I was flown to Los Angeles to testify there, and so I am a registered nurse, but I'm also a former victim.
My daughter's about to. Well, she's finishing she's about to apply for nursing school here in Daytona.
Yeah.
At if you know where Daytona International Speedway is, there's a hospital where they took Earnhardt, was Halifax Hospital. That's where I was born, actually. But she's going to college directly behind that, and they can walk and do all their clinicals and everything right there. So it's a pretty cool place to be.
And I was like, my thing isn't now that I'm working in the ER. I'm like, my goal is to be a better nurse than the nurses that I had to deal with on the night of my ordeal, because they weren't able to get my incident was way back in 2000, early 2000s. So it was before all the DNA stuff. But they, you know how law enforcement works. They ran their investigation stuff, and they contacted me and they said, "Hey, this person has the same MO, and they're doing this again and again and again," and it kind of caught me off guard. And next thing you know, I'm flying out to LA and testifying in a trial, and there was a conviction. And one more bad person.
If you don't mind, were you a victim?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah. I'm sorry too.
But you know what? Remember what I was talking about earlier? What I wanted my show to be is, and Rachel can tell you, because Rachel sent me my first email when I said this, I want people to come on to our panel and tell us about these things.
Yeah.
And tell us about the effects that this had on their lives, and the effects that mistakes that the investigators made, or whether and I really want to know about people that got off and how that affected you.
Right.
What was
So
testifying like?
So I'll definitely email you,
Well-
Detective John, and let you
Yep.
know, because I'm wondering a lot about how much capability they really had or didn't have, and because the prosecutor I worked with is like, she's amazing. I mean, obviously, like the whole team and the investigator. I mean, I felt like I could have been. I felt like my life was just like a movie, like the way it all worked out, like this. Because I was actually going to be like I didn't want to cooperate at first because it'd been so long.
Right.
You know, but what testifying was like, just to stay on track here to answer the question, it was nerve wracking. It was unlike anything I've ever been through. Like, I had a victim as advocate, but you know, it wasn't as bad as I thought once it was all done and over with. But once I was up there, I was on the stand, and I'm up there in that, you know, like the witness, like little witness box or whatever it is. And and then it was like one or two questions from the prosecutor, and then boom, it's like objection, and then they went into the chambers, and I'm like, in my head, I'm like, what's a chamber? What's it all? What is all this? And so I just kept, the only thing I could think about to focus on, I just kept my hands, like, I didn't want to look nervous to the jury. Well, I think the jury was to my left, not too far from my left, and so I just kept looking over at the clock on the wall, and it seemed like it took forever. It seemed like it was forever, but it was probably only a couple minutes. It seemed like it was an hour, but it probably wasn't. And then the attorneys came back, and then I just kept focusing on my breathing and keeping my hands clasped so that I wasn't doing anything weird with nervousness, you know, and then answering the questions and focusing on the attorney that was asking me the questions. And then both the attorneys, they were great. I mean, they were just asking me their normal questions. It was nothing sensational like you would think on TV. It was normal questions. No, there was nothing like dramatic. I feel like it was just way less traumatic than I thought it would be in my head.
Well,
and it wasn't a Law and Order episode.
Yeah. And here's why, Danielle. No one wants to attack a victim of rape. Okay.
Exactly.
So they want to attack the process. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're pretty vilified if you're a defense attorney and you start attacking a victim of rape.
Well, and that's what I was thinking back in my head after the fact.
Right. So you probably expected to be attacked when you walked. Yeah, and it doesn't happen very often. Now I know that it has happened because I witnessed one once. Because, you know, a prostitute can be raped. Okay.
Yep.
They can be raped.
Absolutely.
You know, so it was one of those cases, and it was a homicide case. But anyway, she provided DNA evidence, and it helped capture the perpetrator. But I understand exactly what you're saying. When that initially happened to you, when this was in the early 2000s.
Yeah, so I was a minor, and the big thing was like, they were like, oh, like it was all about the phrasing, or I can't even remember how they presented it. Like how like the prosecutor was able to get it in, you know, it's all about like semantics and all that stuff, but it's like, yeah, but like basically like I was the last witness out of a whole litany of victims.
So did they have you in a suppression hearing and a trial, or just a trial?
Just the trial.
Okay, because there was a lot of stuff that happened before the trial, which is to get your evidence into discovery. They have to have what's called a suppression hearing, and they want.
I was like part of like what they call like 40 something whatever B, like prior bad acts.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Danielle, I hate to ask you this one more time. I'm sorry. What was his name again?
Rashid Bird.
Rashid Bird.
BYRD.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, we're sorry that happened to you, and I hope that you have recovered. I'm sure that's just something that
you sound like a survivor. You sound very brave.
Right.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, and I like hate to even like bring that up, but it's just like we're talking about court stuff, and I'm just like, so I know kind of like how the court stuff goes, and I feel like everyone's just dramatizing everything, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
and what you think, and I've also been through it on the civil side with some family things, like I've never been married or anything, but I've been through civil court stuff too, and it's like what you think, like people are so self-righteous, like, oh, I got this recorded or I got that. I'm just saying through life experience, it's like it's not that straightforward in court.
Right.
Like
No, it's not.
you're gonna be disappointed probably.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's all I gotta say about that.
Well, when
That's
you
exactly right.
so everybody can understand the concept of what happens during RAPE or after.
Yeah.
When a victim comes forward and calls the police, they go to what's called a rape crisis center.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, I don't know if that's where you went, and then they do the collection process. Sometimes they do it at the ED, but sometimes some areas have an actual facility. It's a crisis center, and they do the actual swabbing and collection of evidence there. Did that happen to you, or did you do it right at the ED?
It did it at the ED and filed, and I was transported there by the police law enforcement, and basically like so this in a nutshell, like basically like what I was told was like they were like the LA like basically they were like, oh, you did all the right things, and you did everything that you're supposed to do, and nothing came of it. But then there was like this, like after the conviction, like there was also like, because we're also like just it's not about always pointing fingers about like who went wrong. It's also just trying to just gather information and move and be better from it, just like even in nursing, it's about evidence-based practice, or in medicine, or in anything, it's about gathering evidence and reevaluating and then trying to learn from it and move forward, right? But so it's so I'm like, so I reported everything. I went to the ED, and they did do a rape or they did do the kit, but I think this was almost 20 years ago. I mean,
in 1992 they started having some breakthroughs, but you're right. Still in the early 2000s, there was a lot of things that with DNA profiles that I can't really talk about. But I do have a specialist that's part of this team that can talk about stuff like that. But I do know that. The time frame there, you're right. But once they did that buccal swab, that cheek swab from him, and he went into the system, his DNA went in, and they could link him to all these other. How many did they link him to?
No, you want to know what it was that linked him, John?
What's
you want to know what it was? The police report. Me reporting it.
Really? So it wasn't DNA evidence?
It wasn't. It was no DNA. It was the police report.
So
and I'll email you the police report. It's just the police. It's just the police report.
Now, did you know him?
No, not before that night. No, I did not.
Did he break into your house?
No. I was at a nightclub. I was out at a nightclub, and in Seattle at the time where I lived, and so, but it was the MO basically. It was all the details of everything that was alleged, like on my part, that happened to me. But and so that's what this. I didn't even know that like law enforcement was able to like do this, but apparently I now know that they are. Well, like duh. I mean, I just am not a law enforcement person, but like like they're like that's how they connected me to all this, because they were like, he was in this place with this person, and there's this report, because he was booked and he was like put in handcuffs and booked but not held, and I made the report, so my report was on file.
So they didn't even do a buccal swab then?
I don't know. I don't know.
So he was booked and released for a felony?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'll email you right now. I'll email you the whole report I have right now.
I mean, that happens, but what I'm saying is,
It
I
was
mean,
Seattle.
yeah, it's Seattle. Okay, so but then he's got an attorney out. Was he in the NBA then?
Well, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was the Seattle Supersonics.
Yep.
Supersonic. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
So you're lucky to be here.
Yeah. Well,
How
that's
many
what.
did they link him up to?
Yeah. Well, you want to know what this just gives me. I just got tingles all over like my body because I'm like the cop that picked me up was like, he was like, you're lucky to be here. And you'll see in the police report. I don't want to go into the whole thing in the live because it's too traumatic. But the officer that picked me up said, "You're lucky to be alive because a lot of people that in your situation right now wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be alive."
Especially from a man that's got a hell of a lot to lose.
Yeah.
And he was probably, I don't know, I don't remember his stats, but he's probably 6'5", 6'6". Big boy.
No, he is 7 foot, over 7 foot.
Oh my God.
Yep. So I'm going to send you the email because maybe this could be something that you could actually like showcase on a.
I would love to have you back.
Those are some mighty big hands to have around your throat.
Yeah.
There is also other weapons, and so
yeah, I'm so sorry.
Do you have my email? Because it's in chat. I can have them posted again. Do you have it?
Here, I'll just take it down by pen.
It's Detective John 68 at Gmail.
Okay, JOHN.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Okay, I don't want to take any more time.
No,
on your
Danielle,
panel.
that was awesome. Thank you.
Yeah,
so much.
please come back.
Yeah. Love to have you back on the show anytime.
All right, but I don't want to steal the show like this.
No, you're not stealing the show.
No, you made the show, Danielle.
Hey,
Thank you.
When I say we're going to have open discussion, open panel, we'll cover what I want to cover, but we'll get off. I don't have a problem getting off on anything and talking about something as important as that.
No.
All right.
And I think I asked, how many victims did they link them to?
There, I think 8, over 8. That's what they know about. One was deceased. I can send you the notes from the detective that investigated. She sent me the note, her notes once the conviction was. Everything was. I'll send you all the information.
She deceased because he unalived her, or she?
No, that just had passed away over the time. Because they suspect he's been doing this for since a juvenile is what they suspect.
It's the same MO, basically.
Yeah. And he spent a lot of time overseas playing sports overseas. Yep. So I'm sure that
he couldn't make it in the NBA, so he went over there.
Yeah. So I mean, this is probably hundreds of victims, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Danielle. I thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Awesome. And this is, this is what I said, and Rachel can attest. Months ago, this is what the direction I want my show to go in. And you watch, somebody will copy it right now. And they'll start doing that. So, but you heard it here first. That's what I want to do. That's not, I don't just want to cover what we're covering now. No. I want to cover because I can talk about it. I can opine about things that most can't. And when it comes to investigations like this, like I asked you some questions. I asked you questions that, an investigator would ask you. And you answered them. But there's a lot of things people don't know about the process. And
so you were vetting me?
What's that?
I was like, you were vetting me on the live?
No. I wasn't. No, I wasn't vetting you. I was asking you questions because I wanted everyone to hear the types of. I wanted them to hear some details that you weren't going to tell us unless I asked you.
No, I know. I'm joking. But I also, by the way, like I have a lot of respect for you also, Detective John. I mean, my mom who is now passed on, she passed away from 4 strokes. So I know how serious that strokes are. And I think that's amazing, everything that you're doing. And I respect your channel. Love it.
Well, you know what's sad is I I had a TIA. So I was laying in bed, and I'll tell a story real quick so everybody knows. And I didn't have high blood pressure. 128/78 was my blood pressure 3 days before, which is, or 120/78, not 128. And that's pretty decent for, at the time, 54-year-old guy. And I had a real stressful day. I was dealing with some stuff with my mom, who's going through getting stages of dementia, I believe, and she's suicidal and all this stuff. Anyway, and I had to drive to Jacksonville, and I came back, and I was just stressed out. And I told Rita, and I said, look, I'm going to bed. And, I had the back of my head right here was pounding, and I can count on two hands how many times in my entire life I've had headaches. And it was just pounding. So I laid in bed, and this is kind of educational for people because I want them to think if something like this happens. I'm very lucky to be here. So I couldn't sleep, and I play softball, but I coach a team, and we were having practice the following morning, and I had one of my vehicles that had a bunch of stuff loaded in, and I had to go ahead and I had to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and be 30 minutes away and coach a team and bring all the equipment, but I still had to unload my truck. So I knew I had to go to bed. It was like, I went to bed at like 10 o'clock. I couldn't go to sleep because my head was pounding. I didn't take anything because I don't take anything. I just figured I could go to sleep and sleep it off. Drank some water, went to sleep. Tried to go to sleep, and I couldn't go to sleep. So around 2:30 rolled around, and I'm just tossing and turning, and I grabbed the pillow, and I looked at the clock, and I'm like, damn it. I looked at my phone. Go to sleep, John. And I grabbed the pillow, and I spun over to my left side like this because I was aggravated because I knew what was going to happen. I knew I was going to go to sleep at like 4, and I had to be up at 6, and I was going to be exhausted. So I spun over, and sometimes I have a notebook, a clipboard on my bed because I do some work. And I thought maybe I hit my elbow on that, and my elbow, my funny bone was hit, and my whole arm went numb, but it was hurting numb, right? So I sat up, and I grabbed my arm like this, and I was like, damn. And as I was doing this, the numbness, the tingling came up my lat, came up the side of my neck, and a wave of tingling numbness went across my face like this. Came down, and you could draw a line right down the center of my body, and my whole left side went numb, and I went out.
Oh.
So I don't know whether I was out for 20 seconds or 2 minutes. I don't know. But when I woke up, my face was already kind of hanging like this. I could feel it. And so I tried to get up, and I couldn't move my left side. So I hopped over to my door, and fortunately, by the grace of God, Rita was here because she's got a 92-year-old mom that she comes here. We have 2 houses, but she's keeping her mom at her other house and 2 cities north of us. So she usually will leave after we have dinner and stuff, and we hang out, watch a movie or whatever. She'll leave. But when I got home, I told her I was going to bed, and she was watching something on Netflix and fell asleep on the couch. So I could hear the TV, so I knew she was still here, and I staggered to the door. And when I was in the hospital, I had this big bruise on my hand right here, and I didn't know what the heck was that bruise, and it hurt like hell. Well, when I fell against the wall, I hit the door strike that sticks out from the wall, and it hit my hand right here. And I don't bruise, and I mean, it was painful. So anyway, I get to the hallway, and it's about 30, 40 feet to the living room. I have a 4,000 square foot house. So I had to slide down the hallway on one, just dragging my whole left side. And I get to her, and I drop to my knees, and, I get her, I'm grunting because I can't talk. And she looked at me, and she works on a cardiac floor. That's what she does. So she handles strokes, and she does the catheterizations and pacemakers and stuff like that with the cardiologist. So she looks at me and I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't know what was. She said, oh my God, you're having a stroke. She ran out, pulled the truck up, threw me in, didn't have time to wait for the ambulance because I'm out in the country. And we flew to the hospital, and she had called and she said, hey, I'm on my way. Went to Halifax to her hospital, and they had a gurney outside waiting on me. They brought me in, and this might be boring, you guys, but it's educational for people, because I'm telling you right now, if this ever happens to you,
It's not boring. Keep going. It's very educational.
And it goes away, don't think that it was nothing.
Yeah.
You better go get it checked out. So anyway.
Or if a spouse says, I have a terrible headache, and they go to sleep, check on them.
Yeah. So anyway, so she throws me in the truck and she drives, and she drives like a 90-year-old lady. So she was driving fast, fortunately. And we get there and they had the gurney out. They bring us in, and the ED doctor says, look, I know you're having a TIA. She's standing there and I can't talk. I can barely understand him. He said, we have this medicine we can push, the clot buster medicine.
Oh, TPA.
Yeah. So he said, you got seconds. You don't have minutes. You've got seconds. I can send you for a scan, but I know what's going on. If we do that, we're wasting time. So he pushed it. She's like, yeah, push it. So she pushed, and he said, you got like a 10% chance of dying. Are you on blood thinners? I'm like, no, I don't do anything. So he pushed it, and within probably a half an hour or so, I started getting a little feeling back. But they kept me for 12 days because they couldn't figure out what happened, because when they pushed, they didn't know where the blockage was, because that broke the blockage up.
So it wasn't hemorrhagic.
No, it was a TIA.
Okay.
Is what he said. So I was in there and I kept having my heart kept going up and down. I mean, my rate was, at one time it went up to, when I went in there, it was like 228 over 190 something. Crazy. So they got that under control. It got me in there, and I was in ICU on the telemetry floor. And, they kept having to come in because my rate kept going up and coming down. So they thought I had AFib. So if you look right here, you guys can't see it, but I'm pushing down. There's like a thumb drive in my chest. And what that does is it actually it's hooked through my phone, and it sends information to my cardiologist. Like, my cardiologist called me when I was in Utah playing ball. He's like, what's going on? I'm like, yeah, I'm playing ball. He says, all right, I'm just checking on you, bud. And so anyway, I had that, but they still don't know. I never had AFib, but they don't know what happened. It could have just been a piece of plaque because I was upset, broke loose. And he says, that's probably what happened. He says, so he's got me on some blood pressure medicine and, I won't take any statins. I'm not going to take statins. But anyway, so for anybody, if that ever happens to you and, you're just not sure, well, maybe your arm went to sleep or something, but it wasn't really like that. It was kind of weird. You had a headache at the same time.
Time is tissue.
That's it. Time is tissue. I've never heard that. That's great. Because so anyway, the moral of the story is I had this idiot creator, because I was telling part of the story, and I was having to have my son, because this happened in December of last year. But I hadn't been doing a lot of stuff. I work on a laptop every day, but I'm not doing, I'm not building stuff or, creating things. I'm just inputting data, so that's easy. ASDFJK on the semicolon. I mean, I know a keyboard. I can do 120 something words a minute. I'm pretty good. I'm like, a secretary almost. So that's not been a problem. But I was telling the audience that, I've had to have my son kind of help me relearn some things. And I found that I didn't know this, but I found that it was difficult for me for him to teach me how to do something and then apply it. It's hard to explain. I could read it, no problem. But for me to take what I've read and apply it to actually doing the task, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. He had to basically hold my hand and walk me through how to do certain things. And I had no idea that this had happened. I thought I was fine. I thought everything was good. I had a little bit of droopage and, you know, slurred speech for a couple months, and it all came back. But I didn't know my that part of my cognitive thinking was, you know, diminished. So it's still a little hard, you know. And I had a creator actually clickbait me and use my name to get clicks, and he's saying he can't even read. He's disabled, and it was unbelievable.
I couldn't believe he did that. It was terrible.
Unbelievable.
He went on and on for hours.
And that's how horrible these people are.
Yeah.
And
That's
I don't even know like who half of these people like lately. Well, I mean, aside from the H word, but like I'm like aside from that one, like I'm like I don't even know who half these people are, because I'm like I just don't like. Yeah, I'm like I can't even.
I'm not laughing at you. Somebody chat.
How much can you talk about one subject? It's just it's ridiculous.
You would be surprised, Danielle. You would be shocked.
And for one, I think Detective John sounds very intelligent. Like not.
There's no reason for that.
I mean,
I'm full of useless information.
But no, but I'm just saying, like, had you never just disclosed that, like, you know, private health information, that personal fact about yourself, like, which you didn't have to, like, I would have never even questioned anything.
You wouldn't even think that, would you?
No,
I know, it's
like,
shocking.
Like, yeah, you sound more competent than pretty much all of the creators.
Well, you know, the one that was making fun of him, calling him like slow and everything. You should go listen and hear how backwards that person sounds.
I'm like,
he's
like,
disgusting.
He can't even put a sentence together.
Oh yeah, he's you know.
And then I'm like, if you're gonna sit there and make fun of people who like,
I'll see you. I'll get
yeah, if you're gonna make fun of people like that, but you're also collecting disability fraudulently, and you're gonna make fun of people, like that's a big problem.
Yeah. And it's not that John's against making money; he's against people making money fraudulently and dishonestly.
Well, right, yeah,
right. Well, you know what? It's just there's a lot of people, and there are people that are truly. I mean, they need to be on disability. Okay, hands down. Something happened, you know, injury or a stroke. Now, I could take what I just told you and I could milk it and get on disability. I promise you.
Well, right. That's why I'm like, yeah, I'm like, you could be doing the same thing.
Because it's I mean, it's documented. It happened. I could go tomorrow and say, well, I'm having these problems, you know.
But you make more from being and have more livelihood and more of a feeling of being a good human being and more fulfillment.
Right. Who wants a salary cap?
Right. So I wanted to tell that story because it falls in line with everything else that we're talking about the character of these creators.
Yeah.
For this person to go on a 40-hour, that's what he did, 40 hours on me when I was out of town for 4 days, had no idea he even existed, talking about me and attacking my 15-year-old son, saying that my 15-year-old son was doing everything. Well, no, my 15-year-old son was helping me build this because I'm 55 years old. You think I can sit down and start a show? You know, I'm intelligent, but I'm not a computer guru. I know enough. But my son, he's a straight A student. He's in college and high school. He's going to be in the medical field, doctor, and he makes straight A's, and he also games. So these gamers can sit down because these programs are just like they're gaming. And he can navigate through this with his eyes closed. He built this for me, started this for me like you'd done it 500 times and you'd never done it before. And that's how these kids are. I'm not versed in any of that stuff. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell my story. You there? Hello?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
I'll hop off the panel. I'm just envious that my black lab can't like help me with all my other things. But I'm like, I have a black lab. He's awesome. He's been like helping me through my COVID. But yeah. But,
you have COVID right now?
Yeah, I'm on my way off. It's the first time I'm like, oh, I never thought I would get it, but no,
You know what? I never got it. I never got it. And
I got it. I just got it.
My mom is infection control. Well, she's retired now, but she was a microbiologist. She worked in micro her whole life, and then she got hired at you know what infection control is? You're in a hospital. So you know, my mom went through that, and you know and I'm not a conspiracy person. Please don't think that, y'all. I got my shots. I got 3 of them because my business, people wouldn't allow me in their homes unless I showed them my card, you know. So I got my shots. Didn't really, you know, I was on the fence, but I trusted science. Okay. I'm all about science. We have flu shots, you know, every year, and there's different strands every year. They just accelerated the process and they developed this one. And so I'm okay with it. But I had a buddy of mine that when he found out that I had the stroke, he's on the West Coast and he's a perfusionist. And he called me immediately and he said, hey, how many did you have COVID shots? And I said, yeah, I had 3. He said, bud, you're not going to believe, I'm not a conspiracy. And he's not either. He's actually a former cop with me now. He's a heart perfusionist, go figure. So anyway, he said, Johnny, he says, you wouldn't believe people younger than you and your age that we've never seen come in before have worm-like clots this long.
Children are having.
So what? I'll just say though, quick, like. So I did get I only got 1 vaccine, but it was because early on I was required to by my employer. So only one, just a 1 shot. But anyway, but it wasn't bad. It was like I've declined any booster or any vaccine that I could since from then. And then
you work in the hospital. That's pretty.
Yeah,
that's pretty amazing.
But I just now went back to the hospital from working from home for 3 years, like a month ago. And of course I got COVID because I went to the ER from working from home.
Oh yeah, right.
So yeah,
your immune system's pretty down.
Yeah. And I did, and you know what I did though, Detective John? I declined the COVID vaccine. I got the flu one, but I declined the COVID. But you know, it's okay because I'm like, it was like a bad cold. I'm like, I've been sicker from a cold.
Well, you know, all flus are COVID, correct?
Right. I mean, they're just all viruses. I mean, they're just different
That's
shapes.
what my mom was saying. She said everything they're screaming everything's COVID, but they're just flu.
I mean,
that initial COVID was different.
Well, I agree with the fact that like, yeah, we need to protect the vulnerable, but I'm healthy enough to where I'm like, okay, like half the time, like when I get vaccines, like I feel like I have the flu from getting the flu shot. I haven't the last few years, but.
And you know, what's funny is my mom, and I'm telling you, my mom, when she was a micro and she worked in the lab and she came infection control, but she ran what's called employee med before that. So all the employees like yourself would have to go to her. Like you had an employee med probably. And
and you have to report them to them when you get sick.
So if you get a stick, a needle stick, you got to go to her because she's got to do all the infection control tests and everything. So she would have people call off sick saying they had the flu shot. And my mom, now I don't know, my mom swears you cannot get the flu from the flu shot. It was synthetic. But I said, well, you can't get sick from it. And my mom was like adamant, you can't. That's all in your head. I'm not saying that's true. You probably did get sick.
Well, no, I don't think like you could actually get the flu, but you do. It's basically like, do you want to feel shitty now or feel shitty later?
Right.
Or both. Or both.
Yeah, I believe that you would have side effects for sure. But my mom was like, she would get so bent over that stuff.
but it's kind of like or both, because it's just a big gamble, because
Right.
it's like,
Well, they don't
you know,
know. They don't know
yeah.
what strand you're going to get. They just,
Yeah.
you're like, and my mom would say that they're rolling the dice every year as to
They
what
say it's like,
vaccination.
I think they say like 70% is the best, and that's for flu, not COVID.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's why I got the flu, but I'm like, I shied away from the COVID because I'm like, that's I just rather get the COVID.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you have the antibodies, right? So,
right.
I mean, they say once you get the antibodies, you're done. You won't get it. But, well, listen, I appreciate you, Danielle. And send me that email.
Oh, yes. I'll do that right now.
And we will definitely have you on to talk about what you went through more in depth. And you whatever you're comfortable with talking about, but that police report, I would like to see it. And I'll redact it, and all that stuff. So don't worry about that.
Okay.
If we want to pull up the narrative,
Yep. So I'll hop off here and send that to you before that slips my mind. And then, thank you for having me on.
No, I
Thanks
appreciate
for being
it so
here.
much. No, thank you.
Definitely.
All right. So we got Tony's in here. What's up, bro?
Yeah, g'day, mate.
Viva
Sorry.
Longoria.
Yeah, we're all good here, mate. Thanks for having us up. I've been
man.
waiting patiently. I was just a little bit away from the computer there.
I was hoping you'd come up. I was thinking about you earlier today.
You're a lucky man. You're a lucky
man. I'm lucky to have you, bro.
I hope you had your pants on when you're thinking about me.
Know, this is the is it an insult to call you Kiwi or not?
No, it's I mean, it means nothing to me. I mean, no, it's not an insult. No.
Okay, because I want to make sure, because you know what? Years ago, I used to say bloody all the time to this guy that I would talk to overseas, and I'd say, "How's your bloody day?" And he's like, "John, the word bloody is like the F word." I'm like, "What? Really? I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to." Made me laugh. He's like, "You didn't know that?" I said, "No." I was like in my early 20s, and I was like, "No, I didn't know that."
That sounds a bit sensitive, but
no, he was cool about it. He says, "I just think you should know if you're saying it out loud, it's like saying the F word." I'm like, "Okay, I didn't know that." But then Kiwi came up on somebody that was from where you're from, and I know they call you guys Kiwis over there. So I just didn't want to make sure that wasn't an insult.
Yeah, no, some people wear it as a badge of honor. I mean, me, it just, I'm a bit impartial because I'm a half, but...
Where did that word come from, Kiwi?
Oh, that's our national bird.
Oh,
it's a little bird. It's a little bird. It's a nocturnal. It only comes out at night. It doesn't fly. I think its wings have just shrinked with evolution. It's gone backwards in a way. And that's our national symbol. Sorry?
Does it live underground?
I think they burrow into nests. Yeah, into little underground things.
See, we all learned something today.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kiwi doesn't mean anything derogatory or anything.
So it's like a little turkey?
It's like a little pheasant. Like a pheasant, maybe.
It looks like a rodent with a beak and clawed feet, really.
I'm going to have to look that bird up.
A rodent with talons.
Yeah.
I'm sure half of New Zealand's against me for saying that, but...
Yeah, we'll have PETA coming after us next.
Yeah.
So what's up?
Well, I missed the first half of your show. I missed the chance to say that that Harsh is a grifter, and I would say he's living off the YouTube. He's probably got a few bills stacking up around Christmas time. He's got so desperate, he's now sending messages to Stephen Goncalves. Yep. And now he's so desperate, he's making hit jobs against him on his show.
Yeah.
He knows no limits, but he has a crowd of followers who are very lonely and gullible. And when he says to them, "Oh, you look wonderful. Oh, you look so wonderful. Oh, I can see you look so wonderful," they believe it. And then
Yeah.
all the crap
This is
he
his
did after
second
that,
family he's gone after. He went after the Chapins twice.
Yeah. Yeah. He's
He's a
disgusting.
total moron.
He's deplorable. He's
Scumbag.
deplorable.
Yeah.
And he
And he is number one on my list now. I mean, not that my list means anything, but above Lana. So Lana, I'm sorry, you dropped the peg. So Harsh, you're number one. You're the number one asshole on YouTube. You're welcome.
There's a list of people like Molly Golightly, Armchair Detective.
Armchair Detective's gone.
Yeah, and Molly Golightly, she's gone too.
Yeah.
There's 2 or 3 other ones that were in this. Oh, Joseph Morris, they were in this thing, and they got to the point where they needed to make the clicks, and they started fabricating things and making things up. Joseph Morris came out with the audio of that night, which is completely faked.
Yeah.
And they just but in the end, they end up doing it to themselves, really.
Yeah, and that's
we'll help them along. I'm happy to help them along.
Well, they're getting so desperate now that they're using me for clickbait.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
I mean, I'll be a star. I'll be a star on their channel one day.
I'm like, what the hell? I mean, I've got like 4 creators using my name as clickbait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, do you miss me? I mean, it's crazy.
He was totally silent, and they're talking about him.
Yeah, I was totally silent. I was ghosting YouTube basically because I'm so busy with work. I didn't have time to play on YouTube like them.
Yeah.
So I got stuff I got to get done for Christmas. I got to earn money and, provide Christmas for grandkids, 5 kids, girlfriend, mom, everybody, and still pay my bills and keep my base happy. And I was and I start getting, and I gotta, because I don't sit down for that crap, and people can't handle the fact that someone's actually calling them out for their lies. They can't handle it. It's driving them crazy.
You bully, you.
I'm a bully.
There's some former they call themselves true crime creators, but now the case has gone a bit quiet. Now they're having the cancer wars, and that they're arguing with each other about whose cancer is worse or who has it, who doesn't, and attacking each other. And that's the content of their channels.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Sports girl's phone died, so she had to go. She's texting or she's sending me a message. Right, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's like it's just blowing my mind what's going on right now. But you know what, Tony, you made a great point. And I've said it and I've thought about it, but I didn't say it tonight. Think about what time of the year it is. Why is it so crazy right now?
Yeah, so their idea to make money is to go after the families of victims.
Exactly. Very well, very well put.
That's how low they've got. The electronic beggars.
I mean, you're going after the grieving father of Kaylee. I mean, how insensitive is that? Stacy, what did he call him?
Alpha dog.
Grifter.
Alpha
dog.
dog.
Grifter.
Oh yeah.
No. He was
kept calling him Alpha Dog twice.
But Harsh is calling Steve an alpha dog. He's got to be the alpha dog in the room. No, I read what he said. It was pretty tactful. I mean, wasn't very. It was to the point. It was 100% true.
Yeah,
100,000% true. And it covered basically everything in 1, 2, 3, 4, in 6 paragraphs that he needed to say.
Like PCK says here, I couldn't believe he contacted Steve. Well, I couldn't believe it either. I mean, he's getting to the point of grifting. He may as well go to his door with his hand out and say, give me an electronic donation.
But listen, what does he have to lose by sending Steve a message? And if Steve just says thank you back to him, guess what he can say? Guess what he can put on his thumbnail?
Yeah,
I had a conversation with Steve Goncalves.
Yeah,
Honestly,
it's a grift.
or mind you, the Goncalves family page. If anyone replies back to a creator, and I've never reached out to any of them, but if anyone replies back from that page, they can say, spoke with the Goncalves family. Bam. 500 subs come up. On some of these, thousands. Click, 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 click. Donation, donation, donation. It's insane.
Look, I'm a nobody, right? I've just followed true crime for three or 4 years since the Gabby thing. I've followed a few murder cases here in New Zealand where actually, after about 15, 20 years, the guys that have been convicted got off. But, you wait for the trial. And if this crime had happened here in this little country, and there were people saying the things he was saying about the victims' families, he'd be someone to go around and look after him.
Yeah. He'd be thrown off a cliff into that ocean close to you.
Yeah, exactly. They'd take him on a fishing boat and he wouldn't come back.
Right. But you know what? He's, I don't know how many thousands of miles away across the pond. So he's bulletproof. He's everything proof. He can say what he wants to say as long as he's being kind. And he tore into me for attacking him, for patronizing people, for every single day saying you're beautiful. It's disgusting.
Oh, you got to be so stupid if you think that creep thinks you're beautiful.
Yeah, but you know what? People are that stupid, bro.
They are. Sorry. They're lonely. They're gullible. They're stupid.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'm sorry, but there are people out there like that. They're so lonely. There's a lot of them. If you look, I guarantee if you were to break down, because there are analytics, and my analytics are, I think, ages from 35 to 65 is my base. And if I remember right, 88% women and the rest were men. And most of true crime is women. So, yeah, I mean, I would like to see his statistics legitimately screenshotted and sent. I'm sure his base is much different. But he's a tool. We all know he's a tool. Yeah, and for those, and like I said, I've got, 160 people in here right now. And that's pretty good for a show that's been going on 3 hours and 30 minutes to still have that kind of number. We've had a lot of people up in here tonight. And I want to tell everybody again, if you feel the same way Tony and I feel, J Lord and I feel, Rachel feels, all of us on this team, and the things you're seeing people say in chat, if you feel that same way and you've been to one of these shows and you have clicked and subscribed and maybe even become a member, hey, it's as simple as another click to unsubscribe. Not as simple to get out of that membership on some of these shows, from what I understand. But I mean, you don't understand. You got like I was told, one of these creators had 900 memberships. So on a low end, $2.99 a month. So $3 a month. That's $2,700 a month in memberships. Are you going to miss $2.99 a month if you sign up for a membership and they keep hitting your card every month? Nope. Most people won't. And I know I'm talking to somebody right now who's like, damn, I've got 3 memberships on some of these crazy shows. If you feel like we feel, send a message. Number 1, unsubscribe. Number 2, if you're a member, get out of it.
I was in a live yesterday, and 2 days in a row, and this same creator, this person with a very small neck, short neck, and the same person every day bought 20 memberships.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yep.
So what happened?
The same person.
So that person, that wasn't Rock Chalk, was it?
No, it's CR. Maybe she reversed it. Maybe it is Rock Chalk and it's CR now.
It's probably a fraudulent stolen credit card. All going on. So that person's getting hit for, $40 a month, or, more than that, actually. So 20 memberships, $60 a month just on that one.
Some of these people buy 50 memberships.
Probably the same person that did 30 the day before.
It was exact same person.
And he goes, "Wow, what's going on?" Like he's totally surprised.
Yeah, probably called him and asked
all the way to the bank. And you know what? That person's probably extremely elderly.
Yeah.
And this is her world. And to him, he's even said it. If I make people feel better, then that's their right. Yeah, whatever. If that was my grandmother.
Oh, it's it's abuse of the elderly.
That was happening. Yeah, let me tell you something. We'd be having a conversation face to face. So yeah, Tony. Hey, Rachel, where you at? I bet you she's curled up with the dogs, with the pups.
No, I'm just listening to y'all.
All right. Well, what do you think?
About what?
Which
part of it?
About somebody calling in and saying, "Hey, I'm gonna gift 50 memberships."
Well, if somebody wants to, that's their prerogative.
Right.
But I believe a lot of that is they're getting their buddies or somebody to start it up, and then it gets members. It gets the members in a little pissing match about who can give more, and then they end up racking up.
The game in the system. They give one of their friends or get one of their friends to pay to buy some memberships, and then they buy 20 or so, and of those 20, 3 or 4 of them will probably renew it.
Right.
Once they hit that renew it, every month they're paying it.
It's interesting to pay attention to who does it all the time. And to me, that sounds like a racket.
Guess what that did? It brought attention to that. So it sent a subliminal message out to everyone else in that chat. So because he said, "Oh my God, somebody just bought 30 memberships," it sent a subliminal out to the rest of the chat to buy memberships without him asking.
Then he starts getting the 5 and the 10 and the 2 and the people that can buy 1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then somebody will donate $50 and he'll say, "Oh my God, you didn't have to do that. Thank you."
Yep.
But guess what? He's not doing anymore. It's going right to his PayPal or Cash App.
It's not showing up as super chats anymore.
Yeah, I wonder why. You think it could be because he's trying to get that disability and he's worried that, I better just do it a different way now. I don't think that YouTube would be too happy with that, personally.
I'm surprised they're letting it go on.
I'm very surprised, but they may not know. Like I said, a lot of them out there. So maybe we ought to report that person as doing that and see what happens.
Right.
I'm all about that. So everybody out there, you know who we're talking about. He's no longer using YouTube to collect his monies. He's going a different route where he doesn't have to pay YouTube anything. And he's trying to potentially, I'm just speculating, hide the cash. That he gets, But hey, I don't know. I used to investigate financial crimes in the corporate arena. So that's an MO right there. Anyway, I digress.
This is an extremely fast growing area. There's far too many people in it. There's far too many predators and grifters.
Yeah.
There's a few good ones. It takes them a long time to rise to the top, though. That's the problem. The way the algorithm, everything is, it's all based on speculation and spectacularism.
Right, and it's going to take me a long time to rise to the top. You know why? Because we are earning our subs. I'm not on other shows taking their subs. The subs that we have,
exactly.
the subs that we have come from kind of word of mouth, and people that are just searching, and they, I'm out there. The algorithm's way up. My numbers are through the roof. My viewing time. If you look at my last community post, I actually put it out there.
That was amazing.
Yeah, I broke it down and I put down how many hours were watched and how many actual days and years that equaled. It was amazing. I was amazed. I couldn't believe how many people are actually staying focused with the show and watching, a 6-hour show. The average viewing on a 6-hour show was like 1.6 hours. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Most people don't have that kind of attention span. So, I appreciate everyone sticking with us. We'll be all over the place. I'm not real structured, but I like it that way. Some of our best shows have been, and I've only done like 3 that I just kind of went off the cuff, and they've all been great shows. So, we get diversity. I open the panel up. A lot of people come in. Everybody, I'll put the StreamYard back up again. If anybody wants to come in, and we'll run for a little bit. What are we running on? 3 hours, 2 minutes. We'll see how it works.
How about Nellie? Nellie, are you out there, Nellie? Call in.
Yeah, where's Nellie?
Nellie.
Maybe I can help you out with some some parenting skills.
Who's Nellie? Is it
the British lady that's got a lack of a better term, a hard on for me, along with her big tatted up multi-felon crazy man who literally said, and I quote, "I can't go out of the house. If I go out of the house, people are in danger." and I can't stand to be. I hate people. I really hate them. And
I think it's crazy. He blocked me.
Well, listen, and then he says, and I was thinking about actually buying a plane ticket and going to Daytona. Now, I took that as a pretty serious threat. So I got Homeland Security. Homeland Security is developed for a reason, and it's for people like that. So this man who just made these comments that I have recorded, I tidied it up. I sent the email, and he's probably on, and I don't know that for sure yet, but he's going to be on a no-flies list because he's mental.
I looked back in my doggo notes, and those super chats stopped showing November 24th, I think.
Yep. When I called him out.
Yep.
Remember? When I was calling him out. And I noticed.
Yeah, but it looks like that's when they stopped. It was an open discussion live.
Yep. So Dago, we're on to you, buddy. You think you're gonna get away with it? Nah. Wonder if that old, he keeps talking about his disability hasn't been approved yet. We'll see what happens. I hope it gets approved.
And everybody acts like because we're about, talk about that we're against money. Are you kidding me? No. Did you miss the meat of the story?
Yeah. Did you miss the point where I said 800 or 900? 800 or 900. Last I heard was a while ago, it was 800. So I know he's gone up. So I'm going to say 900 at $3 a pop. That's $2,700 a month.
Nobody's against money. We're against people ripping off people making the money and then wanting disability.
I'm going to have memberships. But
Yeah.
you know what? I feel like we're providing a service, a good service.
Mm-hmm.
We're allowing people to talk about facts. We're allowing people to tell stories. We're allowing people to do the right thing. We're not entertaining things that are going to hurt people. People like Dago spew garbage. Sorry, I didn't want to talk about you anymore, Dago, but you seem to want to talk about me again. So I guess, you know, you just don't learn.
He had a whole live about you. Then he went on Dinky's, had a whole live. Then he went at night and had another one. And then Nellie took over.
And you know why he's so butthurt, y'all? Because I said to Chlamydiati, I said, hey, did you listen to Dago tonight? Did you listen to Dago say that he's totally changing the dynamic of his show because, you know, basically wouldn't say it, but because of another creator, he said another creator made me think. So I brought that up, and now he's all butthurt because I'm sure that he's catching hell. You let Detective John dictate what you do with your show. It's your show. He says this, and he goes, this is my show. I make the decisions. He had nothing to do with it. And I said, yeah, you just had this epiphany all of a sudden. You're making all this money, spewing all these lies, and you're entertaining, you know, vampires and cannibals and all this stuff for hours upon hours, talking about, you know, these victims and their families and hurting people. And all of a sudden you have this epiphany. I'm not going to do that anymore. Got a little ridiculous. Right after I call him out, and he looks like a total idiot.
Now he's all
and, oh no, what it was I told him that I was contacting John, the owner of the food truck, and I was going to send him the video that he deleted that we recorded. That's when he started backstroking because he's a bit freaked out because that's going to happen. That is big time litigation, civil stuff right there, buddy. You accused a business. You allowed people to accuse a business of serving cannibalized human beings as food.
Well, remember when they were going to put the stupid hit squad on the corner club people because they told Corey to kick rocks?
Yep. Yeah, they kicked Rory out.
Yeah,
and, like, oh,
and they did some stupid. They were going to just start mad doxing that guy like gang stalk.
Yeah. What?
That was Doggo. That was all them. That was Doggo. All of them.
That backfired.
Yep. And then Frank saw the light. He was a part of it. Frank was, and then he saw the light. And
I've seen some true crime panels, and you see the most unsavory looking people. I don't want to name any names, but there's like half a dozen of them. They just, if a decent person saw them walking down the street, they'd probably cross the road. And they all stick together, and then eventually they all end up backstabbing each other.
Hey, hold on. AR wants to come up. We're going to bring AR up.
Bring him up.
AR.
What's going on, John? How are you?
What's up, my friend?
I don't know.
I was reading what you were saying about going to the house. I haven't had a chance to cover it, but you can cover that. If there was some misunderstanding about what your intent was to go in the house, go ahead.
Let's we'll get to that in 1 second. Is that fair enough?
That's fair enough.
All right. First off, like I told you, and you read it, I'm not doing any more coming on panels. This is going to be one that I do, and this is done out of respect not only for you as a content creator, your mods, but also others that have given me a platform to speak, even though right now there's a lot of drama. Number one, I'm not involved in drama, period. I've done enough in my life. I've dealt with enough drama. I want none of it. I'm sure you understand.
I get
In
it,
your
man.
in your line of work, you had a lot of heat. You had a lot of drama to deal with, and mainly it was from people like myself that were trying to be deceitful and get one up on the system. Would you not agree?
I agree 100%.
Now, the issue with that is when someone like me gets out, and I've served many of years, and that's nothing. People say I brag about that. There's no bragging when it comes to something like that. It's a horrific thing to even have to admit to because of the devastation I've caused to others. It's not about what I had to endure, it's about what I did to other people. Does that make sense?
Right. Yep,
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah.
So now I come home to a beautiful wife, to a devastated family that is because of me. I not only wrecked my own family life, I wrecked her family life because she was married to someone like me.
And she
So
stuck it out.
she did. She sat through the worst of the worst. Let me tell you, because when she got involved with me, I was a part of one of the worst prison affiliations you could ever even imagine. And the first thing she did was look me directly in the eye and say, if you're going to be a part of that, I can't be a part of you. That takes some guts from a young lady. That
Right.
really
Yeah, it
takes
does.
some guts. And
Takes some
I had
spine.
to, yeah, I had to make a decision at that point that I had to change my life or not be able to be with the woman who, for the first time in my life, I actually cared about. That's what a lot of people don't understand is in life, when you live a life like mine, you don't care. There's no emotion for other people. But when you
Compromise wasn't high on your list then, was it? Until you met
no,
her.
But
it
I
absolutely
don't mean to. You know, I'm not trying to disrespect you, but people are in here, and you know you're going to catch a little heat. I mean, somebody said, "AR, you might be on panels, but you're in other chats talking crap about us."
well,
And
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I deserve heat. They're not wrong.
right,
They're not
no,
wrong.
I've heard it.
Okay? They're not wrong. In the past, I went directly at you, John.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you went at me, I went at you. I was an a-hole. Absolutely, I was an a-hole. And you know who won that battle? My wife. She pulled me aside. She looked at me and she said, "What are you doing?" And I had to internalize that and really think about it because she's right. That's not what I'm trying to be.
Hey,
I
you
am
have a good
not.
one.
I
You-
am
you-
not trying to disrespect anybody. There's no other content creator out there right now I will say anything negative about. And you want to know why? Because it's not worth my words or my effort. They're going to do what they're going to do. I've had many actually stand up and defend me, which I absolutely appreciate. I don't have people that do that often, so I appreciate it. I've had people bash me. I deserve it. I've earned that. At least I can be honest about it. I'm on your panel right now, Detective John. Just moments after emailing you saying I would be on nobody's panel ever again.
Right.
I came here out of respect. One, I listened to the young lady you had on your panel that went through the devastation of the things that she had to endure. And those are the people I stand up for.
Right.
Those
She
are
was
the
amazing.
people she absolutely was. And those are the people, let me tell you, when people came to the penitentiary that did things to the young lady like that was my job to handle. Detective John, you may have locked them up. I gave them their punishment. if
Yeah.
that makes sense to you.
No, I get
So
it.
when I heard that lady come on your channel and speak, it touched me
Awesome, man.
because
That's awesome.
my wife has endured something in the past before me that was very traumatic like that. So I have endured it through her. And what you were
Imagine a
able to do,
monster over 7 feet tall attacking you.
you know, 7 feet tall, 5 foot tall, 13 years old, 55 years old, it doesn't matter. It devastated a woman's life. And that's what we have to stand up for in this world. That's what we have to protect. I know I come out and I speak in a different manner than many on my channel in regards to the case. But the number one thing, and I want to present it to you guys as well, I speak respectfully of everybody. That is my goal.
Right.
In the past,
Yep.
John, in the past, I had negative things to say about you. Don't think you're the only one, because you weren't. I went at other people as well. Was it fair? Absolutely not, because I'm better than that. And my wife wants better than that. And she deserves better than that.
Well,
So
let
when
me ask
people,
you something. Let me ask you something
ahead.
real quick. I'll stop you right there, because when the whole Kluman, whatever her name is, went down and somebody was impersonating you on my show, and you reached out to me and you said what? AR. Hello?
Come on.
You there? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
mate.
Yeah.
AR, are you there?
Drop.
Yeah, that happens
Drop.
sometimes. He's still in here. AR, you might be in a bad area of your house or something. You there? You back?
Yeah, I'm back. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
All right.
You
So
got a phone like
Yeah.
mine, John.
So at the point you recall that night when somebody was impersonating you, and we pretty much know who that was.
I don't know who it was, but somebody was.
It was Stevie, bro. That's who it was. I promise.
Somebody was in under me. Otherwise, I would have never messaged you, and I think you know that.
And what did I do? I embraced
brought
that,
me.
right?
Yeah, you brought me right up.
And I brought you up. But then it was exploited by her, by that whatever she is, and twisted that I was some coward because I was nice to you. So what I'm asking you is at what point after we had that conversation, because there was some other bad things said, and you were on her show again, and you didn't take the opportunity to correct her. That's what kind of bothered me, bro. And I'm just going to be honest with you. You didn't say, hey, you know, John wasn't a coward. John was nice to me because John read my message that someone was impersonating me, and he allowed me to come on and straighten it out. But instead, she was allowed to run with this narrative that her and her whatever he is, that I'm a coward because I talked shit about you, and then you came on and I somehow cowered down, but the guy that was impersonating you was attacking me, so I attacked back. And then when you said that it wasn't you, I believed you because you came in with a different, name, which made sense. I didn't catch that it was AR. I forget what it was, AR or something, that he did it under with your same damn picture. But that's the kind of stuff for me, bro. I would have straightened out right away. It's like you're coming on here straightening out the fact that somebody talked about, you sent me the email I was reading it a minute ago about what your motives were for going to the house.
Right.
I would ask that in the future, when something like that happens, straighten it out, man, because they ran for that narrative for days.
Yeah.
Well, let me explain myself, and I can speak for nobody else but myself. One, I was in the actual chat the very next day after all of that transpired at Illuminati's live chat.
I know. I watched it.
Yeah, I was there. I don't have any reason. I'm not going to be a person that lies. I'm not going to be the person that hides from my own actions, because I've only lived by my own actions for the entirety of my life. So, and you know what? They have
Everyone has, right? Everyone
let
has.
me, yeah, no, most definitely. But let me also state this, and I'm not going to back down, John, from the way I feel about this. I've given you the respect, just like I did the night before when I came on your show, and you absolutely showed me respect by allowing me to come up, make the statement that was not me, and then we began the conversation. Of course, I'm horrible with electronics, and that ended quickly. But thankfully, I was able to get back on tonight when it ended quickly. Now, I did go into Illuminati's, and it's for one simple reason. I support Illuminati. I know you and I are going to disagree. I haven't had the same experience that you did with them. So I personally have had good experiences with them, with people that are willing to stand behind me with the background that I have, never actually coming at me for the person I am. Now,
I guess
like
if you were
you,
Miss Chapin or Dylan or Bethany, you might feel differently.
you know
Yeah,
what? And
those people are not the sort of people you should be associating with if you want to become a better person, in my opinion.
Exactly. It nailed it right there. And somebody said, and Kelly's not here tonight, but Kelly said, what did she say? Hey, man, clear your, what did she say? I can't remember what she said. It was something like, hey, man,
Shoot higher.
Clean your house. Get rid of these horrible people that are in your life that you're striving to get away from now.
Yeah, when I first started talking to you, AR Hayes, we had this type of conversation, and then it just went off the rails completely bad.
So let me ask you something.
It's the same
go
stuff.
ahead, Tony. I'm sorry.
It's the same stuff, and then you're doing the same behaviors.
Just real quickly. I'm not trying to be
crack at you and have no problem with what you've done. And I mean, I'm the sort of person, if someone served their time, fair enough. But
yeah,
can't you see what they're doing?
And I think what Tony's saying is what I was about to ask you, and I want you to be honest here, bro. Just be honest. Do you not think that these people are exploiting the hell out of you?
Yeah, they are.
I want you to give me an intelligent answer, because what they've done is they've gone away from their narrative, which is to make up bullshit, and then they're totally supporting you, hey man, I'm with you. I got you. I feel you. I'm glad you're turning your life around, but you've had a horrible run for the first half of your life, and you've admittedly said that you spent 28 years in prison. Is that right?
It's been one too many. Yep.
Okay. So you've been convicted of 38 felonies. You've learned your lesson, and I believe you, bro. I don't think you'll ever go back. But to me, you need to disassociate yourself with people like that, who, in my opinion, are nothing but scammers and fraudulent thieves. That's my opinion. But I come from a pretty extensive background in doing this stuff.
Grifters.
Okay. And conducting major fraud investigations after I was in law enforcement in the private sector, because I worked for a drug business, and a lot of fraud goes through drug companies, and it's amazing. You wouldn't believe it. I was 10 times more busy doing that than I was as a detective. But
I hate to say it, as a part of organized crime, I do know, John.
Well, and I was going to ask you a bit ago. Were you part of an ORC group?
I was,
organized retail crime group where you were fencing stuff that you stole and burglarized and stuff like that.
I was actually way above. I was way above that even. Yeah.
Well, organized retail crime can go way above that. I understand that. I'm talking about racketeering. I'm talking about all kinds of stuff.
I earned a life sentence for racketeering and organized crime, and then earned an early parole through good behavior, and also
you never even told us that, and I knew it. Did I not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I did a renounce step down program, and yeah. So
but
that gives you a little background.
and you didn't have to tell us that, but I knew it. I mean, I already knew that. I've done this for a long time, bro. So my point is, at what point do you not sit back and think, you know what? You know, Detective John's right, man. These people are exploiting me for what I was, what I'm trying to get away from. I'm trying to get away from what I was. And they're not really supporting me. They are exploiting me.
Mm-hmm.
So until you can come to terms with the fact that these people are not good people, they could give a shit about you, bro. I promise you. You get them
Damn
clicks
right.
and they love you. They don't care about AR Hayes. I promise you. Me, I have no ulterior motive but to care about you. You're not getting me clicks. I didn't ask you to come up here on panel or announce I'm going to have ARAs up on panel. You came to the show. That's on your own. Has nothing to do with me. But you got these other creators using your name and exploiting you, bro. And
You could have such a powerful voice, AR, if
you could, man. And you're welcome to come
so
on my
powerful.
show anytime you want. And I'm never going to attack you, man, for your past. So
Well, I appreciate that.
Until you can actually, I did attack you for your past, but you know what? It wasn't really about you, AR. It was because of what I'm telling you right now, because I knew what was being done. I knew that they were spewing everything that they could spew about you for their own benefit, man. You brought a unique perspective, okay? So they exploited you 100,000%, man. And
they could use your content for more conspiracy type crap.
I'd never even talked to you. I don't think I ever even had heard you talk yet. I heard them talk about you. And it was like, now they got this guy, AR Hayes, who's a 38-time convicted felon. Oh, he's going to be great because he's a horrible crook. So that means he can opine about crime. Remember me saying that?
I do. I listen.
I didn't even hear your voice, bro. I didn't know anything about you other than what they announced. So that wasn't a direct attack on you. It was an attack on the circumstances. It was an attack on them. And until you can, in as much as you spent in a 6x8 cell, were you by yourself or you were teamed up?
I was segregated for 24 years.
So you had a lot of gray time, didn't you? You had a lot of time to sit and think. I want you that when you do leave tonight, I want you to think about what I'm saying, because I'm telling you, man, I don't speak lies. I tell the truth. And everybody can say, you know, Detective John thinks he's a know-it-all, but you know what? I've got a lot of life experience that you don't know about. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth. My stepdad was a major drug dealer, moved major weight. I walked down in the basement of my house when we lived in Illinois, and there were 28 kilos of cocaine on our bar. He got popped in Terre Haute, Indiana, in the airport. I walked out of my front door of my house when my mom was pregnant after my stepdad rolled and went federal and took down all these people. My mom was pregnant with my brother. She got pregnant for all the wrong reasons to try and sway the judge with sympathy. So I opened the front door, walking out to the bus, and there's a baby doll stuck into the door with a butcher knife with blood poured all over it, running down, like a gallon of blood poured down, running out the front porch, out into the walkway of my house. That's the kind of shit I saw growing up. So people, you know, you can, oh, he's a cop. He's always wanted to be. No, I'm a cop for different reasons. That's why I was a cop. I've never smoked weed in my life, and I'm not looking down on anybody that has. Never smoked a cigarette. I don't drink. I think I've been drunk probably 10 times in my life, and it was when I was a kid drinking those little Mickeys. Remember those little Mickeys? Oh my!
Those weren't that little.
I was at the skating rink when I was 16 years
Mickey's
old.
Big Mouth.
So yeah, Mickey's Big Mouth, and I got so, and that was the last time I ever got drunk. I was, I mean, literally.
The first time I ever got drunk, it was that crap.
I was laying in the seat of the car, puking all over myself, and almost died because I was asphyxiated with my own puke.
Malt liquor.
That was just, it was.
You remember the Mad Dog 2020s?
Oh, thanks a lot, AR. No,
Yeah.
There's one, Boone's Farm.
But
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
mean to
telling
get
you.
off, but I'm just telling you, man. If you listen to what I'm saying, I welcome you with open arms, bro. And I'm not gonna exploit you. I would damn sure always have you on the show. And I know you're bitter for me attacking you when you're at the hotel, but you got to think about how bad I've been attacked. I have been lied about. I have been lied about. My children have been attacked. I have been. Somebody just said that, you know, I was on a list because I was a bad cop, and it was all lies. So I've had to battle this stuff before I even started my channel, when I just announced from a pathetic POS that owes $50,000 in child support and denounces his children and calls his wife a prostitute, and people are still on his channel supporting him. Disgusting to me. I don't associate with people like that. So you, AR, have got your shit together now. You've got a vision. I think, you know, you would be a great mentor for people that for youth, for the youth.
God, yeah.
If you go into, you know, the youth detention centers, and you go in and the way that you're articulate. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I were to look at you, I would never think you were as articulate as you are. And I'm not saying you're an ugly dude. I'm just saying you look like you've been through a lot of shit, bro. So
yeah,
but to hear you and to read how articulate you are, which I'm sure you actually learned how to read and write pretty well in prison for 28 years. So
I studied a lot, man. I studied a lot of law. I got 2 college degrees. I've tried to better myself. I've tried to better myself in many ways. I mean, prison can knock anybody down if you allow.
Yeah,
I've tried to I've tried to overcome that.
You're never gonna hear me tear you down again. But I was,
and I appreciate that.
And I was disappointed, man, when I actually sucked it up, listened to what you said about somebody fake using your name, and brought you on panel to tell your story, and then you go back on that show and allow them to spew that lie. That's all. I just want you to look at that and think, man, you know what? I should have handled that differently. I should have cleared that up. But you know what? You want to clear up something somebody said about you that may not be accurate. But what about what somebody said about me and lieu of what you said?
I'll say it right now. I'll say it right now, because I do know people are listening on both sides of the coin. The favors for you that absolutely adore you. And then I also know the opposite side that's waiting to hear what my reaction and what my statement's going to be. And my statement is this: I absolutely understand and respect what you were saying, and I agree. I don't believe you were cowardly in the way you handled that, because of the fact you did receive my email stating, let me come up. It is not me right now trying to get on your board, but here I come. And you allowed me to come up. And you know what? No disrespect was exchanged out of either one of us.
I said, hey, buddy, how you doing? Because I read your email.
Exactly.
I didn't have to go into, you know, hey, this wasn't AR, this wasn't really him before. I just...
Right. You allowed me to... You allowed me to speak, and we were free speaking. We were doing just fine, and unfortunately, my side of everything cut out. Now, on the opposite side of that, and you asked me to be directly honest with you, just like I expect you to be directly honest with me. This is how respect is given.
Right.
I'm going to be directly honest with you. The people on the opposite side that are upset with me right now because when I came onto your show, I look like the coward, not you. I look like the coward because there were things being said about me that I did not stand up for. Now, some of the things I didn't even hear, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't care if people talk about me not having teeth. I'm in the process of trying to get them. I had dentures. I personally broke them out of a dumb fit of rage over nothing instead of hitting a guy in the face. Well, a guy disrespected my wife. No, somebody disrespected my wife. I went to say something. My bottom teeth fell out and broke. Well, I got pissed off because my bottom teeth broke. I didn't know that they could just make the separate set of bottom teeth. So I went ahead and chucked my top teeth about 300 feet away. So then I said, oh, shit, I ain't got no teeth now. You know what? Bills come up. You got to support your family. You got to take care of your living. And I'm like you, John. I've never done a drug in my life. And a lot of people say, man, you've done all this prison time, never done a drug in life. No, I never did. I didn't care about drugs. Unfortunately, what my thing was
your high.
I loved money. I loved money, man. I was able to give money to people that needed it and support everybody within what was supposedly my crime family. And it all fell apart, and I went and I did my time. You know, it was what it was. So what? Now we're out here. So it's okay to make fun of somebody with no teeth. I get it. It's no big deal. I'm not mad about that. I don't care about somebody saying.
Rachel knew you wouldn't be mad about it. She's like, look, dude, that guy's caught more hate. He doesn't care about me.
Yeah, you think I give a damn about somebody saying something about my teeth? I don't care, man. It is what it is. I already know I don't have teeth. All you're doing is reconfirming what I already know.
Right.
I don't care about.
And hey, from me, AR, I'm gonna apologize for that because I shouldn't have.
You know what?
I don't think I ever went there on your teeth, though.
It doesn't even matter. You know what? It don't even matter. It is what it is. And then living in a hotel, who gives a shit, man? You know what I mean? If somebody hates on me because I live the way I do, well, then maybe I don't think about living a different way if I can't handle somebody saying something.
Does anybody know how expensive it is to live in a hotel? It's over $100 a day.
Well, that's not. I mean, I know why he lives in a hotel, but we don't need to go there.
I'm going to tell you, John, it's not because my wife works for the hotels. It's because I'm a big enough gambler. I get comps at both Caesar's Palace and MGM Grand. It doesn't matter. I get comps. Yes, I have to pay for some nights.
I think you were at MGM that night because I could see right out. I'm like, I think he's at the MGM.
Yeah, I'm at Planet Hollywood right now. I mean, it is what it is. You know, in life, you have to learn to be honest, and that's what I'm being. But, I mean, to get to it, somebody informed me, and I didn't hear it. I didn't know that some remarks have been made about my wife. I don't know what they are, and I didn't even listen. I just said, hey, that's not me. I'm coming on your show. And the reason why that had to be done is people need to hear you could be respectful and I could be respectful and we could put it to bed.
That's fair enough. Don't go after someone's wife.
Right. For the record, I said
what I hear, she sounds like a lovely lady. I've only heard it from you, AR, but she does sound like a lovely lady.
And for the record, I said good things about your wife.
My wife is one of the best. Yeah, one of the best people you could ever meet. She works harder than anybody. She's the most honest person you'll ever meet. Anybody that can point an ex-affiliate, and John, I'm sure if you know the prison system, you know what affiliation I'm talking about.
I know what you're
talking about. It's only the top of the top. And she pointed right at me and told me, "You either drop that shit or I'm dropping you." Now that's a strong woman.
That is.
That's a
That's
strong woman.
amazing.
So my
Absolutely. And
wife is the
I said nice things about your wife. I didn't say
yeah.
anything negative about your wife.
Well, and I came on because I had to clear the fact I wasn't trying to get on your show. If I was trying to get on your show, and I believe it was FAR or something like that. I don't know what it was. It was a bad word involved in the title trying to get on.
It was
That's not
FUAR Hayes. That's what it was.
that's
FUAR
right. And
That's
I'm
what it
going to tell you right now, and I think anybody listening to this, both good or bad, that dislikes me or likes me, will tell you I'm not a disrespectful person.
No, you wouldn't do that.
That's not the way I carry myself. So when people
No.
came at me, that they told me I didn't stand up against you, John. I didn't come at you heart and soul and tell you exactly how I feel. Number one, this is your panel. I don't go to anybody's panel and ever speak with disrespect because that's their home.
But also,
But
that's not the direction the conversation was going.
No, it wasn't.
Didn't
It never
start off
was.
disrespectful. It started off friendly, and it was fine. So why would you?
And a lot of people don't understand that some of the hashing out happened in email prior to even that night.
That's
So when people don't,
that's why I was surprised because it was like 2 weeks before.
And that's what people, and I've taken some heat for this, and I wish people would take a deep breath. If you don't know the whole story, don't start tearing somebody up about the little bit of the story you know without actually asking them, hey, can you explain yourself? Because look, I've been tore up by a few people here lately, and my name is getting thrown out for some things that I really am not appreciative of. But instead of speaking negatively and dramatically about it, I said, you know what? I'm going to compartmentalize it. I'm going to drop it, and I'm going to move on. Because you know what? In life, the only way I can get from the negative place I've been to a more positive place, which means other people's property is safe, their financials are safe, my mind doesn't go back to the criminalistic way, is to continue to move forward in a positive way. John, if you've been where you say you've been, and I'm not going to doubt that you have, you already know it's extremely hard for somebody from a background like mine
to get a job.
Get out. No, it's not even about a job. I work. I just don't tell people what I do. I work. I have a job, everybody. I do work. And people can bash on me for the fact that I work 55 hours in grunt labor, but you know what? I'm happy about it. I'm completely happy about it. I go earn a paycheck. I give the money, heart and soul to my wife because I know if I put it in my pocket, I'm going to go blow it and gamble or do something dumb with it. So my wife spends my money. And that's why I actually, in the back of my head, feel like I'm accomplishing something. Whatever people earn through YouTube is their business. I'm monetized. I think everybody knows I'm monetized. Okay, I got monetized quickly. No matter how I got my subs, which
it's like I said, you know how you got your subs, and I'm not saying that disrespectfully. They're all doing it. They're piggybacking off of each other and sharing subs. You went
Detective
on,
John.
You went on and they said, "Hey, here's AR's link. Go sub. Here's 150 subs." I know how it happens.
Yeah, but watch my numbers. I like you. I literally grind to earn my subscriptions
I've got
as
some
well
good
as you.
numbers on your last series. You want to hear it, AR? You're doing really good with this last 3-part series that you did. And I'm on the second part. I haven't got to the third yet. But it was on the 14th. And it's 3.5 thousand views. So you're doing good on that. It's probably more by now. This was earlier. This was like 1 o'clock earlier. And that it was about the house.
Yeah. And can I
Yeah.
be honest? I'm down 60% on my
Yeah.
views. I've
Yeah.
lost subscribers. I've gone backwards.
I
I
noticed
was
that.
up in the 10,000, 12,000, 15,000 range of views. I'm okay, guys. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. You want to know why? Because when I first started my channel, I was hoping to have 50 subscribers and 100 views. If I could get to
Exactly.
that,
Yeah, I remember you saying
I-
that. I remember you
if I
actually.
could,
I remember
if
that.
if I could get to that, I felt like somebody was willing to hear my story, because I'm going to start moving more into my story as well as helping people. Guys, I get a lot of emails every day from people that have incarcerated family that don't know what to do. How
Yeah.
do I help them get out of the situation they're in? How do I help this? How do I? And I hate to say it, know how to do that. Like, I know what it takes to get out of prison and survive. I know what it's like to have to go to daily paid day labor to suffice for your parole officer.
Don't be
I
ashamed
get-
of that, AR. Don't be ashamed of that ever.
Well, at this point, I can't be, because you know what? It kept me
No.
out of the joint. It kept me out
Exactly.
of prison. Guys, I've earned my early release from parole.
Yeah.
I've earned actual people around me willing to support me outside of YouTube, outside of Facebook, outside of these social media realms. They're so difficult to navigate. You
Social
guys already
media is
know
not
this.
real, mate. Social media is just bullshit. The real
Well,
world's the real world.
you guys know the truth. It doesn't matter how well you do. You got your lovers, the people that absolutely support you, and then you got your haters. And every night when you lay your head down on your pillow, you hope that you can think more about your supporters, but it's that haters that hurt the most.
Right.
See,
You know
nobody
what I
wants
mean?
to hate anybody, though. Really, we just want people to stop hurting other people. That's really all it is.
So
At
AR,
this
let me
point,
ask you a question, AR. What do
Mhm.
you, and give me an honest opinion, what do you think I'm all about?
you know what? At first, John, I'm not even gonna lie. When you first came out, I didn't understand a damn thing what you were doing. Like, I just didn't. But that's because I was so engaged in the negativity in my own mind. I'm like, what? Why are you doing this? You know what I mean? But then I also had to think about some of the conversations I was getting engaged with that were presented to me. And I don't know if you guys realize, I made a couple of videos that dramatically affected my channel. You know, calling the BS on certain things, saying that I did not agree with certain things, and it really chopped my numbers. Like, I went down 50% right then. But I was okay with that. I was okay with it, because I had to put my opinion out there. Like, hey, guys, look, I don't believe that. Like, I'm not going to agree to
Are we talking
your
about
belief.
Xana's mother? Are we talking about Xana's mom?
Well, there were a couple
Food
items.
truck. You're talking about
Yeah,
the food
'cause
truck and all
what
kinds
you
of
did
stuff.
with that was very, very admirable.
Yeah,
You know
and I
what?
know the
Look.
food truck bothered you too.
Yeah, there's been a few things. Okay, first let's get back into why I'm going to Moscow, why I'm going to watch the home being demolished. It's very important, and a lot of people may not understand exactly why that's important. We are
You don't lay down in front of the
watching.
bulldozer.
Well, we are watching the demolition of where 4 innocent lives that did
We know
not
what happened.
deserve.
We know what happened.
Yeah, but people want to know about tunnels. There ain't no tunnels. People want to know about ghosts flying in the air. There's no ghosts flying in the air over there. I'm going there because of the right reason. I'm not going there to interview anybody in that town. I'm not going there for any reason outside of just giving the praise to the 4 lost lives. I'm there to feel their pain. I'm there to feel the reason why all of this matters so much, because I want to remember that reasoning every time I speak about this case. This case is...
That sounds so disingenuous.
I'm not sure what that means.
That means that you're not being honest.
You don't know those people. They mean nothing to you. And you
How do you know?
A great personal achievement for you to go there and worship the ground they were decimated on.
I didn't say I'm worshiping anything. First of all,
weird.
hold on a minute. John, you hold for 1 sec. What's the other nice lady in the background there? I'm sorry. Who's the lady in the background?
Well, we got J-Lord and we got Sportsy Girl, but I think J-Lord's been talking to you.
Awesome. Okay. Just real quick. This guy, this is Tony, right? Tony?
Yes, sir.
Tony, you and I have been on the live together, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
I thought so. And that was the one over the pond live, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were pretty respectful to me on that live, I thought, right?
Yes, sir. Even though you were baselessly going against John with no...
Hold on.
The point you were being ridiculous.
I was being ridiculous.
Well,
okay.
And you know what? I have to interject here because during that, I watched that show afterwards, and it was funny because Tony, I didn't know from Italy, was actually kind of like a fish out of water on that show, and he was actually saying things that made sense, and Dinky was like attacking him. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was.
He's not a cop. You know he's not a real cop, right?
Yeah.
And
it was so
Tony's like, what?
And
Anyway,
John, back at that time, I was being disrespectful towards you because I was in a negative state and I was speaking disrespectfully to you. And I think I've been pretty honest about that, right?
Yeah, right.
Been pretty up. Okay. Now, Tony, during that live, I think I gave you a lot of respect as well, did I not?
Yes, we both were mutually respectful, even though your bias against John was to the point where you were being dishonest about what you were saying.
Actually, let's take a step back real quick. I remember changing the actual conversation to my background and my criminal affiliation to get it off of the topic, because frankly, the topic just kept going and going and going, and it was unnecessary. So I do remember having a lot of respect for you on that live, and I still to this day do now. So that's one thing I want to clarify with you, because maybe you feel as though I'm about ready to attack you, which I'm not. What I'm saying is at that moment, I had respect for you, and I actually...
I'm listening.
I think we dropped him. I think he dropped. He'll be back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. He's got a very long way of saying things.
Yes.
Well, I like to say things straight out. He has a very long way of saying things. On that panel, he got to the point of being so anti-John that he was saying that T-Rev wrote the letter that Kim had sent him.
I remember.
That was how inaccurate he was. And even so, I respectful to him, and I always are to everyone. Even with John, I've had issues with John, but I'll bring them to him with respect.
Everybody knows damn well that Kim wrote that. She even admitted to writing it.
Yeah. But I don't know where he was heading there. I think he was trying to head into a cloaked attack.
He was. Well, see, that's why Willie has such a bad. That's who Willie's been influenced by these people. Willie has no idea who he's mad at when it comes about John. He's like, he even says, I've never even heard him. But they've told him so many
AR, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. I don't even know how it keeps cutting out, and I apologize.
Hey,
where
get to
did
the point, mate. Get to the point.
Mine does the same thing, AR.
what was I saying, Tony? I was saying I understood your uncomfortability within that conversation when it
I had
kept
no
going on and
uncomfortability
on.
at all. I had no
You did.
uncomfortability at all. No, I didn't. I just called it as it was. You said crap, and I told you. Yeah, I asked you who wrote that. Who wrote that? I said to you, who wrote that?
Who wrote what?
that? You wouldn't give me a straight answer.
Who
The
wrote
Kim-
what? The what?
Email.
The Kim email.
The
Kim's
Kim
email. Kim's
Oh.
email about her information about what happened in the house that night. The infamous email from Kim that I debunked. And
Yeah, and I'm in absolute agreement. I don't agree with anything about that email, so I'm not sure what we're arguing about.
She wrote
Like
that. She wrote that
Yeah,
herself.
I'm sure she.
she wrote it. I mean,
I get a lot of garbage to my email too.
What's that,
Anyway, Tony, I'm going to say this, Tony. I have no issue with you. I have no disrespect towards you. I absolutely appreciate your feelings at that time of how I acted, how I spoke. I wasn't right. I wasn't right. I was in a negative mold. I was an attack John mold. It wasn't right.
I've been there too. Yeah.
I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it. I did. I did. Okay.
Yeah.
John, I feel as though I've been upfront with you and I've apologized. And if I haven't, then I will right now. And I'll do it for all to hear. I was wrong and I apologize.
Hey, and I think people misread me. And it's they think that I'm this unreasonable tyrant.
John, you came on very strong and you came out like a bull out of the gate. And I personally, when I first started disliking you, it's because you're on that Trev show. I was like,
yeah,
because I'm like, you know.
One, I never actually saw you, Detective John, until someone actually emailed me and said, "Hey, man, you got to see what this guy has to say." And I'm like, "What the hell does he have to say? Who is this?" So I went on, and at first you weren't even talking about me. So I was like, "What do I care? Like, he doesn't have anything to say about me. What do I care?" So I just disengaged. I didn't even listen again. And then it came back to me. Hey, no, seriously, go listen to this. And it happened to be a situation where my name came up. And I was like, all right, now I'm fuming. And it wasn't only because of you. I like you, and I'm sure you get them too. I get so many emails on a daily basis. I get the great ones. I get the medium ones. And then I get the ones that just make you like want to put holes in the walls. Right. So, unfortunately,
and
there for a minute,
I would never send you a hate email. I think that's.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know,
and for the record, all my emails contain love.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's just be honest. You know, John, when you and I first emailed back and forth, my first email to you was nothing nice. It just was not
expletives.
It was not right. It was not appropriate. But I did it, and you did. But you know what that does is that opens up a line of communication. It says, okay, now we're.
That opens up a line of communication. But I hope you grow from this to learn you can open the line in a better way.
Well, and that.
I soft told John for a while.
And for the record, last time you were on the show, but I don't know if you remember Tony, what he said about you.
I don't.
He said you were very genuine. He said you were very genuine, and he wished you the best.
And I appreciate that. And Tony, the exact same thing to you. I mean,
and this is the thing, and this is the thing that bothered me. And we're being candid here. We had a great conversation. I felt like we buried the hatchet. Things were cool. You know that I know that you know that I know that you know what we actually had a conversation about, and things were cool.
Yeah,
And
we
then
were dead.
and you were allowed, and this is my thoughts, you allowed those people to manipulate you into hating me.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually was set back because I'm like, wow, why would he do that? And even tonight, somebody said something negative about you, and I just said, hey, good for AR. He's going to
You
go
know
there.
what, though? Let's just be honest about it. And everybody's got to be honest. Back then, nobody manipulated me to hate you. I hated you on my own. I did.
No. I'm talking about back in the Dago days. I'm talking about the Illuminati.
Nah, Illuminati didn't. They had no conversation with me prior to that. I was when I even before I went into Illuminati, somebody messaged me and said, "You know, they were talking about your wife," and I said, "No, nobody talked about my wife." Like I saw the little bit of conversation going on. Like nobody talked about my wife, and then when I got on, nobody talked about my wife, and I don't care about people talking about my teeth.
Who was
I don't
talking about your
care.
wife? They were talking about your wife?
No, that you were talking about my wife on your
I said
show.
nothing bad about your wife or negative.
Hang
It was
on,
all
hang on.
positive. I'm telling you.
Hang on.
And
here. Is that your premise to get on the show? People talking about your wife?
No, my premise to get on the show was somebody was trying to get on that show that was not me. When somebody messaged me and said, "Hey, by the way, are you trying to get on John's show right now?" And I said, "Why would I get on John's show right now? What are you talking about?" They said, "Well, it's FUAR Hayes." I said, FUAR Hayes? That's some sort of game. Somebody's saying FU to me trying to get on your show. So I reached out to you, John, and I emailed you and I said, "Hey, I want to come on your show."
This is what people don't know.
This is me right here in this email saying, "That's not me. I want to come on your show." At that point, I didn't know anything that had been talked about prior, and I didn't care. I had no clue what was being said. I was not listening to your show. I had already put out the statement because of issues with other drama going on. I was no longer entertaining any drama on YouTube. I'm not getting involved. I don't want to hear it. I'm not going to be around it. However, when somebody says that I'm trying to get on someone's show, and I know I'm not trying to get on your show, I'm coming on your show. Like, that's when I'm going to message you and I'm going to say, "Hey, hold up.
Yeah,
I'm coming on your show."
Part of provoked attack because he came on. That person was not saying nice things, was attacking me, saying all kinds. And I know who it was, and I'll say it. It was Stevie Irwin, and Stevie Irwin. Yeah, I know it was you. Period.
I have no idea.
I know your MO. I know it was you.
No.
But I know for a fact neither
Just like
one
all
of
that
us.
whole group of people that came in Illuminati's chat and attacked me that night. You were with them.
Guys, I stay in chats for all of like 12 minutes. I don't know.
You all came in at the same time the last 30 minutes. I was that undesirable person that the doggo was talking about in his live the next day that he deleted. Yeah.
I might have been.
I'm gonna say we need to move on, AR. But all I'm gonna say, bro, is I have nothing negative to say about you moving forward. And I'm glad
I appreciate that.
We had a productive conversation then. Yep. But then it went down, and I still, even though you went on that show and still said disparaging things after our conversation, I took the high road. Okay,
you did.
Even
I'm not going to deny that.
Before you even came on, when somebody said something, because you know what, I just didn't feel like it was worth it. I mean, people play both sides for different motives. Okay, so all I'm asking is that, moving forward, if you want, I'm not saying you want my advice, But my advice would be to disassociate yourself from people that you know are not good people, that you know are really not spreading the love. Okay? That you know, because of your history, that are nothing more than fraudulent scammers. Bottom line. And you know it. And if you look deep into your soul with your experiences in life, you know that people like Dago are truly not who they say they are. Okay? They're truly doing this for ulterior motives.
Grifters.
You know
I'm
that
gonna
chlamydiotomy or whatever her name is a grifter as well. And her shows, just looking at the title of her shows, does not at all back up what he was trying to say. Well, you don't watch our shows because we often do. Bullshit. Look at the titles of their shows, and you tell me for 1 minute that 99.9% of their shows are anti-police, anti-justice, anti these families, and nothing but bullshit for clicks.
Based on their own personal bad experiences from being scumbags and being on the wrong side of the law.
And
unfortunately,
you were trying to disassociate yourself from that and be a better person, yet you're kind of surrounding yourself with the wrong types of people. I'm not saying I'm a great person. I feel like I'm a good guy. I feel like I try to do the right things in life. And, you know, I remember my grandfather, I had asked him a question about whether I should do something, and he would say to me, you know what, son, just do the right thing. And he wouldn't give me advice because he knew.
My thing is, my grandfather said the same thing.
So you know
my
what,
grandfather,
son, do the right thing.
Yeah, when my grandfather, when I was young, and I started being dumb shit, my grandfather would look at me and say, hey, you just got to go in there and think about it and figure out what the right thing to do is. Do right.
That's it.
That's all my grandfather ever told me. Do right.
He would never give
obviously,
me advice. My grandfather pretty much raised me. My stepdad really didn't raise me. I mean, I was spent a lot of time with my grandparents. But anyway, go ahead, man. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, and you know, I appreciate everything you're saying, but you also have to understand I'm going to stand on my 2 feet and do my thing as well, which I know not everybody likes. Not everybody sees my views. I am not disrespecting law enforcement. I don't believe law enforcement deserves to be disrespected. I think they have one of the hardest jobs, and they work some of the hardest things in the world to do. I couldn't do it. I couldn't walk into a crime scene like some of these people have to do. I can't do it. But I do understand sometimes when mistakes are made. I'm sure you understand too, John.
Hey,
sometimes mistakes.
Did you not hear me destroy the crime scene when I watched the tech doing what they did? I destroyed what they were doing. I couldn't.
And that's where you and I are talking the same thing. I'm not destroying the entire case,
right?
But I am going at some of the issues with this crime scene.
And the things that they did that we all saw, I'm telling you right now, Ann Taylor is going to bring up, and they're going to try to use evidence suppressed, and they very well may.
Yep, and that's where
AR.
That was
is your email at Convex Thoughts?
Yeah, it is. Yep.
At Gmail?
Yep, it is.
Thanks.
You're more than welcome to email me anytime. John has it as well. You know, and the thing is, I'm taking a firm stance right now. I'm doing it right here on your show. I hope everybody listening gets it. I am not speaking negatively towards anybody moving forward unless if somebody goes at my wife or the victims' families, because I'm getting sick of it. I'm really tired of watching it. I personally do not agree with everything some of them are saying or doing. but I'm not attacking them. I'm not speaking upon it because it's not the respectful thing to do.
And
Let them iron.
Having said that, have I ever done that?
No.
I've done the exact opposite, but I've done nothing but show respect and wanted to speak out against what is being done to these families. And I'm vilified for that.
I can't deny that's where you're at. But, you know, the thing about it is, and I put my foot down firmly right now, I will not speak negatively upon anybody. I'm not doing it because I'm not getting caught up in any more of these drama games where my name gets drawn into stuff. I think you can understand. I think we've spoken enough, and we do email back and forth, and we do speak. I'm actually pretty clear with my words. I'm not really stupid.
No, you're very articulate,
I would say you're a man who is not clear with your words. You just keep on going on and on to get to a message, in my opinion.
Well, I appreciate your opinion, Tony. Thank you.
And I would say, and kind of piggyback on what Tony said, and this is not an insult to you, AR, so don't take it. I know you have ulterior motives because I know you have a direction you want to go in. Okay.
You want to know where I want to go? I'm going to state it right here on your show. You want to know where I want to go?
Let me finish before you tell me that.
All right.
My only concern is that for someone who wants to do good and be better, you are surrounding yourself with not do-gooders, bad people who will scream the C word multiple times and just absolutely she's just
makes it look good, that's all.
It's just
you are going on to that show and being a part of that show. I'm telling you right now, it's like I would, if I spent all of my life in a negative situation like that, and I truly came out and I wanted to be surrounded by better people that would not expose me to any kind of negative crap, I would certainly not go on to that show.
Unless you're trolling them.
I would not go on to that show. Dago, hey, say what you want, everybody, about Dago, but at least he's a nice guy on the outside. On the outside. But I don't think he's who he truly. I don't think, because I've seen him react to his family in some of his videos, and he didn't realize that he was caught. So I think it's a ruse. It's fake.
Yep.
But hey, that's just me.
And I get your viewpoint.
A good actor.
I get your guys' views.
Man, it just kind of it goes against my gut feeling that you're genuine when you expose yourself to that bullshit.
Yeah.
Can I make what?
And those
I'm gonna make. I'm gonna make one statement. You may not agree with me, but I have to make it because it's true. Dago's never said a negative word about me. No. He's never bashed me. He was the first one that uplifted me.
Yep.
Look at him.
He gave me my first platform to speak.
Many of the people, because there's something in it for him, AR Hayes.
I wouldn't be proud of that.
You went from 50 subs to like
something you put on your CV.
Like 1,500 subs too from him. I get it.
Most likely.
I even confronted him about it, and he said that's what we're supposed to do. No, not in my opinion.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean, I get it. I get what you guys are saying, but I also.
And this isn't a dig at you, AR. I'm not attacking you. I'm just being real, bro. And I understand. I get what Tony's saying. Because if you stand up on a ledge and you're looking down at this and then listening to what you said and buying what your pre-recorded shows were about and what you were trying to convey to everyone about how you've changed and how you're going to move in a different direction, it's a contradiction to me.
You went the other way.
To see you dealing with those type of people. It's
John?
like a drug dealer or drug user that's been incarcerated and he's got a meth issue and he comes out and he's all gung-ho and he's going to be great, but he goes back to the same freaking group of people he hung out with before and he's right back on meth. You follow what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. I
am just saying, bro, you gotta, if you're true to yourself and your wife and your dogs and you really want to be a better person, then get away from those people. Do your own thing, but surround yourself with good people that do the right things. Like me. I'll be your friend. I have no problem saying I'll be your friend. I'm never gonna attack you unless you attack me.
Right, John, we need to let Sports Girl up. She is gagging to get up.
Oh, is she? Damn, I didn't see her.
Yeah. Say to AR, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. All right, hold on. Sports 8. You're on. Hold on, let me unmute you. No, you muted yourself. Hello, Pablo.
Go Sporty.
Hi.
Hello.
Hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I tried talking a few times here, but it didn't work for whatever reason. Anyways,
I thought your phone died or something.
Or Hayes, though, because I was actually in your corner when you came up the last time onto Detective Show, and I was giving you brownie points, and I was going, okay, this is a really great guy, and he's gonna do right. And then next thing I know, you're on clues and bashing, and I was very upset by that. So there went the brownie points. Now tonight you're back on and you're saying that you were being supported by them, so you were being backing them up that way because they were, supporting you. And as far as I understood, our whole group, our whole chat, Detective John, we were also backing you too after that. But then
and I didn't realize that because I didn't actually come back on to your channel, John, after our discussion, to be honest with you.
Oh, we had a long discussion after you left about you. And it was
what's funny, my wife came back on, not me. My wife rewatched the show because, like I told you,
typed something, didn't she? She said something real good, and she talked about you as like promoting you. And I was like, I bet this is his wife.
I'm not sure if she did, but she sat me down. She sat me down, and she looked at me and goes, "You do understand when you got off, they actually had nothing but good things to say about you." And I said, "What are you talking about? I mean, I was only there a couple of minutes. They had disconnected, and I was gone, and whatever." And she said, "Well,
see, Clue was trying to make it sound like Clue twisted it a different way."
And I've been very honest. I went on Clue's show the very next day. I haven't lied about it. I was in the show. We discussed it. We talked about my teeth. We talked about how I felt, about my wife being talked about. I still, at that point, did not know the reality of what actually happened in the show because I had not taken time to go back and listen to it. I have since. I have gone back because my wife forced that of me. So I do know. I do know what was actually said. I do know the truth. And that's why here tonight, after I sent John an email saying, I'm no longer getting on anybody's, I'm not getting up. I'm not speaking anymore because I'm tired of all of this. I'm done.
You should send your life our way. We like the way she thinks.
Well, and you know what? My wife she's a very good gal.
She should have her own show. She's good.
Yeah.
She's
Tell her
actually,
we think she sounds awesome.
She's actually starting Pities in Vegas. So she's going to be doing a family-oriented dog show on the strip of our dogs and her, venturing through all the dog-friendly cafes and the food place. It's going to be very positive,
that'll
very
be
fun.
cute.
Well, you're on
That'll
a
be
panel
so
with dog lovers, so go ahead, let us
Yeah.
know what it is.
I'll
and
support
You know,
that.
put it out there.
Pities
so,
in Vegas.
Pities in Vegas. The
That's
actual
cute.
page is already up. She's done a couple of
Excellent.
videos. So we're going a fun, really productive, positive way with that. Family oriented with the dogs, traveling, fun things. Yes, yes,
Hey,
yes.
here's a question. Keeps coming up in the chat repeatedly.
Just gonna ask this.
And the question is Dylan a victim?
You know, I've been one that has spoken about the 8 hours. I'm not going to deny that.
I want to hear you say yes or no.
But here's the thing.
No, I've heard you ramble about everything tonight. Let's get a yes or no from you here.
I couldn't live with myself with what she's endured, so I would say, yeah, she is a victim. I don't think I would be able to not have nightmares over it.
So what I was saying earlier about Dylan, in your mind now, is what I was saying pretty plausible that she was just, probably pretty drunk maybe when she opened that door, and that's a party house, and she just turned around and went back to sleep. She saw something that was a little crazy. Whoa, what did I just see? And went back to sleep.
Yeah, if she was intoxicated, that's what 95% of us would have done.
Exactly.
I hate to say that.
We don't know if she was straight as an arrow. We don't know.
We don't know, but I'm speculating, and we all can do that because we don't know, because we don't have the facts of that. But they were out at a party. That's been testified to.
I'm just saying, based off of my experience back in life, when I've had one too many to drink and I opened my door and somebody walked by, I wouldn't have known what the hell was going on.
Yeah,
I would have probably taken a.
Why would you entertain in the past? And I understand this is in the past. Why would you entertain anything different? Why did people have such a hard time with somebody going to sleep at 4 o'clock in the morning and not waking up till noon?
Exactly.
I think where my issue lies maybe might not even be with Dylan. It might actually be with the law enforcement throwing her under the bus in the PCA, showing that she was even awake and coherent to make that statement. Why not just state, hey, we had a young lady in the house wake up, but she was a little bit inebriated, and we just don't know what she saw.
Well, at
first they had to make it sound like they were all first on the bottom floor because the killer was on the loose. Okay, right. And they couldn't say that they were awake. They couldn't tell us anything.
But also,
they caught the guy.
I kind of agree with you, because I've always said that PCA contained way too much information.
Well, let me ask you this, John.
That PCA was written by a very inexperienced officer, and
I agree.
His first major PCA. Now, granted, there's nothing really wrong with him putting that much detail into PCA, but here we are,
right?
And it lends to what you're saying. And
my biggest issue, I think you, just by getting to know you a little bit, would believe in transparency, correct?
Yeah, I believe in transparency.
Yeah, transparency is pretty big. To me, it's pretty big. So when you get in front of a microphone as a law enforcement officer or someone having to make a press release to the public, why not just say, hey, we're in the middle of an investigation. We have some thoughts and some ideas of where we're going with this, but we don't want to make a statement at this time.
Because everybody would have crawled up their butt with a microscope going, that's not fair. You're not saying anything. Tell us more. You're being vague.
Come on, man. Come on.
Well, here's the thing.
No, but look at where we're at today. Look at where we're at today with a poorly written PCA. You have to admit that's a beginner's PCA. I've had many written against me. I know what PCAs look like.
Let me correct you there. It's not a poorly written PCA.
It's too much detail.
It's an overly detailed PCA. Because here,
Right.
I'm going to tell everyone the exact truth. So when you write a PCA, the only thing that needs to be in there are the elements of the crime, and not all the elements, just enough for a judge to say who, what, when, or why, how. Okay, pretty much, and not the who. I mean, not all of those, but just enough for the judge to say, yeah, okay, I think probable cause exists here. Bam, pencil whip it, pen whip it, put him in jail. We'll talk about bond at his first appearance. So we can all opine that PCA was not a poorly written PCA, but it had a little bit too much detail that wasn't needed. Okay,
Right.
we didn't need all that stuff. That PCA was actually way more, like I said, and only needed to have enough to have a judge say, okay, let's send his ass back to Idaho, and then they can deal with it.
Right.
So
I agree.
Right.
I get what you're saying and what Tony's saying and everyone else, but from a guy that has literally written thousands of PCAs, okay, thousands, I know that less is more. So what comes after the PCA is the actual detailed incident reports. And in a case like this, that's going to have tons of supplementals attached to it, correct? So you're going to have the initial incident report, and then you're going to have all the supplementals from all the other investigations that were conducted with the interviews, from the canvassing to everyone else that was involved in the crime, and including your, all your texts, everything. That's going to be a detailed report that is still not completed. But what has happened here is irresponsible creators have taken the PCA and sat behind this microphone and this desk and purported themselves to be experts and told the world that this is all they got.
Well, it's definitely not all. It's definitely not all they got. It's the beginning.
It's perception.
It's the beginning of yeah. No, I get it.
Perception is reality for some of these people. They don't get it. Okay. They think that because they're sitting at home looking at a monitor, which to them is like a TV, and this person sitting behind this desk, like Jules, knows what she's talking about. She doesn't know shit. She's a wannabe. She's a nothing, in my opinion. And every time I listen to her, I get even more pissed. With her face. Oh my gosh. It's disgusting. She looks like she's bit into a lemon every time she talks. Could you be any more condescending, Jules? Put a smile on your face. Maybe people will listen to you.
Jules. Are we talking about Jules? Jules, she is, my goodness, Jules, poor Jules. She keeps on teaming up with the derelicts of YouTube true crime and ends up getting bitten in the ass, and then she does it again.
Right.
She's hilarious.
Well, bottom line is we can get off the PCA. Yes, to me, less is more. He put way too much in it, which opened the door for all this bullshit. Okay.
Well, I think people need to also learn the PCA is only the beginning. There's so much more investigating and evidence that comes after a PCA. That's why it takes years.
Are you actually saying that, AR?
That's why it takes years to go to trial. Hey, it took them 7 years to take me to trial in one of my cases because they were investigating for 5 of that.
Right.
I mean, I get that. I know the major piece of evidence in one of my crimes that actually got me to change my mind and sign a plea bargain 5.5 years after the fact was found after 5 years of investigating. So no, not all evidence is in the PCA. Not all
But
evidence
guess
is
what?
found in the first year.
Why
That's
are
why
you attacking Dylan?
I keep telling people Brian Colbert is not going to court until 2025.
But,
Yes,
He's
I
just
agree with
not.
that.
but guess what? In your case,
First
that
thing
Summer,
is
at least.
what I agree with.
but guess
Yes,
what?
I
Not-
agree.
Maybe not the first, but yes, I agree with that.
But
2025.
guess
I
what,
do too.
AR? That PCA in your case.
Put your seatbelts on.
But guess what, AR? That PCA in your case had enough of what? Had enough what? It had enough
Evidence.
PC to hold you for those 5 years, didn't it? Hello? What happened to AR? We dropped him again. All right, we're gonna move along. And AR didn't hang up on us.
AR,
Move along,
have a
John.
good night.
Huh?
I mean, honestly, I find a lot of that disingenuous, I'm afraid to say. You know, I know he was nice to me tonight, but in the previous meetings I had with him, he's just talking rubbish. And I think a few people in the chat think he's talking rubbish as well. As Americans say, garbage. Hey, I wish the guy the best. And if he is trying to make the better of himself, good. But he shouldn't hang around with losers. Or
Right.
he'll just
and what I would expect from
drag down
AR
the
moving
game.
forward is all this nonsense that's been spewed about Dylan that you've been a part of. And let's face it, you have been. And
Yeah.
you
Leave her alone.
you just said the right things on the show. So why don't you go to those shows when you go back and shut them down?
Exactly.
Because you're gonna be impeached on your testimony because of what you said on this show tonight. So that's what I would expect from you, AR, moving forward. And that's with all due respect, bro. Hey, listen, 80s kid. I want to bring you on panel.
Yeah, he's fiery.
I want to bring 80s kid on panel. So hold on a second. I'm sending you the link.
80s kid. He, she, or it. Come on up.
Yeah, I love this guy. He's one of
80s
our
kid
biggest
is great.
supporters. Hey, click on this link, the 80s kid. You better come on. This community needs that. That's right. We need you up on panel.
Yes.
I just sent the link. Is it up there? Yeah, it's up there. Come on. So anyway, that was, you know what? I think that was a great conversation. Went a little long, but
I don't know what to think of that, John.
I
I'm
get
undecided.
I get where he's coming from, and I get what you're saying, Tony, about being disingenuous, because the reason why it's hard to bite is because he's on both sides. He'll go to a show that we despise tomorrow and be buddy with them.
Yeah,
And
kicking my ass or your ass, yeah.
So I think that if he wants to prove himself, then he needs to go to these shows that are right now seem to be on the hotbed of Dylan and shut them the hell down, because what he said tonight would be a direct contradiction to what they say. So AR, I know you're still listening, bud, and your phone probably died or something, but if you are listening, do the right thing.
Yeah.
Like your grandfather used to
Do
say.
the right thing, man.
Just do the right thing, mate. All right. So, hey, 80s kid. Let's see. I got to keep it quiet here. Sorry. Oh, man.
Wimping out.
Must have babies asleep or something.
Oh, bless him. Or her. Or it. Or
I
she.
put it up there.
I don't know how it works over there.
KIW is awesome.
USA is a complete maze for pronouns.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube. I can say that in New Zealand, no problem. No one's saying anything about it. But
what pronoun are you?
Studley.
Okay. All right. So let's get. What time is it? Good. What? It's 5:12, y'all.
Man. It's only 8
Holy
o'clock.
cow. We've been going on since 9 o'clock.
It's 2:13.
It's no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at how many hours? 5 hours and 13 minutes. I'm thinking it's
Yeah.
5:12 in the morning. Jeez.
No, it's
I'm freaking
2:13.
tired, y'all.
Hey, John, you're holding
Yeah,
me
but-
up because I normally go on a really nice panel show, and it's sort of a panel show, and they discuss this case every now and then. You know the case I'm talking about, right?
Right.
But they allow all opinions in a very friendly way, but they won't allow victim shaming or going after the families of the victims or any of that bullshit. You know what I mean?
Who
Like,
does
It's
that?
okay to have a question. Like for myself, like I said, I've followed a few cases where people have been convicted of something, and years later it comes out that a piece of evidence was moved or whatever, So I'm still on the Coburger, and I know you're probably going to hate me now, but I'm probably 75% it's him and 25% doubt. But when I see trial and evidence, I'll probably move to 99, But I just haven't, because I've seen these other cases where things have been, and just New Zealand, local cases here. And it's a small place, so everything comes out in the end,
Well, here's what I would say. Here's what I would say, man, is, when you get this deep, you tend to forget the little things. So you just have to kind of look at the little things that make sense. And then the big things will come together. Like, okay, how do you explain? I mean, you can try to, but how do you explain that they've proven that he bought a K-bar knife? He's got his DNA on the snap, male, female.
Let's
I don't
go
know which
one
one.
at a time, John. Let's go one at a time. So you say they've proven he bought a K-bar knife from Amazon.
Right. Yep.
When you say that, how have they proven that? They've got a receipt from Amazon.
They've got
PCA or something.
They've got the receipt. They've got his Amazon purchase history and a search history, which will probably show that he searched multiple knives of that kind of structure. But yes,
we don't know that, do we?
Well, we don't know that, but we know that. Okay, when you go to buy something, you generally kind of look at other things.
Yeah, but we don't know that. So
it's going to reveal that. We know that, but we do know.
They have an Amazon receipt that says he purchased K-bar
we have
knife.
an Amazon. There's an Amazon receipt saying that he bought a K-bar knife.
It was first reported on Dateline, and they made it sound like it was yeah. No, I agree with you.
Come on.
But that's where it first came out.
That's like a 75% again. You know what I mean?
Right. And then it came out.
I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm not saying that at all.
No, but I'm just trying to tell you where that first came from. That first came from Dateline.
Okay. From Dateline. So I would say Dateline's a 75% to me.
So if you want to hear that interview, go back. It was the very first or second Dateline that they did about Idaho. It was the one where they reported that the girl, he had, I guess, helped her, and he put a security system up, and they believe that he spied on her.
Right.
It'll be that interview, Tony. That's where that is.
Hey, you know what? You know what, Tony? I'll accept 75%, bro.
I'm 75 on that.
Because, I mean, that's fine coming from, from a guy like me to say 75%, that would be a bad statement, because I kind of know a lot more about what probably went into this case. But coming from anyone else, 75% based on just the PCA, I'm cool with that, because I know that the day that this opening statement is made by the prosecution, you're going to be 150,000%.
I hope so. I really hope so. I really, really, really hope so. They've got the right guy. Honestly, I do. Because if they've got the wrong guy, that's a travesty again. So I've seen, like I say, I've seen a couple of cases here in New Zealand. We're a small country, so when something happens, it's like one state of America. Something's happened, everyone follows it. Everyone knows what's happening. Everyone's like on one side or the other, and then years later, something comes out like a deathbed confession or something like that, and the guy's cleared, and you go, what? you know, I thought that the whole time, and it wasn't. You know, so now with Coburger, and hey, I'm just a weird guy in New Zealand. I know nothing about it really, but I'm still, at the end of the day, no matter what's thrown at me until I see a trial and that sort of stuff, I'll always be 75. I was 50-50 a few months ago, just because I was listening to too much bullshit and seeing too much bullshit. Can I say bullshit on YouTube? I don't know.
Hey, just don't say the C word.
I admit, I do follow a few conspiracies. A few things like were conspiracies, they come true 20 years later.
I'm a conspiracy realist.
Yeah, so I'm sort of like, on a few things I sort of like, I question them. But on this, pretty much looks like it's him. His alibi is complete bullshit. It's like, it's just, if something happened in my town, it's like 25,000 people or something, and my alibi was I like to drive around at 3 or 4 in the morning, just, scope things out. I'd just they'd hang me already. You know what I mean?
I'm almost to the point where I think,
but I'm still 75% because the case of one of the cases I followed really closely, and then years later I found out that after the guy got let off 25 years later, and they planted shotgun shells in his garden.
Oh God, how horrible!
So I'm like. So as soon as I heard that chief thing,
did that case involve DNA?
Eh?
Did that case?
That's way before DNA.
But
they planted shotgun shells they had the same casing markings as we fired out the same gun that he owned and all that sort of shit, and blah blah blah, and it was all a frame up.
Here's the problem today, and this actually is very concerning and scares the crap out of me. When it comes to homicides, I think we're moving in a direction that if we don't get DNA, or we don't get a confession, or we don't get an eyewitness to the event,
hell, they want a video.
We are going to have so many acquittals because of no DNA, or null pros cases because of no DNA. And it's going to be so bad that it will be easier to get away with murder if you plan it. And here is the problem. Where are the investigative skills today? So because of high-tech investigations, are we going to lose what we've been doing for a century? We're going to lose the old, let's actually play the game. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of the criminal. Let's think about what they did, who, what, when, where, why, how. Let's figure it out. Let's interview witnesses. Or are we just going to go straight for the DNA? And if we don't have the DNA, oh man, this is a really hard case now. We're not going to be able to put the work in. So we're not going to file. We'll file with the SAO. The SAO will say, yeah, well, we don't have much. I mean, I can't really file this case. You got to do some more work.
John, may I please respond to some comments here, John?
Sure, man.
I've got to find them. Someone's saying, do I think Dylan and Bethany are involved? Absolutely not. I think it's ludicrous. No, I can't find the other ones. God damn. Sorry, John.
That's all right, man.
This delay, it's pretty bad. But, hey, look, I think it's pretty much as it seems, as they're presenting it. I think there's a small possibility of tampering, but very small. Sometimes in cases, John, you might know of this sort of thing. The police they know the guy did it. They know he did it. He might even confess off camera or whatever.
It's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
So they know it, but they can't quite prove it. And they move some spectacles from one room to another. That's the case I'm going back to. Mm-hmm. So that's why I always have a bit of doubt.
Liz W, I agree.
Just until I see that final thing. But yeah.
Well, and here, like Danielle K said, they are getting convictions without it. Yeah, they are. But they're getting convictions with more evidence, like confessions, eyewitnesses, things like that. But when you have a case, let's say we have another Kohlberger and he goes out and he does everything right. There is no such thing as a perfect crime. But if I were going to commit this crime and I thought it out, I would, I would dress appropriately. I would do everything I could not to leave DNA. Damn sure wouldn't leave the knife sheath. Knife sheath would probably be affixed to a belt, or I wouldn't even have taken a knife sheath. There's no point in him taking a knife sheath in there. That's why I think he didn't plan it that night, because he didn't think. But yes, there are convictions still without DNA. I'm not saying that's going to, that's not going to happen. What I'm saying is the state attorney's offices today are not filing on not just homicides, but they're not filing on a lot of cases. And it's scary. And I know that for a fact, because I've got friends that are still cops, and I just had I got a guy that I can't stand that I just got his probation violated. And I know that he's ripped off a bunch of other friends of mine. He used to be a friend of mine. He had a business. He was taking credit cards. He was billing companies.
Oh, no.
And then he was billing companies. And then people that I sent him, my friends that own companies, he was billing them. And then 2 weeks later, he'd hit them again. And if they didn't catch it, then great. A lot of people have enough money in their account. They're not going to catch $200-300. They don't pay attention to that kind of stuff. So he's been doing this. Well, he got caught.
It's a big scam in Florida. Huge.
He got caught. He got caught doing it. So he's triple, quadruple tapping these people. And I got a great case from one of my friends that's a victim, and everything's there wrapped up in a little bow, and the SAO won't file because the victim is on the fence on whether they want him to pay restitution or go to jail. Why would he be given that option?
I shouldn't.
He's already on paper for ripping off a city municipality of all.
You should have to do both.
So this is where we're heading in our justice system, and it's really, really disheartening.
Yeah.
It is. It's
if you don't have a perfect case wrapped up in a little bow, then you getting a state attorney to sign off and pencil whip that, very hard.
In the state of Florida, that's crazy, because state of Florida isn't like that. And for the state of Florida to be turning it down.
Okay. I got this from the investigator's mouth that I've been talking to for the past month about the case.
Hey, John, I got a question here. The 80s kid who he, she, or it does not want to come on panel.
Yeah,
says,
I saw it.
Tony, what's going to be on his computer tower?
What's going to be on his computer on Kohlberger's?
I guess so.
Man,
I bet the juice is where it's the fire stick.
Yeah, I think
I bet that's the cream right there.
There's going to be some pretty nasty stuff. I think that I believe he's probably heavily into pornography. I think he's got some issues.
Hey, aren't we all, John? Aren't we all?
Well, I can honestly.
Sorry, I said that out loud.
I'm going to be people liar, but the only pornography I've ever watched in my life was cases that I had to watch.
I only like stumpy porn.
Yeah, I don't watch porn. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, if you want to watch porn, but I don't know. My mind just doesn't go there. I like the real stuff. If I can get the real stuff, and I'm good with my girl, I'm fine. I don't need porn.
I'm too old for
porn.
I
need
porn
porn,
for guys in their teens and stuff. Yeah, whacking off all day. Dirty pants. All their socks are all sticky.
No, and you'll be going blind.
I'm already blind. I did it years ago. I did it years ago. I'm trying to give up now.
Oh man.
Oh my god, that's funny.
All right, I'm gonna put the link up again. If anybody wants to come up, let me put it up again. We got any more characters out there? Let's see here. Giovanna. Hey, Giovanna, that's who we want.
Oh
Hey,
yeah, Giovanna.
Click that link. Come on up. Come on, I don't want any excuses.
Hey, there needs to be a serious movement to get rid of some particular channels on this platform.
Yeah.
They're just grifters. They're just basically making money off victims' families.
Hey, Frank, good to see you, bud.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tony. Totally. There's a lot more now, and they're cropping up everywhere all the time.
Yeah, it's like
in
a
little
growing business.
little sets of threes.
Yeah, you come out, you say something completely disgusting, and you've got 10,000 subs.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's a strange thing, and they all seem to blow up at the same time, and with the same people, same groups. Tommy, Dago, all of them.
Yeah, all the same scumbags with the lonely, depressed,
Yeah.
can't get a date, incel, incest, whatever they are. But I don't know what the female for incel is, and it's disgusting.
Hey,
I never heard that word till that weird kid.
The female for incel is not incest, is it?
No,
I think I'm confused.
no. It's it came up with that weird kid in California, wherever he was. What was his name, y'all? The kid that got that where we first heard the term incel. He did all the videos, and what was his name? Yeah, anybody remember?
Incel is a social engineering term to insult males. That's all.
Yeah. Who was that first guy though? Remember, good-looking guy, but he was nuts. It's where they first named him. He was the first person I ever heard that term from.
Hey, Amy Terry. Amy Terry, why don't you come up?
Yeah, Amy Terry, definitely.
I'll put the link in here again so you won't have to look for it.
Andrew something or other.
Anybody who wants to come up, come on up. We're gonna give it.
Oh, Elliot, that's it.
We're gonna go for 6 hours. That seems to be the trend that I get. 6 hours.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not gonna go 6 hours again. It always happens. But hey,
well, what happened, John, in the first half of the show? You exposed Harsh as a grifting lunatic, and what about he can't pay his mortgage? Who was the other person?
T-Rev.
Oh yeah, well yeah, yeah.
Oh, Giovanna, did you try to come up? Try it again. I don't know what's happening.
T-Rev, yeah.
Device is not connected. I don't know.
I saw him doing a duo with someone else.
Yeah, JLR.
Oh yeah. It
was an absolute joke.
Yeah, slippery slope there.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Next thing you know, T-Rev will be complaining that he hasn't made love to JLR in a house in the bush like Bighorn Becky, complaining all the time.
Be careful now. JLR will sue you, man. He's got the world record. He's
not allowed to sue anymore. He's not allowed to sue.
From what somebody was saying, I don't know how true it is. Does he have the world record for lawsuits?
There is no world record. He wanted it, but there is no Guinness Book of World Records in that. They don't have that as a thing. But he has 4,000 lawsuits. He sued Trump, the Eiffel Tower, the Taliban. I think the Golden Gate Bridge, if I'm not mistaken.
He sued Holocaust survivors.
We're gonna have to do a show on
families of Sandy Hook. He sued people. He sued victims and people You should. He's a disgraceful,
He sued the families
unforgivable
of
character.
Sandy Hook. I
Yes,
heard
and
that too.
get this, check
On
this
what
out.
grounds? On what
He
grounds?
sued. He would sue people, like people that went to prison that he didn't like. He would tie up their books, making lawsuits, so like on their behalf, so that they could get commissary. He's not allowed to sue people anymore. He's not allowed.
He's.
How do you?
he's
Now, I'm just asking. How do you know that?
He's a vexatious legal. What do they call it? Vexatious. He's just fictitious, or what's the word? It starts with a V. VEX. He's a fictitious litigant. He's not allowed. He's like parasitic to the judge.
Various.
Yeah. Bad.
All right,
Just
so
like Lana. Lana, same crap.
We're going after JLR then. Somebody said the other day, I was reading, Detective John won't ever go up against JLR. The hell I won't. Who are you, JLR?
Fictitious.
Hey,
What is that
You're
word?
nothing but a wannabe reporter.
JLR's not that bad. He's feet on the ground, but it's just he posts so much shit. 90%
JLR's making an effort. JLR tries, but then he has his bad days.
Yeah. I mean, look, honestly,
Giovanna,
I don't know if you got to hear the war with Bighorn Billy. What's her name? Bighorn Betty, not Billy.
Bullhorn Betty.
Bighorn Billy, yeah. Bighorn
She's
Billy.
another Tampa Bay resident.
Yeah. And JLR, I think, used to make the sweet loves to her. But he doesn't anymore. And now they've fallen out, and it's so funny.
It's funny. And there's actually case law, because I believe there was case law, if I remember hearing it right, because of her on the
yes
what you call it case.
Leilani.
No. It was on the guy that killed his girlfriend.
Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito.
Yeah, Gabby Petito. She marching on their house.
Yeah, she was out in front of their house making a fool of herself.
I don't know if there was case law, but there's something big that happened with her that was a big deal.
She was with Molly Golightly out there in front of the house, and
Molly's gone. Armchair Detective, he's gone. Joseph Morris. Harsh will be next.
I had a little bit to do with old Armchair Detective, just for the record. People don't know that, but I had a little bit to do with that.
Really?
You're welcome.
He was so high strung.
That guy, and this was way before I had my show, but that guy was just despicable. And then he gets up and he does a show wondering why it's happened. YouTube didn't even tell me. I can tell you, because you're a dick. Excuse me. That's why. Because you're an irresponsible punk. That's
years and years ago, he got really out there. Okay, years ago, and then he started to get better, but he'd already made enemies of a family, and it was bad.
Yeah, it was. I'm not even going to talk about that jerk. He's got his karma, and he's got some. He's going to have some litigious stuff happening to him too.
He tries hard. His past behavior is absolutely despicable.
Yeah.
So his current behavior compared to that is actually very, very good.
Yes, it's very good.
He does be out there, and he does try. So,
Giovanna, I don't know what's happening. I had you up. Try one more time, Giovanna. Let me send the link again.
I don't know if I'm comfortable up here with Giovanna here. She's been saying a lot of nice things about me.
Yeah. Does she like your dogs?
What kind of doggies do you have?
Pits. Are they?
Oh, you have little piggies?
Yeah, you can't say that in this country, but there might be a chance they have some pit bull in them.
Hey, we got Frank here. Oh, let's bring Frank.
Let's not tell anybody.
Frank, what's up, buddy?
More.
What time is it there?
Let's see. 8:30 a.m.
And where are you again?
Netherlands.
Netherlands. Are you
Hey,
on the same
Frank.
time zone as Tony?
What?
No way.
No, let me see. Tony is, I think, Australia, right?
No, Tony
New
is
Zealand, bro.
New Zealand.
But I have honestly no clue. I know Australia, I think, sitting freaking 16 hours ahead of me. I don't know.
13
Oh,
years.
14, yeah.
What time is it there, Tony?
It's 20:38.
What does that mean?
Yeah, 8:38.
Military time.
8:30 on a Sunday night.
What time is it
8:30
there,
p.m.
Frank?
Yes,
It's-
ma'am. Sunday
It's
night.
Thank
8:30.
you.
8:38 a.m.
Your time?
Yeah.
And AM? So
AM.
you are in the same time zone.
12 hours.
No,
No, 12 hours. Or yeah.
Oh,
12.
no, 12. Okay, PM and AM. Okay, yeah, they're 12
1
hours.
p.m., 1 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's 2:30 where we're at, 20 to 3 where we're at a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always get hella confused with Eastern Central Time, and then
Yeah,
just as
it's
well.
really screwy.
So what's up,
Daylight
Frank?
savings time.
Nothing much. I was just wanting to tune in and wondering what's going on with Harshey today.
Dude. I mean,
Oh.
how long? Honestly,
he's a
man.
grifter. He's
How long is
attacking-
this guy gonna be
He's
able to get away
attacking the
with this
father
stuff?
of the victim, of one of the victims.
Did he do that video? Yeah, I saw a video popping up on my
He
Discord.
deleted it.
Really?
He's a
He deleted
scumbag.
Hey, Frank, real quick, have you seen your buddy Willie?
Oh God, not him.
He's been on Dinky everywhere.
And I've never even heard of the guy, and he's accusing me of putting him on my hit list.
And Frank chewed him up and spit him out.
You know, that is the thing.
Want to be
When
on
I-
the hit list, Willie? I'll put you on, bro. But you got to give me a little info on yourself.
when Brian,
although Sportsy Girl or no, J-Lord, she seems to know about you. I don't know anything about you.
when Brian got first
he's
arrested,
been all over YouTube since
Yeah.
last January.
Yeah, I don't
well,
know.
he first appeared on I think it was mine. I didn't know him that well to be
Yeah,
honest.
that you were like one of the first. Well, he was on MJ's, Melissa J's, and everybody's, and then you were the first one. He was on there with like when he was with Doggo and all them and Rory,
Mhm.
and then it was just I don't know.
I didn't know the guy. He claimed that I think he emailed me, and he
tried
said
to make
was,
it sound like you tried to kill him.
but he emailed me and he said that he was a high school friend of Brian Goldberger. It's like, dude, like, give me proof. Yeah, I don't have any. So I did a quick background check. Turned out that he really lives in Pennsylvania. It's like, sure, it can pan out, you know. Then it kind of went from there, but he looked more like a high school bully than a friend of Brian.
Yeah. I don't think that they really knew each other. I think they just knew.
Willie is not his real name, though. It's actually Chris K.
Who is
Oh,
Willie?
really?
Yeah, it's something. Chris is his real name.
Yeah.
Who is Willie? Who someone comment somewhere?
Well, he goes up. He's been all over. He's been on Nellie's. He's been on Dinky's. He's been on Dago's lives lately.
And here's
he
the
used to
problem
be
I
on
have with
Melissa
him.
J's.
Yeah, and here's the problem I have with him. He's saying that I've victimized him. I've put him on my list. I don't even know who he is. So
You should put him on your list.
clickbait. I'm clickbait for people that I don't even know who they are.
What's sad is he didn't read the list, or he'd know he wasn't on it.
I mean,
John, just out of curiosity, what is your deal with Sloofy though?
With who?
With Sloofy.
Susie Goosey.
You know what, dude? I really had.
She's a liar.
I had really no interaction with that lady.
Yeah,
but
son.
somebody said she would clean my clock and all this stuff. I'm to show, and I'm like, and she's talking all this garbage, and I'm like, all right, you come up on my panel, bring it, don't sing it. I mean, if you want to talk smack, and you think you can, hanging with the big dogs. Come on.
Well,
I mean,
She
I don't
goes
care.
on. She goes on all the creepy panels with
yeah.
Dogo and J Lord and all those.
I don't know anything
creepy
about her.
guys.
I don't really
Creepy
care.
That's J-Rod. I'm J Lord.
I think her name should say it all. Sleuthy.
Yeah.
You know,
Crazy juicy.
I have to hand it to her on the Delphi case. She's extremely involved, and yeah, that's mainly because of the due process part. She's really good with court documents, but she does kind of put a narrative out there by joining certain panels that I think, well, that's interesting. And you don't have
She's
like
really
an
good.
opinion?
She is.
She's a creep panel stalker.
So she's like Lana, is what you're saying.
Oh God,
No, Lena's a completely different beast.
I'm talking about court documents.
Lena's
so she pulls
the
up
lowest
documents.
of the low.
She pulls them up and breaks them down with her expertise, right?
With her expertise, yeah.
So what's her background? What's Sleuthy Goosey's background?
Well, she's really good in
YouTube for 2 years. That's her expertise.
getting them, apparently.
She's what?
She's really good in getting them rather fast.
So she's filing for the reports. Spending $75
the FOIA request.
for the FOIA request. Okay.
I mean, Atlanta has a tendency of that as well. And when this case first all happened last year, Atlanta just did a shitload of FOIA requests for body cams that were not even relevant. I mean, what do we think? That relevant information that is in the ongoing investigation is going to be released to her?
Did you see when she was going over the kill pack stuff, and she's the cops holding a list of all the tenants in the building? And you know, your girl got into that and zoomed in on that and got all that. What the hell? What is your point, Anna? You're gonna pull all the tenants' names and dox them?
Yeah.
What is this lady's problem?
She's
is she absolutely insane in the membrane?
She's insane.
For trouble.
She wanted to have a relationship with Unmasked True Crime, who's a beautiful woman, and she said no, and Lana went crazy after that.
And she handed Lana her ass.
If you look up Lana Oriani court case, you'll hear the trial.
No, I saw it.
Audio when she tried to sue another YouTuber. No, sorry, the other YouTuber sued her for defamation, and Lana represents
absolutely awesome.
And she represents herself as a total moron, and it's magnificent.
But, hey, not in her mind. Not in her mind. She
was legendary.
Go ahead.
She's so stupid. She did mock trials before the trial, and it was presented against her. That's how stupid she is.
Oh, I like myself a good mock trial, though.
Yeah, and she called herself. She said, "My client," when she was going through. She was reviewing one of the videos. She said, "And my client." It was like a Freudian slip.
Yeah.
I was dying laughing.
Everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
She's out there. She's a legend in her own mind.
She said that.
I mean, do people even know JLR is history? What he got famous for? I mean,
disgraceful.
Didn't he identify to be? Didn't he identify as one of the shooters, his uncle? And I don't know what mass shooting it was.
And he snuck in the damn church. He snuck in there and he pretended to be family.
I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he had those creepy little dolls with him. Remember when he drove there? And he had those creepy the little race car doll in the back seat. And he's driving to Adam Lanza, to the shooting. Oh God, it was horrible. The whole video's out there.
I saw a Twitter video on him on when Murdoch was being tried for the financial trials, and the guy is bald, but he's really bald, and he was sitting, let me see, on the right hand side behind Mr. Murdoch, and each time that he couldn't see the camera, he went like, And it was hella hilarious. But you know,
Buster Murdaugh's girlfriend called the police because JLR was in the bushes.
what? That's wild.
This guy's a tool.
But
But hey, people are like, he's out there pounding the streets. Yeah, whatever. Let me retire tomorrow, and I guarantee you, I mean, all of us could go out there and do what he does. He's not. I mean, he's whatever. I'm not jealous, y'all.
No.
wasn't
I listen today. He drove around Tampa Bay in a monsoon. Okay, well, just nasty wet weather. It's not like any major storm, like hurricane or anything. Just yucky wet weather. He drove all over Tampa Bay chasing some storm that wasn't going to happen.
PKC said Ann Taylor probably has Lana's number blocked. No way, PK. She's one of her. You know, she's working undercover.
Hey! I want to bring something up here. There's a guy in exclamation marks called Justin. He has a channel where he says Chief Fry is the mastermind behind all of this.
Wow.
That's Justin.
Yeah. And he also says Dylan is a transsexual. Have you seen that, John?
That's Justin doing that.
Yeah.
Unreal. You know who's going to be rich after all this?
Hey,
Dylan.
but let's get to the point. Let's get to the point here. Harsh, his last video was a report on Justin. His clip.
Yeah.
So
Well, see, this is how it went.
His stupid 72,000 stupid gullible subs is a report from that channel.
Oh.
Yeah.
The 80s kid,
Yeah. Well, see,
Justin is actually J-Rod.
Wouldn't surprise me.
J-Rod speaks.
No, that's his other channel. Justin's other channel is J-Rod something or other. It's two different J-Rods.
Oh, okay, so it's a different J-Rod.
Two J-Rods.
It's like
Yeah.
there's another Trev too. Did you know that?
Correct.
Another Trev? Do we have a better version?
Wannabe Trev.
Yeah.
Well, see, Justin put out a video, right? Then the very next day, Harsh is introducing him. Then within 2 days, Lana had him. And then within 2 days of that, they both turned on him the same day.
You know what's scary? That these people actually really have an impact on juries.
They do. They definitely do. And you know who I think Justin's affiliated with? And I'll say it loud and proud. And this lady can come at me all she wants. 1111 Tarrant. I guarantee those two are connected. I guarantee it.
I don't know them. Yeah.
1111 Tarrant. And I believe she's related to Justin.
They're an incestuous relationship, the evil on true crime YouTube.
Yep. Because somehow he managed to email her too. That's what I'm telling you. Okay.
I mean, what do you guys think that they are all spreading these rumors?
I think that they're all affiliated. I think it's it's some.
They're working
I think somebody's
together.
funding it.
They're scamming the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's a cult.
Oh, trust me, I know all about cults.
I'm telling you, man. How many of these? And this, you people can laugh all. Everybody can laugh all they want. How many had their head shaved on the side and live in Ohio?
Live in Ohio.
Don't drink the water in Ohio.
Okay, let's just bring up Ohio.
Is that Jules that you're referencing to?
How many of these creators live in Ohio? Name them.
Ohio.
Jules, Doggo, J-Rod. There's another. Lana. And and that creepy Justin, he lives right at the border of Michigan. And that's where that other Braden person came from, that Dot person.
Right.
Yeah, that Dot person and Braden and Justin, all Michigan.
And how many of them have their sides of their heads shaved?
Dago has everything shaved, trust me. I don't know. But now we know where all the fluoride is.
Yeah.
It's from
I'm
that
just
damn
telling
train
you,
wreck.
man,
It made her.
I'm not attacking people in Ohio, but the main players, the 5 out of the 10 are in Ohio.
Can't dispute how strange that is.
That's weird, man.
Yeah.
Conspiracy. Do-do-do-do.
And we're missing somebody else. Oh, CJ, he's right on the border.
Yep.
So
CJ.
let's look at this logically.
I'm pretty
What's
sure.
the chances there be that many creators in Ohio who will be creating legitimate, true content?
No, Jules
how
is
many-
in Texas.
how many just
Somebody said
grifting?
Ohio. Jules is in Texas.
Yeah,
now.
Jules is Texas. Sorry, Jules is
I don't care.
Texas.
She's a grifter.
Oh, you have some crazy assholes there too.
She has a habit of getting into bed
Well,
with
DTS
the lowest
is Texas.
scumbags on YouTube true crime. She gets
Right.
into bed with all of them. She pops some of on their panels, blah, blah, blah. I saw JB Gunner hitting on her one night. He is foul.
Who is? And that guy is unbelievable,
God.
but he's
He's
not.
gross.
He's not
even worth
monetized,
mentioning.
right?
He is
So
No,
gross.
he's not.
he's
He's a
demonetized. So
racist,
he can just do
sexist,
whatever he
he's a
wants.
scumbag.
That's
He's
who True
demonetized
Crime
because
King
Snapchat.
roast to know about. True Crime King smoked JB Gunner into pieces.
Yeah,
True Crime King
that
is
guy
the
knows
man.
better. I heard he mentioned me one time, and I didn't even hear what he said. But I would.
JB Gunner did.
Boy, that weasel.
Oh yeah. I already floored him.
I would love to go up against you, old JB. Nasty ass
He's a
Gunner.
disgusting,
He doesn't.
disgusting.
And
Like,
chicks
he makes
digging.
me ashamed to be olive skinned.
And chicks
Yeah.
digging. And he's a racist.
Chicks don't dig 'em.
He's admitted he's a racist. He hates black people. He said
What?
it on
Who?
it. Yeah.
I missed
he has
that.
said it on his shows.
I missed that part.
He pulled his penis out during a live.
Oh my God.
Laid it in front of the keyboard. And he was talking about beating his girlfriend or his wife. He says, "That's right. I tried to kill that bitch. I tried to strangle her and drown her in the pool."
Oh yeah, I remember that.
He has no problem with,
I think
with beating that woman. He has no
That's
problem.
what he said.
He has no problem with it. Like real man. If a woman's drunk or whatever and she's playing up, you just hold her back, or you go away. But he's the sort of guy who thinks it's manly to beat up a woman. I tell you what's manly and what's tough. It's going to work 5 days a week and providing for a family. Not what he's doing. He's a piece of shit.
He's absolutely the most foul of all of them. Period. I don't even discuss him because he's. And you know what else he just did? He put money in Kohlberger's commissary and brag
Yes,
about
a
it?
lot of money, like a lot. A large sums
Listen,
of money.
Why is he doing that, people?
Somebody else over in
narrative.
the UK is doing it as well.
What sells, people?
It's all about
The
the narrative.
outrageous sells.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
So
grifter.
he's not stupid. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, he's gaming the stupid subs he has. These people, they know there are stupid people out there who they live on racism and sexism and all that bullshit, and he preys on them, and YouTube allows it.
I mean, it's fine to be critical. I'm critical all the time, but the fact is that these people have a history with said government, and they project that to these cases.
Mhm. Sergeant Friday, for example.
Sergeant Friday,
I
exactly.
despise that guy. I despise him.
I had
want him on my panel so bad. I want to destroy that man. I can't stand him out of all of them. That guy
Rory.
right
Oh,
there
God.
is like he's nails on a chalkboard for me. I promise you, nails on a chalkboard. I cannot stand that man.
Thank God Frank came to his senses and realized that Rory and all them were wackos just in the nick of time.
I like to explore people, their opinion, and I like to discuss.
Yeah.
That's why I did a lot of panels.
They
with
were
these
leading
folks.
you astray though, and then you realized that you were like too fast for them, and you figured them out. I loved it.
I was like, screw these guys. Like, hell no, I'm not gonna do that.
And then you put the fear of God in Willie for some reason.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I
you
needed
know
to
what?
do that reaction video
Frank
because
came back.
he
Frank came back as Frank 2.0.
exactly it was a better version of myself.
Good.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed in you at first there, man. I was like, damn, you know,
You know, see,
you made a good turn, man. I appreciate what you did.
thank you. But
It's a
like I
better
said,
look for you for sure.
thank you. Well, see,
You
I
really
like to
did,
be
though.
critical.
So
And
does that
IGG,
and Dylan are a victim to you?
no, I never said that. I never said anything about the victim, or either
No.
the victims or Dylan or Bethany. But the
Yeah.
thing is that I questioned was the IGG because it's a complex situation and it's rather new. So I like to explore that and I like to be critical of that.
Yeah, the IGG is something we can all be critical about. But I think moving forward in the future, you're going to see that the IGG is going to be admissible.
Oh yeah.
Right now, it's new technology and it's new, but now here's the problem with the IGG is how far is a judge going to allow the defense to go on subpoenas, because you can open up Pandora's box on the IGG. And that could take a case that would take, a year up to 5 years. I mean, so where does it end? It's only going to take one case to create case law.
Yeah.
So we can't have people taking an IGG report and going down the tree and subpoenaing everyone in the tree that's still living and finding somebody that was adopted.
Yeah.
To disrupt that tree.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh, but wait, the grandma cheated on grandpa, so we got to throw it all out.
Oh yeah, I knew that was going to happen.
I mean, that is the thing with the entire IGG. I mean, if we listen to CC Moore, she also says in one of the documentaries or one of the interviews that she's almost not been to trial and she's an IGG expert, and that is because it's not admissible.
Right. Right. But
that Nika's Neuro Nuggets chick,
yeah.
She just made that Gabrielle Vargas out to be the number one DNA expert in the world. I was like, you just need to shut up and go back to sleep in Chicago.
That pissed me the hell off that she went on live.
I would equate Gabriella Vargas to
a hood rat,
to chlamydia.
But thank you. A hood rat. Yeah. Hood rat.
I would put them next to each other and say they were sisters.
Yeah, well, Nika's Neuro Nuggets just made her the number one DNA expert in the world. Because, Nika has four
the self-taught DNA expert.
yes, that part. Because,
let's say that IGG works out and that it came out to be that the private lab is indeed Offram, right? Offram is extremely good.
Yeah.
I mean, are we going to discredit them?
Yeah. If you're Lana, you will.
Yeah, but Lana is a dumbass.
Yeah, and so is so many others.
Here's the thing about the IGG, and I said it first. No one else has said it. It's no different than me conducting an investigation and saying, Frank, you say you didn't do this. Would you submit to a polygraph? And Frank says, yeah, I'll submit to a polygraph. And I take you in, I sit you down with the polygraph administrator, and I walk out of the room and standing there and I'm watching you through the glass and I'm watching your reactions. I'm trying to look at your karate and I'm trying to opine whether this guy's lying or not. And I think you're lying. I go in there and I said, so how do you do? And he comes back out. I said, so how do you do? He says, well, he failed. So give me a scenario, out of a 10, what's he? Oh, he's a 9.5, that he's being dishonest. It's not being truthful. So am I going to go, okay, yeah, you know what? It's not a 10. So I'm going to have to discredit Frank, and Frank, you're no longer a suspect. Let's go look for the real killer. Okay. But guess what polygraphs are? They're not admissible in court. But what is it? Did that just provide me with a tool to stay focused on you, Frank?
Yeah.
I hope you don't mind me using your name, but I'm staying focused on Frank because you know what? I believe in polygraph tests, and I've actually sat through them. I've had them done. I've tried to beat them as part of training. It's impossible.
Mhm.
Now, the administrator has a lot to do with it, but the technology today has made that even easier. I mean, it's like it's almost impossible to beat them.
Mhm.
Can't say it is impossible, but it's a tool. But I can't use it. But I can move forward with my investigation based on that tool. The IGG was a tool, and they actually said, "Hey, judge, I don't want you to, on this indictment, I don't want you to look at this IGG, but I'm going to tell you that we used it as a tool.
Yeah.
But I don't want you to use it. I mean, we're not going to use it. It's not going to happen. But I need to disclose what we did as part of our investigation. Because if we didn't disclose that, then what? We're lying.
Yeah.
We're going to get impeached on the stand. So, and then we're all in trouble. But I'm going to tell you what we used. So the judge looks at it and he's like, yeah, all right. We're not going to use it. Everything else that you have was plenty enough for me to sign off on this PCA to hold him.
Wasn't that in the search warrant where the Washington search warrant where the officer said this DNA might be dismissible or we used it, but it's not.
We don't want you to consider it.
Yeah, we don't want you to consider it.
Right. But
that's interesting, right?
He had to disclose that.
Yeah.
This is what people don't get. If he didn't disclose that, then what would everybody be saying? He's hiding.
You're lying.
You're hiding it.
Conspiracy, corruption.
But the Supreme Court says that it can't be used. Period. Mm-hmm. And a lot of these entities that produce the DNA, trees for everyone for lack of, so everyone will understand what we're talking about. They have non-NDAs. We don't cooperate with the police. Okay, I'll do it then. Or we do cooperate with police. Okay, I'm cool with that. I got nothing to hide.
Exactly.
So a lot of people don't know that. So the whole part of the deal that was made that could have something to do with it, Hey, you're not going to you can't use it anyway, but we don't want you to disclose anything because we helped you guys, with your investigation, but it clearly says that we don't help the police.
A lot of our DNA labs are regulated by the DOJ. So there's a lot of weird laws with all that.
But they're not standardized, though.
I predict
right.
in the next 10 years that the IGG will be admissible in court.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It's still in its baby steps.
It's
still in the infancy of it.
Well, they're building a database. What is that? What is that basically? What are those companies doing? They're building databases.
Exactly. And
I mean, how freaking amazing
don't
is
be
that?
in a database.
It's amazing. And you know what I think? Potentially is going to happen is that the DNAs are going to be being pulled from placentas.
Yep. Yep. They'll start, and that's quite scary.
Future, it's going to happen.
These cases do not need to get solved that fast. Otherwise, I need to delete my channel.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. We're
But it's really amazing. I mean, look what they are doing. What Offram is doing, it's freaking extraordinary.
Oh, it is. It's considering when I started in law enforcement, the DNA was not even in its infancy stages, but it was nothing. We're talking about OJ. 1992 is when DNA started, I think the first case was actually made.
Was that Baker, right? Not sure anymore. Or that Butcher or something like that.
but we've come such a long way. And back then, the process, like in OJ, was challenged, and procedural things happened, and that's why he got off. Because he broke down the integrity of the investigation, the collection process, and that's why he got off, because there was doubt casted. And it's like when you watched, if anybody watched the I'm getting tired, guys, but the New York serial killer guy that just arrested, a freaking huge guy, the
Long Island serial killer.
Yeah, what was it called? What's it called?
Listen.
Anyway, him.
Yeah.
If you watch the crime scene investigators at his house, and you watch the crime scene investigation in Idaho, two totally different. They don't even look like they're doing the same thing. I challenge you all to go look at that. Actually, Frank, go look at it. Make it part of your show. Oh,
it is completely different.
Go show that, and show their investigation. Show the lack of. It was blowing my mind what I was seeing. First of all, you bag the windows. First thing, no one should be able to see inside that residence. You could stand out. You could stand up to the left and look directly through the windows and watch what they're doing. You got video of it. You've got people walking. They should have bagged it. They should have cordoned off the front. You shouldn't have been able to see anybody coming in and out of that building at all. Period.
You don't want Olivia out there with a long lens camera taking pictures of you from the bushes.
Right. But when I saw the procedural mistakes that they were making, and when I was on that other show and I was blasting them, you had what's his face going, he ain't a cop. No real cop would do that. What? I can't win for losing. So I am a cop and a detective, and I'm blasting what they're doing. I'm saying we got problems here. And you got some chump saying that you can't be a cop. But if I totally supported what they were doing, I can't be a cop.
Yeah.
So anyway, I saw major mistakes being made, and it all came to fruition when they showed the Gilgore case. And you could see the difference in the professionalism. You're talking about basically a podunk little town that has very little experience. And I don't know at what point those crime scene techs became Idaho State Police. I don't know. And I don't know who was Moscow and who was Idaho State Police. We don't know. We won't know that until we look at the log, the log that they have. But I saw major problems. Just because we can eliminate DNA today, and everybody that was in there had to submit their DNA so that we could eliminate it if it's found, doesn't mean that you shouldn't wear your product protection, okay, or your personal protection. Doesn't mean that you
always wear protection.
Yeah.
I mean,
it doesn't mean you don't wear your face mask and your goggles and everything else. When you're leaning over and you see people going like this and leaning over, you drop your hairs, leaning over, whatever. I'm assuming could have been a body, could have been, just whatever. But they spent a lot of time right there. Who knows what they were leaning over?
But that always baffles me. I mean, if we look at that PCA, in all honesty, is it well written? That can be questionable. But
we just talked about that. The PCA, it's not that the PCA is not well written. It's just not too much.
Yeah, that is it.
And a PCA, and this guy that wrote that PCA, he'll learn from this because I'm sure he's heard. I mean, even though that went through a lot of eyes, I would have kicked it back to him. And I would say, take this out, take this out, take this out. You don't need this.
The non-relevant information because you need to tell a story, right?
On that PCA, where about they say clad in black? That's an old man writing that, isn't it?
What's that?
Clad in black. that's an old man saying that. There's no way a young girl says that.
It can be described, but that is the thing. I mean, if you read that PCA, it's an observation from that officer, right? I mean,
Yeah.
let me see, who do we have again? I can't remember the guy's name again. Anyways, it's an observation. So when you go to a crime scene, and John, correct me if I'm
Talking
wrong.
about Officer Payne or Officer Smith?
Well, both of them. I mean, the first one,
Yeah. Yeah.
from what I read, and like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, the first one that usually goes is witness to a crime is the one that takes charge, right? He calls it in, and he's the first observant, right? He needs to make sure that the witnesses stay off the crime scene, basically, and observe what he saw. That's why in court you usually go in chronological order.
Right. And I'm gonna answer a question here. Mother of Cycle Breakers says, how big of a problem do you think that'll be at trial, John? Well, listen, it may not be a huge problem, but I can promise you Ann Taylor and her team are going to pick apart some of the procedural mistakes that I witnessed alone, and they're going to have far more. So then you're going to have a suppression hearing based on the conduct that I saw, you know, and they're going to try and cast doubt whether there was contamination or, you know, the process. They're going to challenge. Listen, they're not going to be able to debunk whether he did it. I'm telling you right now, they're going to have to throw everything but the kitchen sink at the process. That's what they're going to do. So, I mean, I'm telling you right now, people will disagree, but they're not. I personally think there's so much evidence it's going to be overwhelming. So they're not going to have any choice. Their objective is going to be to save his life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great reason.
So if we can cast that little bit of doubt amongst the 12 jurors, okay, that won't sign off on the DP, but will sign off that he did it, because there's a little bit of doubt on certain things, so they're not real comfortable with it. That's where you're going to see the shit rolling uphill and back downhill real quick, because I'm telling you right now, the integrity of that crime scene was compromised.
Right.
It was just based on procedural stuff that I saw.
Do we really believe that that this guy all the way got extradited from freaking Pennsylvania just because they have DNA and some foggy images on a CCTV camera?
No, they have way more.
Yeah, way more.
They have way more. They just, you know, they got him there, and then there was a hearing and gag order. Boom, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the problem is we have the gag order, and the gag order has put us where we are today.
Yeah. I have to say that the lack of transparency is annoying, but hey, if it is for due process, so be it.
Well, let me ask you something about in the Netherlands. Do you have this? Do you have transparency over there?
No.
You don't get anything over there, do you?
Nope. We get it after the trial. Then everything.
And I think the same thing. If I'm right, in England and over there, they're the same way. You don't get.
What's it like in New Zealand?
What do you mean?
Are you guys transparent, or do you get it in dribbles and drabs, or you get it all after, like they do in the Netherlands, like Frank said?
We get it about 10 to 20 years later. It's a wee bit like if you watch InfoWars. If you watch InfoWars, in 20 years, what they say comes true. So it's sort of the same sort of thing, you know?
Tony's my female Rachel. I mean, my male Rachel.
No doubt. No doubt.
I mean, in the UK, they still wear wigs and stuff, you know, so.
Right. Yeah.
Disguises.
Yeah. Disguises.
They disguise themselves.
Oh my God.
So when do you guys think this is going to actually go to trial?
Summer 2025.
Yeah.
Summer 2025. What do you think, Tony?
Yeah, 25. Get real. It's not going to happen for at least 13 months.
What do you think, Frank?
I'm hoping next year, but I think 2025.
Sportsy girl, you in here?
I'm here.
Well, you've been
Hey,
quiet.
Sportsy. She is.
I'm just letting everybody talk.
Interrupt.
She's the smart
I
one.
say the end of 2024.
Yeah. Well, I'm on the fence because I think that Judge is such a no nonsense guy.
Yeah.
When he sets a time, he's gonna hold him to the fire on both sides.
He's waiting until he has 100 subs on his channel.
Right. So for anyone that doesn't know, he created, and it's brilliant.
I thought it was pretty
YouTube
smart.
channel, and that's how he's gonna show us everything, because he's gonna control the camera. He's gonna control everything. Brilliant.
How amazing is that?
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
So who hates that? The mainstream media.
But he has a freaking point, doesn't he?
Well, remember in the Letitia Stout trial, they had to do that.
Yeah.
Do you know, I already envisioned sitting in there, with a joystick like camera, like who should I zoom on next to,
So whether they like it, whether these mainstream media outlets like it or not, this right here is the wave of the future.
Yeah.
And if you think for 1 minute, and I've said it multiple times before early on in this case, if you think that those people are not, because I said in the very beginning, that lot in the back of that house is where I believe he surveilled them. And Brian Enton, I kid you not, the very next day was up there saying almost verbatim what I was saying.
Oh, I said that too directly.
So if you think that they don't listen to us,
do you remember the tripod camera that was set up in the backyard? It was some kind of, I don't know what those kids were doing, but they had some kind of a tripod. It was reported, and then that entire story vanished, and nothing else came of it.
Right.
Oh.
But I'm telling you, these mainstream media outlets are getting a lot of their information from people like us.
Mm-hmm.
They really are.
Yeah.
Did you all hear about Steve's little drop of the news of he saw video evidence himself?
Yeah, I heard
Linda
that.
Lane.
Yeah.
He was the one that was reportedly the one that sold it, according to Brett Norton or whatever her weird name is.
Yeah, he said what it was.
And Sleuthy
overwhelming.
Goosey.
What the Linda Lane
was a part of all that
was
Linda Lane crap.
Yeah. She was pissed because she was not the only source who got it.
Right.
No, and then that Justin, who cares?
I mean, when I did my interview with Enon and I asked him, that's the second time that I asked him back on.
Dude,
I showed him.
I got to tell you, your interview with Enon was fantastic. That was comedy gold. Thank you so much.
Hey, let me ask you, how much did he charge you for that interview?
You can use it whatever you want.
No, I'm serious. How much did he charge? He charges people. What did he charge?
I got it for free.
You got it for free?
Dude, I interviewed him the first time and the second time.
Nothing's free. It must have hurt. Come on.
And then the idiot, then the little freak interviewed with that lady and told totally different stories than what he told Frank.
I asked him straight up because he was really acting sketchy. I was like, "Are you the killer?"
He did too. It was just like,
he was probably high as hell.
I don't know what he did. And the second time, he wasn't wearing like a shirt or whatever. He was like undressed. I was like, dude, what the fuck?
He was naked.
That guy, I guarantee you that guy stands in front of the mirror and just strikes a pose.
And he dances with his fire sticks and his cat.
Fire sticks and he's doing Tai Chi or something.
But I don't get that Linda Lane footage, why it even got brought up, I mean, is it relevant?
I thought it was the dumbest shit I've ever watched in my life.
I mean, 8 hours of fucking bullshit.
Honestly.
And how many hours was it watched?
the only clip that's worth watching is the one where the guy's interviewing the guy. There's 3 boys, and one of them's got massive eyebrows. He's got massive eyebrows. That clip is the only one worth watching.
Hey, how much vodka have you had in the past hour?
Got 20 ounces. But I'm not here to talk about that, John. I'm not here to talk about that.
That shit cracked me up last time, John, with the vampire stuff. I was like, what in the world?
Oh, man. Well, listen, guys, we're going on 6 hours and 25 minutes. I'm ready to wrap it up. Anybody have any closing arguments or statements they want to make?
Yeah, I want to say
When are you going live next,
Harsh
Frank?
Reality is a scumbag, and he needs to join Armchair Detective, Molly Golightly, and all the other Joseph Morris, and all the other scumbags on the YouTube true crime thing who have been deleted. He needs to go fast.
What has to be done for this guy to go bye-bye? Seriously.
Bubbly waters, too. Bubbly waters.
It takes copyright strikes, or it takes enough people.
Yeah, but he doesn't do anything for copyright strikes.
No, he won't, because he just talks shit to his camera, telling his supporters how much he loves them and how pretty they are, and they're all ugly people with no lives. They're desperate and they are lonely.
He hated it
the
when I
only
called him
happiness
out
in
for
their
that,
life
didn't he?
is when they see that harsh scumbag in their face.
I think they're AI bots. I swear to God.
Yeah, he hated it when I called him out for doing that too, didn't he? I think that bothered him more than anything. I was so in that guy's head. I was so in that guy's head that I had him changing his clothes.
Yep.
You cannot post.
And then he was like, Detective John.
Like, if you post the word grifter on his comments, you'll get deleted. You cannot post anything on his comments that include the word grifter, the word that Steve Gonzalez used to describe him.
And who was that? Who did he describe? I really need to watch that video.
Hey, Frank, go to the family Facebook page.
Family Facebook page where Steve Gonzalez says that Harsh is nothing but a foreign grifter.
Yeah.
Here, I'll read it to
And
you.
I'm going
I'll
to
read it to you,
paraphrase
Frank.
now.
Yeah, there you go.
He's a
John's got it.
scumbag and a piece of shit.
I wanted to address a YouTube video brought to my attention today by a foreign creator who claimed to have received death threats due to this content. While I initially tried to be helpful, it seems his claims may have been a ploy for attention. We support all the victims associated with 1112 King Road residents. We have been threatened, but not by any of our girls' college friends. Individuals like this grifter, I love it, tarnish the reputation of honest YouTubers, and their manipulative attempts to exploit victims, families should be condemned. Despite our family's stance against baseless content, he turned vague words around to create controversy. Sounds like Harsh, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Twisting victims against themselves is unacceptable, and we want to be clear that we stand united with all victims of this case. I don't think he could have said it any better than that.
Yeah, that is amazing.
See, Harsh tried to drag the roommates into that mess.
The family, everyone.
I wish he would have said Harsh's name, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no reason why
we all know who he's talking about. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we all know, but it would still.
I'm foreign.
If you Googled it, it would be easier to come up. Bam. You know,
it's good that they do.
It would go under Harsh if he put his name in it, which more people would see. You follow me? So.
You know, I had a huge fallout with Harsh, and I thought we were somewhat on good terms, but I can't watch a channel nor support a channel that has so much contradictory statements.
Thank you.
Basically blaming or seeing every scenario through. Like, dude, get on board, you know? You cannot just.
Springer.
Yeah, exactly.
Jerry Springer of YouTube. That's what he is.
He needs to pay his bills. He's put a platform on YouTube on lies and deception. And he's got a following of morons, lonely, desperate people who want to hear controversy and conspiracy from him. And that's what he's built his platform on.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's why he doesn't want to debate anyone.
I think what you just said, Tony, is true, but I think there are victims here too.
Yeah.
Okay. I think there are people that, you know, they have low self-esteem.
Brain deads that give him money are victims.
What I'm saying is there are people out there that aren't morons. They're just
lonely.
They're just lonely people, and they actually like to hear him say, "You look beautiful today," and don't let any. And now he's saying, "Don't let anyone tell you differently." That's
You look
because of me.
beautiful today. Here's a New Zealand accent. You look beautiful today. Are you so desperate and lonely? Grow the fuck up. Stop giving that fool money.
You look beautiful today.
A lot of these people are really old too. A lot of them are really old, and they're alone, and they don't, and they're, you know, they're kind of out to lunch a little
And how
bit.
do we and you know, for lack of a better term, how do we police something like that? That's
You can. That is it. Freedom of speech. That kind of shit.
He knows that. He is, in my opinion, nothing but a fraud and a thief.
Freedom of speech wasn't meant to be able to get away with slander.
Mm-hmm.
No,
but he's in a different country, so what are you going to do?
Yeah, you know, when your words
I
have
wonder where his
then that's the problem.
The only thing to counter that is to make reaction videos like John does.
Right.
And he's a coward. Harsh is a coward. I went on, I sent him an email, and I'm like, look, man, hey, I'll come on your show, you come on my show, whatever you want. Now I would never go over to his show. He'd have to come to my show. But in the beginning, I was like, willing, look, come on, let's debate some of your spewage. Yeah. He sent me this thing. I'm only going to reply to you one time or something smart aleck, and then he banned me. And that's when I went on the attack. And I'm like, all right, you're a coward. I'm calling you out. You know, what you do is nothing but fraudulent practices, in my opinion. And I think that you're a piece of shit. Harsh. Nothing about you is reality. It's all fiction.
And he backpedals every comment he says, every little nasty narrative he spews. He'll do some disclaimer backpedal.
But it doesn't matter. You know why? You know why?
Damage is already done.
He's a guy who goes everywhere twice. The second time to apologize.
Right.
Yep.
But you know what? It doesn't matter because he ends and starts and ends on a positive comment.
Yep.
So all's forgiven, right?
Right. Exactly. And that's how he schmoozes it all through. But if you pay real close attention to Harsh's videos, he sends you the subliminal messages with the shit written on the screen.
Right. And he patronizes the piss out of everyone.
Yeah.
That's what he does. He's a professional.
Oh yeah.
Who's also a professional? The clown.
Yeah.
Yep. Have you seen the other clown there, Frank?
The female clown?
Pia? The female
what?
clown?
Which one?
Yeah, she claims to have, check this out, brother. She has a bunch of, she spent 8 years in the army, okay? And she has 4 freaking degrees like Nakia. She had to one up her. Nakia has 3, I guess. And she spent 4 years in the Navy, but yet she spent 3 years in the jungle. I don't know how she did all this within time span to stay. Whatever, never mind. I'm not going there.
And she spent 3 years in the jungle.
Okay.
3 years in the jungle. Then she was 4 years in the Navy. Then she got out and she went to various universities and she got 2 degrees in psych or 3 different degrees.
It's uncharted desert isle. So So she was
And then
shipwrecked,
this clown comes out. She spent 8 years in the military and 8 years in the army, and she has 4 degrees.
Oh, okay.
But she's a clown. It's strange suspects or whatever.
Is that the YouTube channel?
Yes. Be
I
prepared for your brain to bleed.
I can't.
subscribe.
I can't. I can't, and I won't.
She has glowing eyes.
Oh God.
Yes, oh God, in a Heath Ledger mouth.
Oh God.
Hey y'all, I'm turning a new leaf.
What's up, Clown John?
Hey,
Well,
what's going on?
the
What's going
cult-
on, everyone?
The
What's
cult
happening?
of personality right here.
Hey,
The
what about?
clown
Hey,
cult.
Johnny. Hey, John, can I ask you something?
Go ahead, buddy.
What about Michelle?
Yes.
Michelle Lee.
Yes, the one and only.
You know what? I
What
don't.
happened?
You know, listen. I don't want to even talk about Michelle because I just
I've got you.
man.
I've got you.
There's
Come on, bro.
just some places I don't want to go. And Michelle, you know what's funny is I saw.
Did she suck you in, bro? Did she suck you in?
No, listen.
Come
So
on,
I
bro.
He feels bad for her.
Come
I
on, man.
made some comments, some really nice comments about her, and they came to fruition because I said,
I'll
you know
put
what,
my face on.
this lady in the past she was somebody, you know. There's
She went nowhere.
there's something about her that
She's a great content creator.
and you know what, she's really smart. And she had these videos, these little shorts that she did where she was dancing. And you know, I looked at them and I'm like, you know, she's a talented person and she's articulate and she, admittedly, she's
Come on,
got,
baby, say what you want to say.
admittedly, she's got, you know, some mental health issues.
Yes.
And I just didn't find it appropriate for anyone to
Not
attack
worth going
her.
after.
Mhm.
Okay.
And continue to attack her like that J-Rod did. It was
And Doc Terry.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Doc Terry.
Okay. Yeah.
And I just thought, man, you know, she
She's-
came into the show a
She's
couple times.
self-feeding, eh?
She came into chat and she obviously had a triggered moment. And she had sent me like this, I guess she sends them to everybody, this like 5-page email. And you know, it's very well put together. I didn't read it. I didn't have time, not because I just didn't have time, but
We all know who we're talking about, eh? Everyone knows.
yeah. So
Okay.
when I saw what was happening, I was
I'm no fan of hers.
upset. I was upset because
Yeah.
I thought it was really, really classless and it was really insensitive because we're talking about somebody that's got a mental health issue, but when she's on her medication, you can tell. When she's on her medication,
Totally different.
it's like she is very, very intelligent.
Yeah.
And you know, Michelle, if you're listening, I mean, I totally support you when you're doing the right
Taking your
thing
medicine.
and you stay away from your triggers and you take your meds. And I'm not saying that being condescending. I'm just saying.
Hey, John, let
you
me
know,
tell
you
him.
have to take
Let me
your
tell
meds,
him, John.
like a mosquito.
I agree with what you're saying there. I actually have no ill feeling towards Michelle Lee. I saw her go on a panel once and she went absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And I thought, who the hell is this?
That's not her.
But yeah, so she's got issues and she goes crazy. She produces some good content.
Yeah.
A lot of it's
She's absolutely sharp as a tack.
Yeah,
It's just a medicine.
Everybody in my panel and the two that
Michelle, you're a sweet lady. Please get some help. I adore you. just get well, darling.
Well, she had a show. She had a
I mean,
show one
wow.
night where she's actually somebody told me, they're like, John, you need to go over to this channel. She's like calling you out. All points
She's
bulletin.
swinging an axe.
Calling Detective John, and then she starts screaming that I'm like the KGB or something, and I'm because I'm a cop, because I was a cop.
I'm sorry,
I got a cop coming after me now.
You've answered me, bro. You've answered me. I'm sorry I asked it.
She went into
wish you well, Michelle.
An absolute rant, and I was just like, what the? So I sent her.
She's very clever. I mean,
I sent her an email back, and I said, look, Michelle, I said, I can promise you that I'm not coming after you in any way. I've not contacted YouTube about you. I don't have any ill will or anything towards you. I wish you luck, but please do not think that I would ever do anything to hurt you.
Mm-hmm. You kind of need to filter that out, right? I mean, sometimes you can really feel if somebody is not really in their
main goal was to kind of spin it around on those assholes that were triggering her and make them look like the tyrants that they were. And I
evil.
I called them out for what they did.
She's not so bad. I mean, her content's okay. Some's conspiracy, some's not, but her content's okay. But I'll tell you what, the guys go after her, like J-Rod. There's two of them.
Doc Terry.
The one born male. I don't even know how to put this. In New Zealand, we don't have all this crap. But anyway, I think it's an American problem. But anyway,
it is an American problem.
I don't know how to explain this. So anyway, that one, no good, mate. They're all no good. Both of those two are no good.
That guy J-Rod is like insane,
God.
in my opinion.
J-Rod speaks.
I mean, he's like, what
What's
the?
J-Rod speaks, but he can't speak.
And he holds his hands up, right? And his hands look like my dog's paws. They're so small. And I'm cracking. I keep cracking on his hands. So his next couple shows, he keeps going. He's going like this. I'm so in that guy's head. He's holding his hands up. And he stands up. He goes, I'm not short. Look at me. I'm standing next to my chair. He's like 5'6".
J-Rod speaks, and this is an advertisement for anyone who wants to go and be a train wreck sub. I'm a train wreck sub on Lana's channel and a few other channels. You want to be a train wreck sub, go and look at Justin Speaks. He's a total freak. Disgusting. He claims that Chief Fry is the mastermind behind the whole Idaho 4 thing. He's been running all the murders and all the unalivings and all
the
that
murder
stuff.
weapon was in Chief Fry's car.
30 years. This is how mad that person is.
Right.
Like, go have a look.
Yeah, I can't with that guy.
That's Justin, not J-Rod.
J-Rod on point, right? That's the guy that we're talking
J-Rod
about.
on point is Justin.
J-Rod Speaks is
J-Rod off point.
Off point, yeah. IQ is a peanut.
J-Rod half baked is what it should
Honestly,
be. J-Rod
you
half
put those
baked.
two in a room together for 30 minutes, they'd be making love.
Oh, dear Lord.
And you know what he screams?
Oh, get this. Do you know how they got the DNA? It's actually Justin's DNA, and Payne stole it from the Air Force Base in North Carolina or somewhere. And Natalie Holloway is still alive.
How did he get there without cross-contaminating it?
I don't know. And what about the chain of custody? There's so much.
I gotta get out of here. We're going on almost 7 hours now. So
I guess
a record.
Frank, when you going live again?
Probably today, and I think I might do an Idaho discussion panel.
Yeah, what's your channel, bro?
Art of Deduction.
Art of Deduction. I'll check you out. If you say anything bad about those victims or the victims' families,
When
bust your ass,
when today?
Probably 4 p.m. Eastern Central Time.
4
Eastern
p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern time here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are you guys? Is it Monday there or Sunday?
Sunday.
It's still Sunday.
Sunday, bloody Sunday.
Yep. Well, happy Sunday, you
Oh,
too.
thank you.
Sunday, bloody Sunday. I
Right?
can't believe the news today.
But yeah, it's been a long time that I did an Idaho episode, so let's
Broken
go.
bodies under the children's feet. Bodies strewn across the dead-end street. I can't believe the news today. Sunday, bloody Sunday.
You know, what's funny is I used to, when I was in college, I was a bouncer at a place called 701 South here in Daytona. It's very well known spring break capital of the world then. But MTV came there a bunch of times, and you know, downtown Molly Brown, the Weasel was there, everybody was there, you know. So we locals here, you know, we had I'm into like the Smiths and Depeche Mode and stuff like that. That's the kind of music I grew up listening to, and rock. But U2 was my favorite group back then, and we had an event every Sunday night. It was for the locals called Sunday Bloody Sunday. It was a SBS, and to this day, we still have reunions, and people fly from all over the world, and people have left the country to be pilots or what have you, to do these events, and they're a lot of fun. You know, still get out there and dance my ass off. And
Did you dance the night away?
Dude, I don't leave the dance floor, man. I love to dance. So, you know, so it's called SBS Sunday Bloody Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday, bloody Sunday. There's nothing wrong with saying bloody in my culture. Sunday, bloody Sunday. Whoever said that to someone else?
Hey, you know, YouTube is actually living in Vegas now and performing often at the what's the eye thing there, the big eyeball thing now.
It's out of town. YouTube is in Vegas.
Yep, YouTube.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, YouTube, the band, YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And they're doing, what is that the Sphere? They do this show at the Sphere that's supposed to be just unreal. I watched part of it on YouTube. I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but Kelly actually lives below the Sphere.
Below? Wow.
Yeah, she has an apartment kind of right, like almost below it, somewhere right there. And so that thing's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing. They wanted to do it in Dubai first, and they I guess America got it first. They were all pissed. You know what the Sphere is? Anybody?
No.
Okay, there's a big sphere, a big ball that is actually, they can do all kinds. They turn it into an eyeball. When you fly in, you can see it. It's crazy. Look up.
No way, really?
Oh yeah, look up the Sphere in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Your mind. But inside, it's an arena basically. But inside, U2 is actually part of the Vegas show now.
Wow,
Cool.
that's just trippy.
Yeah.
I can't get past Wayne Newton and Elvis being there, and now it's U2. Okay.
All right, well, we're rolling up on 7 hours. Thank you all. Thank you, subscribers. If you didn't click subscribe and you weren't a subscriber, please do, and click that like button, please. We really appreciate it. The reason why is I want to get the algorithm up there, and it's doing really well. But the more clicks we get, likes and comments, I mean, we get our community page. Feel free to come to the community page. We're not going to ever do Discord here. Discord's for losers, in my opinion, for trash.
Yeah, Discord is for defaming people later and doxing them.
Discord's where you gather intel on your friends, and then when you get mad at your friends, you dump everything you've learned.
It's where people go that whisper.
Yeah, and you destroy shows. And these idiots that keep going back to Discord have not learned their lesson.
No, it's
I've
what
got
that's
more
where the
intel
people
sent
that
to me from people in Discord.
You know, that is the thing with my Discord. I have a lot of, I call people out all the time, you know, on conspiracy bullshit. And I got people will believe that and try to start a freaking discussion. I was like, dude, don't you get the point why I'm creating this?
Right. So you'll never see that a part of this show. I think here's my belief. The community page was developed for a reason. Okay.
yeah.
So my community page, if you go to my community page, it destroys everyone else. There's no one
Yeah.
that has as many comments on our community page as we do that I know of.
Right.
I haven't seen. And my comments are through the roof. And it's awesome to go in there and, you know, I get haters come in there and I'll entertain them. I'll let them stay up and let them make an ass out of themselves. And I'll tell them, hey, you can make an ass out of yourself all day. I'll leave you up so everybody else can see what an ass you are. So it's you know, so Frank, I don't know if you want to keep Discord, but if you move it over to the community page, it doesn't cost anybody anything, and it's, you know.
Oh, my Discord is totally free as well, and I have several case folders. It's really neatly stuck together.
Yeah, you're pretty organized. I'm not that.
You said that's the art of deduction, right, Frank?
Yeah, art of deduction and true crime, because art of deduction is another channel, and then true crime behind it.
Deduction, true crime. Sounds like good, bro. Sounds good.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's totally and Frank is totally turned around. I was like, damn, we got Frank 2.0. He's cleaned his act up. He's not. I mean, you were kind of on the dark side there in the beginning.
Come to the good side, bro.
Well, that is the thing. I'm really critical, you know. And let's be honest, this investigation for a small town like that, they solved it really quick.
Oh yeah, it was. I was 47 days.
Yeah,
yeah,
crazy.
Based on what they had.
John, unless they moved a bit of evidence around, it's pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, I was.
But the case was going cold.
Yeah. I believe personally. I believe within 2 weeks they already had the vehicle.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think that
they were looking for westbound cameras, so I did a lot of.
You know, I think they had him under surveillance at WSU, and I think part of the reason why he got fired was because of that. To be honest with you, I think that he had some heat, and they were doing some interviews with the staff, trying to figure out things about him, and I think that part of the reason why he lost his job, and maybe he did get in an argument, but it was just an excuse to get rid of him because they knew what was coming down the pipe.
Yeah, I
believe that.
Oh, I totally predicted his entire route.
Yeah, so it's
easy.
You know, it's
but awesome, John. Thank you for
Hey! Come on, he's got an alibi. He likes to drive around unalive houses at nighttime.
Unalive houses.
And the ride back was just that was just a regular night. Yeah, he just took an hour back. Hey,
no
hey,
biggie,
take it easy.
Regular drive.
He's a nice
Who
young
wouldn't?
man.
I was gonna say something, so I'm so tired I forgot what I was gonna say, but it was pretty damn witty.
The dude took a polar plunge in the Snake River.
Yeah. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. You know, the great Ann Taylor actually came up with that, and that just blows me away.
Oh my God!
Come on, John.
Actually say,
hey! Let's have some honesty, John. If you weren't married, you'd do it in a minute. Come on.
Way.
Come on.
No way.
Let go, bro.
I'm not married, and I wouldn't do it.
No, you're gonna lie because you're a married man.
There's no way.
We all would.
PK would do her. I saw him giving her the eye. But she, you know, for her, here's what lost my respect for her, because, and you guys have heard me say it, I'm sure, but at what point did she lose her mind? Because you don't ever say, this is all he had to say was, look, you know, this happened, 48 days ago? I
Right.
mean,
How would I
where
remember?
would I? How the hell am I supposed to know where I was? Let me get my. I mean, let me get my notebook out. I'm going to take notes on everywhere I'm going. 48 days ago. Hell, I don't
Exactly.
know where I was. I don't recall where I was.
I couldn't
But
either.
you guys
Hell
have some
no.
evidence.
You didn't have
that
to say
shows me
anything.
somewhere on the day that
Exactly,
this
because an
happened.
alibi
that
isn't
present-
necessary, just like
Yeah.
a motive
Yeah, you
isn't
don't
either.
You don't have to prove. Well, in Idaho, that you got to have an alibi.
Oh, you got to have an alibi.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got to present one. That's their law. You got to come.
I
You
don't
got to
think so.
present an
Are you
alibi.
positive about that? That it's a law?
Yeah,
Yeah, it is. It is.
Idaho, I think is. I want to say it's. Y'all gonna have to look it up, but
That was something with
one of the only states that actually.
So she
has it.
was really reaching then,
So anyway, to say that
because she knows he's on camera.
right, but still, she still should have had him say, "I don't recall." What are you
Yeah.
going to say if I don't recall? Because if
I just don't remember.
anyone-
Oh, I
if
see
you
that now.
recall,
Yep,
you
I
don't
remember
recall.
now.
If you don't remember, then you don't,
You don't
remember.
remember.
So if just say you don't recall, and you guys present me with something, that I don't remember from 48 days ago, maybe I can give you an explanation as to, okay, yeah, I was okay, I remember now.
Mhm.
That's all she had to do.
You don't say when there's a car involved. Yeah, I was driving my car.
Right. So, I mean, it was the most absurd decision I think I've ever seen a defense.
Yeah.
If I were him, unless he came up with that, but if she agreed to that, I would file for. I would file immediately.
You don't say when somebody's killed with a knife
For
that you love
incompetent
knives. You know.
representation at the end of this, because that is mind blowing to me. Mind blowing.
Mm-hmm. Or that somebody gets killed with a frying pan, and that you say, "Yeah, I collect those." You know.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Old Lana had to love that one. Yeah, I mean that's her idol.
She's on her fifth killer.
It's on her fifth.
Oh, that's it? Five? There's only 5?
Yeah, this is her fifth killer she's tried to get off.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. All right, guys. 7 hours. We're done.
All right, John. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
It's been a lot of
Good
fun. I enjoy doing it this way, and I like opening the panel up for people to come on. I don't think we was anybody bad in chat tonight
Mm-hmm.
that you guys saw?
No, not at all.
I didn't see anything. I think they've got it now. I think they're getting it. You're not gonna win.
Yeah. No. I mean,
you can come in and say all the crap you want, but I'll just make you look stupid. This team will make you look stupid.
Yeah.
So,
It's just they take
brother,
the sport out of it.
it's not our objective.
Bro.
What's that, buddy?
We're strong together, bro.
That's right.
Get some scumbags on this
Together,
channel.
everyone achieves more.
Yes.
Team. All right, man. Ladies. Good
night.
Still in here? So
Mindy, Sportsy, girl, everybody.
I don't know. Do we have any mods still in here?
I think they're gone
Where's
with the wind.
Truth? Did Truth fall out?
Yeah, I think she fell out. I mean, I gotta get
So
some
4
mods.
o'clock today, right, Frank? I'm gonna catch that.
Hey, I gotta get.
Well, you
some
can join
mods
on.
Stamina. my mods
What's
start
on his
falling
face?
out. What's that?
I thought you had something on your face, but it's my eyes and my screen's flickering. This piece of shit.
I had my clown face on. But...
All right, guys. I will see you, folks.
Bye, guys.
Baby Kid said, AR, do the right thing and admit Dylan is a victim in their chats like you did
Thank
in this
you.
chat. That's a good way to end it right there, y'all, because Frank, see you, buddy.
Right?
Because
Bye, Frank.
it as much as they attack him for being friends with us, they very well may impeach him on his testimony if he goes over there and doesn't agree with their narrative. So,
right? It's true.
I mean, I hope we got to AR tonight. I really
think
do.
we did. I think so. It sounded like it at first. Like it,
Because
I don't know.
I tried to put it in a couple different ways for him. But
Yeah.
I think he was quiet, so I think he was listening.
He was listening.
So,
sounds like he's got a good wife. So somebody,
sweetheart. I watched him a few times. He had shows with her, and they talked about, his life and her life together. She talked about how, how she stuck with him, when he went in. And he's a very blessed person to have been through what he's been through and have someone that is as supportive as her. And
that's why he's probably just doesn't realize that the people that we're talking to him about, he just doesn't see them the way we see them because
because he's
used to it.
associated with people like that his whole life.
Yeah. So he's drawn to it.
Right. So until he steps outside the box and actually looks at them for what they are, and truly believes in what he is saying, then he's never gonna truly take that next step and change his life.
Yeah, because I think he could have a profound impact helping people.
Right.
Coming out of prison, or people that could be on the cusp of going to prison could listen to him, and
that's why I said he would do a great service to go to a department of a DOJ, a detention center.
Yeah, juvenile. For juveniles. They even go to schools. They even go to middle schools.
Nice flag there, buddy.
Yes, bro. That's the most beautiful flag in the world.
It is a pretty flag.
All Americans will recognize that is the most beautiful flag in the world.
I don't know. I have to say our flag's pretty nice, bro. The stars and stripes, it's pretty nice. But that is a nice flag.
That's the greatest flag ever.
Yeah.
When Greeks made flags, Americans didn't know what flags were.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, that's true.
The Greeks made the flag.
They were made for.
That's it, John. That's your goal.
So, what's the significance of this particular flag? What's the significance of this particular flag?
That's the Greek flag. That's the center of the cradle of humanity.
Is this a cross? What does the cross signify? Is it a religious cross, or is it just a cross?
There's only one Jesus, mate.
I know, but I don't know anything about the flag. So is that what?
I know you're American, and I know you don't really understand it because America has like 5,000 versions of the church.
Right.
But there's only one Orthodox church.
Right.
That's the Church of Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm glad that's what
we
it
have
means.
that on our flag. I know you guys like the stars, want to fly up there and be fairies and princesses and all that stuff. But in reality, that is the truth.
Gotcha.
The Greek flag.
It is a beautiful flag.
I know I'm getting a lot of resistance, but that's the most beautiful thing in the world. The Greek flag.
Well, I'm glad you're patriotic. Hey,
Americans are so patriotic. It's like everything's the best. America's the greatest. America's this. America's that. And I always discount that when I deal with Americans, because the Americans I've met in person have always been very good people. I have a very soft spot for American people. But I understand with most of them you deal with, they have no experience of anything outside America. So I take that into account.
Right, and you're right. I don't have much, I haven't been abroad. I've been to you know, the islands and Jamaica and, you know, down there. But I've never been to England, never been anywhere over there.
I've always wanted to go to Spain and go to Greece.
Right.
Greece
Greece is where I want to go because I believe it or not, when I was a kid, when I dreamt of having a family one day, I wanted to be married in Greece. I thought it would be the coolest thing to get married over there.
No,
I grew up with all Greek people.
John, no Greek woman would take you, John.
That's all right.
You would have to have an Albanian or Hungarian woman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I grew up with all Greek people here in Clearwater.
Are they racist? What's the deal?
Yeah, we're very racist.
All right, bud. I'm
be
gonna get
racist.
Stacy. Thank you so much for being
Thank
on.
you.
Everybody
Thank you.
in chat. Thank you all. You know, we still
Thank
got
you, everybody.
John,
20
good night,
people
bro.
in here.
Good night, everyone.
Tony, you be good.
Everybody
Yeah,
hit that like
always.
button on your way out. If you didn't
Thank
hit
you,
that
bro.
little
Good night,
hand
everyone.
button. All right.
Nighty-night. Peace out.
All right. Peace
Crazy
out.
people.
Glad y'all got to see me.
You're right.
See ya.
Bye.